Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Marlene Warren, 40, and her 21-year-old son Joey were occupied with their weekend in their comfortable Wellington home on May 26, 1990, when Marlene heard the bell ring. It was a clown. When Marlene believed that someone had sent her a gift, she was ecstatic. Behind the paint and outfit, however, was a murderer who suddenly produced a gun and shot Marlene in the face. Why did they pick Marlene, and who was this murderer? Watch this space to discover out. Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, friends. We are examining the Marlene Warren case today. But first, if you haven't already, please think about clicking the bell symbol and subscribe button below to join our channel. So let's go straight to the riddle, without any more ado. People who wished to avoid the crime of West Palm Beach, Fort Lauderdale, and Miami would move to Wellington, Florida, which was known as a village. Wellington hosted numerous celebrations and events all year long. A well-known event that drew equestrian lovers from all over the world, the Winter Equestrian Festival, took place from January to April. It included a range of contests and performances. Another popular event that featured bourbon tastings from different vendors and bacon-based food was the Wellington Bacon and Bourbon Fest. A local club named Mar-a-Lago used to host a number of well-known individuals, including Madonna and Bruce Springsteen. People feel comfortable and content in the town, which is a lovely environment with superb schools. Wellington has been described as a rather safe and tranquil community in terms of crime rates and safety. Wellington has been ranked as one of the safest cities in Florida and has a crime rate that is lower than the national average according to numerous polls. While everyone else was having picnics, barbecues, and parades over Memorial Day weekend in May 1990, the Warren family experienced a tragic event. The birth date of Marlene Warren is April 15, 1950. Growing up in Michigan, she enjoyed spending time on her grandfather's farm with her sisters. She loved to bake, paint, and create art, especially clowns. Her parents even had a room devoted to clowns, and the entire family loved them as much as she did. At the youthful age of 15, Marlene gave birth to her first kid in 1965, naming him after her husband, John Arns. She went on to have another child, Joey, in 1969. Unfortunately, Marlene's first husband, John Arns, passed away in a vehicle accident, leaving her a single mother of 2 children. Later, in 1972, she wed Mike, also known as Michael Warren. Marlene was 22 years old and Michael Warren was only 19. They relocated to South Florida, where Michael's family resided, from Michigan. In addition to starting to invest in rental properties, which finally generated a significant amount of revenue, Michael was hired as a meat inspector. Michael left his job to start Bargain Motors, a used car yard, while Marlene oversaw the rental properties. He sold automobiles to those without credit who were unable to purchase them elsewhere. Mike and Marlene purchased their ideal home in Wellington, Florida in the late 1980s. But Michael was arrested in 1983 for tampering with his second-hand automobile's odometers. Despite receiving probation and entering a guilty plea, he continued to operate his business for a few more years. While Marlene oversaw their rental homes, Mike concentrated on his business and spent time at the racetrack. The two led different lives. When Marlene's oldest son, John Jr., passed away in a vehicle accident in 1988 at the age of 22, sadness struck once more. The relationship between Michael and Marlene was strained after his passing. Sheila King, the spouse of Richard Spud Keene, one of Michael Warren's colleagues, was introduced to him at this period. The bond between Sheila and Michael was immediate. Though it was clear to everyone around them, they originally kept their relationship a secret. On May 26, 1990, a wet Saturday, Marlene, 40, stayed at home while Michael went to the racetrack. She was preparing breakfast for her 21-year-old son Joey, who was hosting some of his pals. A knock on the door occurred at approximately 10:45 a.m. Marlene thought it was a present when she opened it and saw a clown holding balloons and flowers. Having adored clowns since childhood, she was quite thrilled to see one at her door. However, a gun was in the clown's costume and underneath the balloons. After drawing his weapon, the clown shot her in the face. Joey witnessed the clown driving off in a Chrysler LeBaron after hearing the gunshot and running to the door. Bill Kramer, a neighbor, had also heard the shot, and Marlene was on the ground, dying. Some rushed outside, claiming that Joey's mother had been shot. Marlene was transferred to the hospital when an ambulance was summoned, but she passed away on May 28, 1990, 2 days later. Marlene was a wonderful person who was always polite, respectful, loving, and kind. Her demise, however, was regrettable. Joey saw a clown leaving after Marlene was shot, but all he could recall was that the clown had brown eyes. Joey initially gave the police a sketchy description of the culprit, stating that they had large hands and broad shoulders. Crucially, though, he did witness the clown drive off in a white Chrysler LeBaron. Michael Warren was initially under suspicion, but because he was at the racetrack, he had an alibi. Consequently, the cops focused on Sheila Keene, his girlfriend. The more they looked into it, the more proof they found that she was involved. At the time of the crime, Sheila Keene and Michael Warren were accused of having an affair. Although Michael strongly disputed allegations, authorities were examining the relationship to determine the opportunity and purpose behind Marlene's murder. Sheila had a criminal history from her childhood in Central Florida, and also went by her maiden name, Sheila Shelter. Sheila was renowned for being incredibly gorgeous, assertive, and even wild. Her long hair was frequently compared to that of Crystal Gale's. Sheila had a criminal history from an early age, which included charges of stealing and shoplifting. Her mugshot from a few years later showed her grinning as if the arrest had not bothered her. According to those who knew her, Sheila had surrounded herself with negative influences and older males since she was a little girl. Richard Spud Keene, a former member of the Ku Klux Klan who had served time for drug trafficking, was her husband. Sheila was 20 years younger than Richard. In order to be near him when he was incarcerated, Sheila even relocated to Georgia. Richard began working with Michael Warren after Sheila's husband was released from Georgia prison and they returned to Florida. The three ex-offenders soon started hanging out and doing shady things together. In one such instance, Sheila pretended to be a sex worker in order to meet a person in a motel room who had bought a car. The automobile was repossessed by armed Richard and Michael while she was inside. The buyer was also seen being held at gunpoint by Sheila, and the three of them escaped. Richard gradually slipped into the background as Michael and Sheila became closer. Sheila rented an apartment in Pine Ridge, and because Michael spent so much time there, the locals thought she was married to him. Investigators were informed by Michael and Sheila's co-workers that they thought the two were having an affair. They were immensely fond of one another and would go out for long meals. They were in fact having an affair, according to a lot of evidence. According to police documents, Michael's mother recalled an instance in which she went with him to a racetrack. She asked Sheila if she loved Michael after sensing a connection between them. Michael said that he loved himself, but Sheila affirmed that she did. At this time, Michael and Marlene's marriage was failing. Michael would come in angry after a battle with Marlene, according to a car dealership employee, and offer $10,000, 0 cents, to anyone who killed her. Michael is also reported to have stated that if someone were to get rid of his wife and never have to work again, he would make them wealthy. Michael and Sheila were both named as suspects in the case following Marlene's murder. Investigators began to wonder if Michael's girlfriend could have perpetrated the crime, even though he was the clear suspect. Since most males would shoot their victims in the heart rather than the face, the murder's character sparked suspicions. As the investigation progressed, the evidence began to implicate Sheila rather than Michael, which made detectives think that she might have had a reason for committing the murder. The police's primary objective during the inquiry was to locate the white Chrysler LeBaron that Joey had seen. They discovered that the vehicle had been rented by a couple from Payless Cars, a local car dealership. They became confused and called the incorrect number from a phone book ad when it came time to return the vehicle. The number on the advertisement was Michael Warren's, and it was for his vehicle dealership, Bargain Motors. However, Michael's advertisement bore a striking resemblance to one for the Payless car lot. Someone at Michael's car lot told the couple to leave the car outside the gate with the keys in the windshield wipers after they called the number, assuming it was for Payless Cars. But soon after, the vehicle was taken. Investigators found a Chrysler LeBaron in a Winn-Dixie parking lot about 5 miles from the crime scene on the day of Marlene's funeral. Inside the automobile, many hairs were found, some of which seemed to be from an orange and yellow fibered acrylic wig. But at the time, DNA technology was not yet advanced enough to accurately identify the fibers or the hair samples. Investigators discovered the location where the suspect purchased the clown suit, balloons, and flowers in addition to the vehicle. A few days prior to the murder, a woman walked in and asked for a clown costume, especially Ruby's clown costume, an afro clown wig, Bob Kelly clown makeup, and a sponge nose. according to two women who worked at the Spotlight Capazio costume shop, who told police. The woman insisted on buying the outfit that night, even though the store employees first encouraged her to come back the following day because they were closed. According to reports, she was about 5'8", had long chocolate hair, brown eyes, and was dressed in trousers and a men's work shirt. Sheila was identified by the police as the woman who visited the business at closing time a few days before to the murder, after the employees recognized her from a photo lineup. As the investigation into Sheila's possible involvement in Marlene's murder progressed, more evidence began to mount against her. One piece of evidence came from a public grocery in the area that offered the particular kind of mylar balloons the clown was using. An employee there recognized Sheila from pictures and recognized a long-haired woman with brown hair who purchased those balloons only an hour and a half before to the murder. The fact that Sheila had previously dressed up as a clown when married to Richard Keene only served to heighten suspicion. The pair resided in a Pahokee trailer park near Lake Okeechobee. Sheila had made friends with a number of locals, including some workers at a store that sold car parts. She had even entertained them by dressing up as a clown on one occasion. Prosecutors felt they lacked sufficient evidence to make an arrest, in spite of this growing body of evidence. About a year later, in 1991, Michael and Sheila emerged as the main suspects, intensifying the inquiry. Michael and Joey appeared on a radio show in an effort to clear his name. Michael denied any involvement in the murder during the questioning. "Was it your suspicion that you were a suspect from the start, Michael?" He certainly never expected to. "In reality, I like to discuss that in detail." Joey, who was shocked to learn that Sheila was even a suspect, stood up for her. "Would it surprise you that she would be a prime suspect if you had heard, been told, or been asked that the police were suspicious? She is even named as a prime suspect in all of this." It was, indeed. Because of the clown's stature, Joey initially thought it was a guy, but the evidence was starting to suggest that it was a lady. Sheila was the main suspect, because Michael had an alibi to prove he was at the racetracks when the murder occurred. However, a twist that went back in time appeared just when it appeared that the case was going nowhere. Joey was accused with attempted murder in 1987, when he was about 18 years old. Christopher DeSantis became the attorney for the Warren family. DeSantis and Michael Warren were celebrating Joey's trial victory as they left the courthouse following a favorable hearing. Michael then jokingly inquired as to whether a person might still inherit their estate if they had hired a hitman to murder their wife. The lawyer was surprised, but he said that unless there was manslaughter or the murderer was someone else, the law forbade a murderer from inheriting. Sadly, DeSantis provided yet another example, which he eventually came to regret. According to him, it would be challenging to obtain a conviction if someone donned a clown suit because their identity would be concealed. It wasn't meant to suggest that he should wear a clown outfit or something similar, for instance, if you were wearing one. However, the point was that you cannot be found guilty if you are unable to provide identification of the offender. He didn't mean to suggest that Michael should dress like a clown, but the idea was that there couldn't be a conviction if identity couldn't be established. DeSantis had essentially handed him a murderous recipe. The authorities suspected that the clown figure was retaliating against Joey and his pals, so they also examined DeSantis as the inquiry into Marlene's death developed, and suspicions were placed on Michael and Sheila. However, this exchange between Michael and DeSantis later turned into a crucial piece of proof. It sparked speculation about whether Michael had heeded the lawyer's counsel and disguised himself as a clown to carry out the crime. It became evident during the course of the investigation that Marlene had previously indicated dread of her husband before she was murdered. She had expressed her desire to divorce Mike to others, but she was afraid he would murder her. When combined with DeSantis's assertion, this implied that Mike was aware of his right to inherit property following his wife's murder. In spite of this, no one was arrested in the weeks that followed these disclosures, because investigators need hard proof to move forward. The months passed with no resolution to the case. Although Michael and Sheila denied any romantic involvement, their co-workers suspected that they were involved. A year following Marlene's passing, they relaxed and went on a trip to the Bahamas, staying at the upscale resort casino hotel. Other couples saw them enter. Michael was loud and brazen, and Sheila looked uncomfortable. This alerted the authorities once more. Michael chose to appear on a radio show once again in the interim, and he revealed that he hadn't spoken to Sheila in a month, when in fact Sheila was constantly with Michael. Investigators started looking into Michael as a possible suspect in his wife's death after his radio appearance. They conducted a search of his company and secured a warrant to examine his documents. Investigators discovered that Michael, who had a history of fiddling with the odometer, had been repeating the behavior at his vehicle dealership. They accused him of theft, fraud, odometer tampering, and racketeering, among other offenses. Michael was given a 9-year prison term, but there was still no hard proof that he or Sheila were responsible for Marlene's death. In 1997, fresh evidence surfaced that would revive the case when it appeared that the inquiry had reached a standstill. A guy gave police a tip in 1997 that connected Michael Warren to the murder of his wife. According to the informant, who was the son of a recently deceased Bargain Motors employee, his father made a startling admission to him as he was near death. The informant claims that his father informed him that if he pulled up a car that was immersed in water, all the solutions to the case would be revealed. In addition to claiming to know who plotted the murder and where the clown suit and pistol were stored, he even provided the precise position of the car. Investigators thought that by reclaiming the murder weapon and outfit, they would finally be able to solve the case, because this was a significant lead. When divers were dispatched to the scene, they discovered the car, but regrettably, nothing important was within. Due to this setback, the investigation had to start over, and the case once more remained unsolved for a while. Sheila Keene and Michael Warren made the decision to wed in Las Vegas in 2002. Although the case was still open and the investigation into Marlene Warren's death had stopped, Marlene's parents were certain that Sheila was the murderous clown. Sheila was once again a top suspect when the investigation was reopened in 2013, especially because of her marriage to Michael. The Wellington clown murder is one of the cold cases that the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office is looking into thanks to a grant. To examine the evidence and speak with witnesses, they assembled a task team comprising representatives from the FBI and the state attorney's office. The indictment was obtained thanks to the task force's submission of fresh evidence for DNA analysis. This contained DNA samples from Sheila and Michael as well as other suspects in the case. The potential DNA samples discovered in the clown wig and additional hair strands within the Chrysler LeBaron were also added. Investigators were able to approach the case from a new angle thanks to the data gleaned via analysis and interviews. Mike and Sheila had made a fresh start in the little Virginian town of Abingdon, where they had completely changed who they were. Their neighbors described them as amicable and in love, and Sheila had even changed her name to Debbie. They appeared to be leading a nice life. Just across the line in Tennessee, they had even opened a well-known fast food restaurant named the Purple Cow. Michael and Sheila were eventually located at the restaurant by investigators. Even though they were primary suspects, they were still working and leading normal lives. They were neither fleeing nor attempting to hide. They appeared to be doing well and to have finally moved on from their past. Despite the fact that Michael Warren was typically seen as a joyful and easygoing person, not everyone had a positive opinion of him, particularly following an incident with one of his neighbors that revealed a different side of him. When questioned about his decision to steal some rocks from his neighbor's property without permission, Michael reportedly said that they ought to be considerate of one another. Asking for permission beforehand would have been the neighborly thing to do, the neighbor retorted. Then Michael insulted the neighbor, using a nasty phrase and labeling him skinny. The neighbor refused to back down and referred to Michael as a bully. A sinister mystery lurked in the background of Michael and Sheila's ostensibly perfect lives in Abingdon, Virginia. Sheila, who her co-workers called Debbie, told a terrifying story about how she had escaped punishment for murder in Florida while intoxicated one evening at a party. In the meantime, investigators in Florida worked tirelessly to solve the case, using the most recent DNA technology to identify a possible suspect in Marlene Warren's murder. The evidence suggested that Debbie, also known as Sheila Keene Warren, was the one who had carelessly revealed her lethal secret to her gullible co-workers. Mike and Sheila were stopped by the police on December 26, 2017, while they were returning from Vermont to their hometown of Abingdon in their Cadillac SUV. Sheila was taken into custody without question. Rather, she inquired as to if her spouse was also being taken into custody. Sheila was detained because she was charged with first-degree murder with a firearm, a crime that had gone unresolved for 27 years. Sheila had avoided arrest until that day, even though she had been a main suspect from the start of the investigation. She could now be sentenced to life in jail. A mugshot was taken when a video of Sheila being taken into the police station was caught. She is shown grinning in the mugshot, which is similar to the one from when she was initially detained as a teenager. It was disturbing to see the disparity between the seriousness of the act she was being charged with and her casual demeanor. Sheila King Warren vehemently denied any involvement in the crime, according to her attorney. She believed in her own innocence, as evidenced by the many letters she penned while there. Even though the murder weapon was still missing and 27 years had passed, and the clown's first description was that of a man, the state of Florida was certain they would get a conviction. Following her arrest in 2017, Sheila had been detained pending trial while detectives worked to strengthen their case against her. Ultimately, on April 25, 2023, Sheila, 59, entered a guilty plea to the charge of shooting Marlene Warren while disguised as a clown. Her attorney insisted she was innocent, but he thought her guilty plea strengthened her case. She might have received a minimum sentence of 25 years in prison if the jury had found her guilty. But because she entered a guilty plea, her term was lowered to just 12 years. Interestingly, Sheila's attorney even proposed that because of her outstanding behavior while inside, she might be released as early as 2024. The investigators were able to solve the case after Sheila confessed. However, do you believe Sheila meant what she said, or was she merely trying to find a way to get her sentence reduced? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Sherry Miller, who used sex, lies, and internet chat to plan a horrific crime, was arrested in February 2000. This crime is widely regarded as the first internet-related murder in the United States. On December 22, 2000, Sherry Miller, a typical American mother of three, was convicted of second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit first-degree premeditated murder. She maintained her innocence for nearly 17 years before pleading guilty. In 2016, she confessed, saying, "I have ruined many lives. It's time to put an end to the lies and tell the truth." Bruce and Sherry were born and raised in Flint, Michigan, a poor town that once played an important role in the Midwest auto industry. Sherry Paulette Kitley Miller was born on October 13, 1971, and recalls a difficult childhood. The girl grew up without a father, and her mother lived a dissolute lifestyle, drank heavily, and frequently changed men. Sherry's childhood was spent in a trailer with her mother's men, who frequently offended her. Sherry claims to have been abused since she was 3 or 4 years old. At 16, the girl was abandoned. At 17, she married, became pregnant, and gave birth. The marriage ended sometime later. Sherry got remarried and divorced again. Her second husband, Tribby, was found guilty of second-degree child abuse after hitting his child hard, causing multiple skull fractures. Sherry clearly chose the wrong men. Tribby was also tried for abusing his 6-year-old stepdaughter, but he was found not guilty due to insufficient evidence. Sherry flitted from one man to the next, looking for someone who could care for her. By the age of 26, Sherry was a single mother with 3 children, from different men, working in a nursing home and selling Mary Kay cosmetics to make ends meet. She wasn't a model-like beauty, but she was undeniably attractive and charming. In 1997, the 26-year-old woman began working as an accountant for Bruce Miller's company, B&Auto Salvage. At this point, Sherry realized that the 47-year-old successful business owner was the ideal man to provide her with stability and comfort. Bruce Leroy Miller was born on July 26, 1951. He, like many Flint residents, worked for General Motors for several years when he was younger. After leaving GM, Bruce continued in the auto scrapping business. In fact, he owned and operated an auto junkyard that took in old cars and resold their parts. Bruce was married 3 times, enjoyed racing, socializing with others, and was always generous and open. At first, he had no interest in his new employee, Sherry Kitley. Bruce only assisted a single mother in a difficult life situation, but Sherry managed to entice Bruce, and an office romance developed despite the 20-year age difference. The couple's relationship progressed rapidly. Bruce was flattered by a young woman's attention, and the couple quickly progressed from dating to living together. 4 months later, on April 23, 1999, a wedding was held in one of Las Vegas's chapels. Cherie and her children moved in with Bruce, and she discovered the stability she had long sought. Bruce's brother, Chuck Miller, later told the television program Snapped, "She always said Bruce was the best thing that ever happened to her. She finally had a normal life, and a man who could afford to make her happy." Chuck's wife, Judy, said, "Bruce was overwhelmed by the pretty young blonde whom he thought was the perfect wife. Only friends expressed concern about Cherie's need to spend money shopping beyond her means. She immediately maxed out her credit cards and spent all the money she could find. I was trying to fill a constant void," Cherie later explained. Despite her friends' concerns, her hard-working husband ignored his wife's spending habits. In any case, Cherie also worked. She was a Mary Kay cosmetic salesperson, so she could sell products to customers at home or while traveling across the country. Her husband even bought her a computer to help her manage her finances. This purchase proved to be a game-changer. Sherry Miller accidentally discovered adult chat rooms on the internet while searching for a vacation destination on her home computer. In 1999, social networking did not exist, and text messaging was not widely used. Instead, people communicated through online chat rooms, some of which were adult in nature. These were places where you could flirt anonymously, share your fantasies, and experience virtual romance. According to friends, Bruce was aware of his wife's online flirtation, but thought it was harmless. He adored his wife, was happily married, intended to adopt her children, and preferred to trust rather than cloud his family life with suspicion. Sherry quickly adjusted to the virtual world and became accustomed to logging into chat rooms and sharing her most intimate sexual fantasies with complete strangers under various promising aliases. Detective Kevin Shanlian, who investigated the murder case, told the court that Cherie used at least 25 different aliases. It wasn't until 2016 that she confessed, "I didn't get up from behind this computer. Bruce worked at the store, and he had his own business, so he was away a lot. I spent hours flirting online. I wanted to control everything, obsessively control people who trusted me. It was like a video game, and every man and every relationship was a new level for me, and every level was harder." Jerry Cassaday, also known as Rena Dudes, was born on October 6, 1960, in Kansas City, Missouri. He married, raised a son, enjoyed deer hunting with his brothers, and aspired to become an FBI agent while working as a homicide detective. Jerry reported corruption involving falsified records to one of his co-workers. As a result, he was demoted and eventually forced to resign after 9 years of service. Jerry did the right thing, but the move ended his career. Jerry became depressed, started drinking, and abused substances. His marriage ended. He eventually recovered, moved to Reno, Nevada, and worked as a security guard at Harrah's Casino. In his spare time, he frequented chat rooms, where he met Sherry Miller. Hot correspondence began, and in July 1999 they met in person in Reno, where Sherry attended the Mary Kay convention with her friend. When the online romance turned into a physical affair, Jerry Cassaday believed his life was about to improve. Cherie stated that she was a wealthy businesswoman, living with a disabled husband, and was looking for a sexual encounter on the side. Jerry believed her, and his friend and colleague Carol Slaughter would later recount. Cherie came into Jerry's life when he was at rock bottom. His marriage had broken up. He was in a new neighborhood with no friends. Jerry fell hard for Cherie, telling his friend Carol Slaughter that Sherry does absolutely everything in the bedroom. Throughout the summer and fall, Sherry used her cosmetics business as a cover for trips to Reno. When Sherry and Jerry were not together in Reno, they exchanged instant messages and emails of a sexual nature, including videos. Soon, they even renamed their accounts, with Cherie calling herself Jerry's Fool and Jerry calling himself Cherie's Fool. It would seem that the ex-cop should have sensed something amiss, but the emails full of declarations of love apparently blinded him. Whether Jerry was simply gullible, flawed, or broken, he was an easy target for Cherie Miller. She wove a web of deception rather quickly and convinced him that he needed to kill her husband. The effect on Jerry was quite obvious to those who knew him. His acquaintances said that after this woman appeared, their friend became like a person with bipolar disorder, overly excited and active before she arrived, and painfully depressed after she left. As early as September, Cherie announced that she was pregnant with Cassiday's child. She sent him pictures of a positive pregnancy test in her belly. A short time later, Cherie revealed that her husband, Bruce Miller, found out about the pregnancy and beat her, causing her to lose the baby. In fact, in 1995, Cherie had undergone a fallopian tube ligation and could no longer have children. Jerry had no way of knowing this and believed his lover's lies. Very soon after losing the baby, Cherie announced that she was pregnant again. This time, however, she was pregnant with twins. Jerry begged his beloved to leave Bruce, take the children, and come to live with him. Cherie explained that she couldn't do it because Bruce had connections in the mafia and he wouldn't let them leave for nothing. Supposedly, she was afraid for her life and Jerry's life. The young woman continued to drive to Reno. At one point, Jerry was arrested for drunk and disorderly conduct at the casino. There was a pause in online correspondence for the duration of the arrest. When Jerry got out, he decided not to put Cherie in any more danger of being exposed to her husband, Bruce, and returned to Missouri to try to reconnect with his family. The couple continued their relationship online. Cherie sent photos of ultrasounds and her growing belly. "I just bulged out my belly. Jerry wanted to believe it so badly that I had no doubt he would see the pregnancy even if it wasn't there," Miller would later say. Soon, on November 5, 1999, Jerry Cassiday received an email, presumably from Bruce Miller, in which he wrote that he knew about everything and would not let the bastards be born. A concerned Jerry tried to contact Cherie. Hours later, she texted him herself, informing him that she had to leave for a few days and that she would text him later. The next day, Jerry received a message from Bruce and learned that he had forced his wife to have an abortion. Attached to the letter were photos of a battered Cherie. "I remember standing in front of the mirror trying to draw bruises on my stomach," Cherie would later recount. Jerry had reached a tipping point. His children, not one but two twins at once, had been killed by Bruce Miller. He was again devastated and full of anger. He blamed Bruce for the deaths of his 3 children and the abuse of the woman he loved. After reconnecting with Cherie the next day, November 8th, Jerry said he couldn't go on like this. He would kill her husband. The couple set about devising a plan to kill him. They worked out routes, parking spots, and even the best place and time to get to the dump. Jerry then made the long drive from his home to Michigan. That same evening, as Bruce planned to leave work, he received a call from Cherie, and following the plan, asked if he could pick up a pizza on his way home. Distracted by the conversation, Bruce did not notice a man approaching him from behind, pointing his 20-gauge shotgun at him and pulling the trigger. After committing the crime, Jerry went home, and Cherie began the next part of the plan. She called Bruce's brother, Chuck, said she was very worried about her husband's long absence, and asked Chuck to drive to the junkyard and see if everything was okay. When Chuck got there, he found his brother dead on the floor in a pool of blood. He had been shot in the chest with a shotgun at close range, according to eyewitnesses. When Cherie learned of Bruce's death, she began screaming and crying. The crime scene was quickly discovered, but no trace or evidence of the suspect remained. Detectives learned that Bruce carried large amounts of cash, and they initially thought his death may have been the result of a botched robbery. As the dead man's wallet was missing, John Hutchinson, a friend and employee of Bruce's who had recently borrowed $2,000 from him, came under suspicion. Police questioned Hutchinson, searched his home, and confiscated weapons. John adamantly denied involvement. The search was inconclusive, and despite the fact that Hutchinson failed a polygraph test, he was eventually released. A theory of murder due to falsification of vehicle identification numbers was considered. However, None of the options gave any leads, and soon the case was closed. Meanwhile, according to Bruce's sister, Judy Miller, Cherie's behavior did not fit most people's idea of a grieving spouse. 2 days after the death of her supposedly beloved husband, she was already dancing in a bar in Ottisville, Michigan, and looked happy. 2 weeks later, she had a boyfriend, and it wasn't Jerry Cassaday, but a local delivery boy named Jeff Foster. The goal was accomplished. It was like Cherie had passed a level in a video game, and the former lover was no longer interesting. Here's an improved version of your text with proper grammar and punctuation. Jerry thought he would be with the woman he loved after the murder. After all, he killed for her, but that did not happen. She began to distance herself. A month after the murder, she moved her new boyfriend, Jeff Foster, into the house she used to share with her husband and completely severed her relationship with Jerry, leaving him devastated. It was probably at this point that Cassaday realized he had murdered an innocent man in cold blood, and guilt overtook him. 3 months later, on February 11, 2000, Jerry shot himself in his Odessa, Missouri apartment with a .22 caliber rifle. His body was discovered in a chair with an open Bible in his lap, on murder. "Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be liable to judgment." He judged himself, pleaded guilty, and committed suicide. In an interview a few days after the body was removed, Cassaday's mother said that family members were cleaning the apartment and found a briefcase under the bed with 3 suicide notes and an envelope taped to the outside. Jerry wanted revenge on the woman who had broken his heart. The former detective confessed to killing Bruce Miller because he believed Bruce had abused Cherie and caused the deaths of his 3 children. "I went over there, killed him. I was such a fool, but now everyone will know the real reason I became depressed. I couldn't tell anyone the truth. She wanted to get the money and get rid of her husband. She got her way, but she soon realized she couldn't do that to others. I now realize it was all a lie." Jerry attached printed transcripts of instant messages with Cherie, in which, between intimate episodes, she gave him directions on how to find the dump, where to park to avoid being seen, and other important information. The Cassaday family's attorneys contacted the Jesse County Sheriff's Department and relayed the information. On February 22, 2000, police waited for Cherie Miller as she was getting off a plane with her boyfriend, Jeff Foster, and they were returning from a trip to Reno. She was charged with second-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Prosecutors believed Cherie was a skilled manipulator who convinced her lover to kill her husband under false pretenses. On December 12, 2000, the state of Michigan's trial against Cherie Miller began, and her case made national headlines due to the unusual nature of an internet-related crime. The prosecution shared thousands of messages between Cherie and Jerry, demonstrating the woman's lies. She was never abused, and she was never pregnant with Jerry. According to the prosecution's version, Cherie wanted Bruce's death because a divorce would not have provided her with enough money. However, the defense argued that the young woman received only a small amount of money after her spouse's death, despite the fact that she would have lived a much more affluent life during her lifetime. The defense also claimed that Jerry Cassaday fabricated evidence in order to exact revenge as an abandoned lover. Cherie denied writing the messages describing the crime, implying that Jerry had forged the messages using his experience as a homicide detective. However, police discovered evidence of the messages on Cherie's computer. Cherie told the jury that the sexual communication between her and her lover was just part of an online fantasy, and that she lied about her pregnancy to help Jerry deal with depression and about the abuse to convince Jerry to leave her alone. On December 22nd, Miller was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison on the murder charge and 54 to 81 years on the conspiracy charge. In 2007, she was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and found to have other mental illnesses while in prison. Cherie began treatment and filed an appeal. She even managed to get married for the 4th time. Michael DeNoia saw the story on the news and couldn't resist the woman's charm. In 2009, a federal judge overturned Cherie Miller's conviction stating that Jerry's suicide letter should not be used as evidence because Cassidy is no longer alive, and the defense cannot cross-examine him. The judge ordered a new trial and set a bail amount. In 2016, Sherry Miller, in a 4-page typewritten letter to a district judge, abruptly admitted her role in her husband's death. This came as a surprise because no one expected her to do so voluntarily. In 2012, the court reinterpreted the admissibility of the suicide letter, and Sherry was returned to jail to serve the remainder of her original sentence. Many saw the letter sent to the judge as just another attempt to gain sympathy or profit. Something happened inside me when I had to return to prison after 3 years of freedom. I had my daughter and granddaughter living with me. I begged my daughter not to join me. She refused to listen as I was led back to the prison. As I walked through the sliding doors, I noticed my daughter crying so hard. I recall hearing her scream, "No, Mommy, don't go." At that point, the full consequences of what I had done to Bruce, his friends, his family, Jerry, his friends and his family, hit me full force. They will not see them again. Bruce was an excellent man. Sherry Miller wrote about her husband. He never hurt me or my children. All he did was love us. He wanted to adopt my children. He simply wanted a family. The only man who loved me, and I had him killed. In 2022, Sherry gave a public interview to a popular TV station. She admitted that Bruce was not involved in the mob and never abused her. She admitted that she used makeup to fake bruises and faked ultrasound scans to manipulate Jerry. Sherry admitted that she didn't do it for the money. She said that she was afraid Bruce would find out who she really was and felt that it would be easier for him to be killed than to learn the truth about her. Because of this, she declined a plea bargain that would have resulted in 15 years instead of a life sentence. According to Sherry, it took a public story to help her reconcile with herself. It's still difficult for me to look in the mirror realizing what I did. I've been waiting to tell the truth and hopefully find peace with it. Sherry Miller is still incarcerated at the Huron Valley Women's Complex in Michigan. She is not eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The Case of Sheila LaBarre, a monster with angelic features. Childhood psychological and physical traumas can have far-reaching consequences in adulthood. Of course, they do not always result in someone becoming cruel and attempting to harm others. However, trauma can sometimes create a true monster. Adrian Rain, a criminal psychologist, believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can transform a person into a cold-blooded killer, which he discusses in depth in his book, Anatomy of Violence. Many serial criminals in history had truly hellish childhoods, and perhaps our heroine today, Sheila LaBarre, can be attributed to them. This woman had an angelic appearance, which she skillfully used to seduce her victims before brutally murdering them. Despite the fact that the court was only able to establish 2 of her crimes, criminologists are confident that there were many more. And now let us look at this difficult story from the beginning to see if Sheila LaBarre was born a monster or if she became one as a result of the cruelty she experienced as a child. Who is Sheila LaBarre? Sheila LaBarre was born on July 4, 1958, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of her parents' 3 children, raised alongside her brother and sister Lynn. Her childhood was spent on a picturesque but rather secluded farm surrounded by cornfields. Lynn's older sibling remembered Sheila as an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She enjoyed being the center of attention, had a pleasant voice, and had a cute appearance. So if her life had gone differently, she could have become a famous actress or singer. Instead of bright posters, her name appeared on the pages of criminal chronicles detailing the unimaginable cruelty of her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's head, who had suffered from alcoholism for years, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction was influenced by his entire family. He frequently went on binges, transforming into a true beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with whatever he could get his hands on, threw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself inside the house. "We are not allowing anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons frequently had to spend the night in a barn or outdoors in the field. When Manuel became drunk again and began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members, the mother did her best to protect the children. However, one of the flower pots thrown by her husband struck her youngest daughter Sheila in the head. Sheila sustained a severe concussion and a permanent scar on her temple, which he painstakingly covered with her hair. However, the insults and beatings were not the worst thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' home. According to Sheila and Lynn's memories, Manuel forced them to become intimate from a young age. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the matter was never discussed. Despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She wished to leave the farm as soon as possible and conquer the big city. The girl was very ambitious and determined. She aspired to be an actress or a pop singer since she was a child, and he had everything for this: charisma, a good appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood. First marriage. Sheila left her parents' home when she was just 18 years old. But adulthood was not as enjoyable. She was not permitted to enter university with an average score, and she lacked the funds to relocate to major cities. Then she got a job as a maid at one of the hotels where her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slim build and an attractive appearance. She had large blue eyes, a charming smile, and thick, long hair. She was surrounded by men's attention, which she eventually learned to use to manipulate her suitors. In the late 1970s, LeBar Bailey met a man named Jonathan Baxter, and they began a romantic relationship. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he did have a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not cause any problems, and the couple married soon after. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and ended when Jonathan discovered that the young wife abused his daughter while he was away at work. Sheila was irritated with the child and would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she began crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals or listen to explanations. He simply wants to file for divorce and leave his wife and his belongings outside his house. He did not want to see or hear from her again. Sheila dated several men after her divorce and mostly lived off of them. However, all of these relationships were fleeting, lasting only a few weeks or months, until she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings. In the early 1980s, their turbulent romance quickly led to marriage, and Sheila adopted a double surname, Bailey Jennings. It was a toxic relationship between two erratic and unstable people who frequently cheated, scandalized, and even fought. Nonetheless, their marriage lasted over 3 years. In 1984, after another family feud, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused. In fact, Ronnie abandoned the relationship. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her angry, and he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, consuming a large number of drugs in front of her husband while drinking heavily. And after this infernal cocktail, he sat behind the wheel of the car and drove down the road. Sheila quickly lost consciousness under the influence of pills and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at high speed. She miraculously survived, but with a massive head injury. She was in a deep coma for more than a week, and doctors gave no prognosis. When Sheila regained consciousness and began to recover, she was admitted to a psychiatric hospital for several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her, possibly taking advantage of her helplessness while she was heavily sedated. After all of this, Sheila returned home to her second husband, but she began to behave aggressively and threateningly toward him. During another scandal, she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors. Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly left the madwoman, rich lover. When her second marriage ended, the young woman began looking for love in print media dating columns, where she also placed her own ads. However, no man stayed with her for long because she preferred to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners in both intimate and everyday life. Soon, a photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred, who built the bar. The man had already been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and has since lived alone on his large country ranch. Bill was a reasonably wealthy man. He owned a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and raised horses on his ranch. At the same time, he was lonely and desired a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's what he discovered. Sheila was drawn to her new acquaintance's wealth and decided that it would be the perfect union for her. To completely confuse Bill, she began sending him frank letters via postal mail, supplemented with her nude photos. The trap worked, and Labar soon invited a lovely pen pal to his ranch. Their romance progressed rapidly. An elderly man is generous with expensive gifts for a young mistress who moved in with him in the summer of 1987. This greatly pleased the doctor, who now ventured out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and fit for him as a daughter. Nonetheless, he did not intend to marry Sheila. Sheila, however, did not wait for a marriage proposal and changed her name to Labar. Bill was surprised by the turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to meddle in her elderly lover's affairs, eventually taking control of his business, finances, and property disposition. Furthermore, Bill was getting older and could no longer meet a young woman's intimate needs. Then, according to Sheila, he allowed her to meet other men, whom she frequently brought to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers in the mid-1990s was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was originally hired as an au pair on the ranch. However, the young man, with Bill's consent, who was most likely pressured by Sheila, soon moved into the owner's home. Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship in 1995, and the spouse considered him to be her only man from that point forward. But he quickly realized he was mistaken because his wife continued to meet with various men. Wayne wasn't pleased with this, and one day he jumped on Sheila and her next lover, causing them physical harm. Sheila, who had grown accustomed to being dominated, had no idea how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time his arrival was announced. Eventually, she filed for divorce and requested a court order to prevent Elaine from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Sheila's turbulent personal life was unaffected by another divorce, and she continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, her relationship was increasingly ending in lawsuits from men who accused Sheila of not only cruelty, but also threatening their lives and health. As a result, she intentionally hit one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran over him, while another nearly broke his head and scratched his face, leaving him permanently scarred. With age, Sheila became increasingly dangerous to others. He demanded obedience from all men and became enraged when they disobeyed. Bill Barr died from heart failure in 2000 when he was 74, although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal case in the death of an elderly man. His family believed Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years, driving him into the light, despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never legally married. Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heir to all of his property. The relatives attempted a legal challenge, but were unsuccessful. They remained convinced that the mistress coerced Bill into writing the wills he desired at House of Temptation. As previously stated, after Bill's death, Sheila gained complete control over all of his property. She no longer had to consider anyone's opinions. She could do whatever she pleased with the estate she had inherited. She herself described her home as a place of seduction and pleasure, with no inhibitions. She met men on the street, in bars, and on the internet, drew them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch for as long as possible. She wasn't concerned about their age, skin color, or physical appearance. She promised them earthly pleasures, but then attempted to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila frequently tried to seduce couriers by meeting them naked and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't consider the fact that she was getting older and was no longer as attractive as he was. It got to the point where couriers refused to deliver to her address. Neighbors noticed that different men visited the Ranch Labar on a regular basis, but some left the same day. Others were delayed, but only for a short period. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed, as Michael Delage had also disappeared. Sheila soon decided to look for lovers among men who were in desperate need of housing money, particularly those suffering from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable, making it an easy target for the cunning woman who posed as a widowed millionaire and boasted about the untold wealth she had inherited. In 2004, Labara met Michael Delage, a homeless man, on one of the city's streets. He had a difficult life and had lost everything due to his addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives attempted to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he fled and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and invited him to her home, offering him shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the man became completely reliant on his former mistress. He gave in to all of her demands, afraid of being on the street again. But Sheila quickly acquired the taste, and her desires became increasingly sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He attempted to flee multiple times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters. However, he never went to the police because he was afraid they would not believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila tracked him down each time and returned him to the ranch. In desperation, he attempted to contact his family members and inform them that he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately reacted to the disturbing news, but it was too late. Michael DeLage vanished in October 2005, leaving no trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she confirmed that she and Michael had split up. He had abandoned her, and his current location was unknown to her. Michael did not return to any of the places he had previously visited. Nobody who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to reach him. Contacting the police proved fruitless, and Labarra remained behind on suspicion, relying on Kenneth County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile needed to be maintained, so she was forced to find work. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation that suited her, becoming an operator of intimate phone services. Men were drawn in by her enchanting voice and offered to meet her in person. Among these men was Kenneth County, who was only 24 years old at the time they met. The young man had an attractive appearance and was friendly and open. However, he had a low IQ, which made him extremely gullible. This was precisely the type of guy Labarra was looking for. Kenny was extremely close to his mother, on whom he completely relied. But Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, was able to break this connection and literally lower Kenny to herself. She gave him an unforgettable night of love and promised that it would be like this all the time. The young man decided he had met the woman of his dreams, informed his relatives, and moved into Sheila's house. But Sheila soon revealed her true face to the guy, having set up a real torture room for him, and each time intimacy turned into a brutal beating, or worse. Kenny's skin was covered in bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks. However, he was unable to leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila forbade him from seeing or communicating with his loved ones, leaving his family to speculate about what was going on with Kenny. The first alarm was sounded by neighbors, who noticed the man and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a photo of the young man with her cell phone camera, which was later attached to the case file in court. Kenny's condition appears to be deplorable in the photograph. He was extremely thin, with large bruises under his eye and cheek, and his nose was most likely broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all of these injuries were inflicted at different times, implying that the man had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were equally alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, which later turned out to be his own cremation. The store employees were perplexed and even terrified by the man's appearance, so they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time, Sheila got away with it, and they were unable to charge her with anything. Kenny soon stopped contacting his family completely, and when his worried mother arrived at Lavazza's house, the owner became aggressive and advised her to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts failed, prompting Kenneth County's family to file a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he was being held forcibly at the country ranch, which included a home crematorium and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her, and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began paying frequent visits. Sheila provided an audio recording as evidence, in which she asked her lover if his own mother had attacked him, to which he quietly responded in the affirmative. It all seemed more than strange. The very next day, an officer visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had previously been on the police's radar, and her name had been linked to yet another mysterious boyfriend disappearance. However, Sheila had never been questioned, and her home and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they discovered that Labarra was not at home, but there were several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires appeared strange, and were made of improvised materials such as a mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and so on. All were doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires contained bones that clearly resembled human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts and reported on their findings. But that was only the tip of the iceberg in terms of what they discovered next. Poorly washed blood traces were found almost everywhere in the house. It was so much that it looked like there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood was from at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to Kenny, who had gone missing, and there were 2 empty fuel cans nearby, the same ones the boy had purchased at the local store the previous day. But that was not all. Also discovered on the property were the remains of Michael DeLodge, who had vanished a few years earlier, and some fingers of a third man who was never identified, among other things. A large number of items belonging to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have yet to be determined. The hostess was not at home at the time of the police visit. She realized what had happened and fled. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she clearly hoped to get lost. Furthermore, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he kindly invited her to live in his home. However, the following day, after seeing on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover called the police and reported that Sheila was now in his bed. She was arrested there. During the search for Sheila's home, another terrifying discovery was made: a box of videotapes on which Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. However, based on the guy's appearance and condition, it appears that these confessions were made under torture. Since Lavas's arrest, her mental health has sparked numerous concerns. Sheila was diagnosed with a delusional disorder and symptoms of schizophrenia after the court ordered the necessary evaluations. She described herself as an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. Sheila's failing mental health became the foundation upon which your attorney attempted to build a defense. He referred to his client as a gravely ill person and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of her actions. The cause of this was the mental and physical trauma she had experienced as a child. The defendant claimed that many years ago, when she was involved in a terrible accident that left her in a coma, on the verge of dying, she met with God, and the latter instructed her to rid the world of men who exploit children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of her lovers testified in court, calling her crazy, unstable, and extremely violent. And Wayne Ennis, the third husband, claimed that his ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. LeBar in order to seize his property. However, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was established that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. In July 2008, she was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of release. All of her appeals were denied. Sheila is currently serving her sentence in Florida at the Homestead Correctional Facility. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young mother who never thought she would be killed by her husband. A form of social and psychological influence known as manipulation occurs when someone tries to alter another person's thoughts and actions in order to further their own agenda. Similar techniques are usually used by manipulators, who may utilize physical or moral assault, blackmail, or deceit. Their tactics are frequently so complex and crafty that the victim is unaware that they are serving the manipulator's agenda. This usually occurs when the victim solely trusts the manipulator because they are in love with them. Maria Fernanda Quesada's case was categorized as femicide, which is defined as a male doing a willful crime against a woman. The most terrible thing about this crime was that it was completely foreseeable, and the girl's family thought the tragedy would happen eventually. Despite her fear of her violent husband, Maria caved in to his manipulation because she loved him and wanted to keep the family together for the benefit of their kids. She did not perceive danger when her lover asked her to a fatal encounter, since she had total faith in him. Childhood, family, and early years of Maria Fernanda Quesada. On June 18, 1994, a girl named Maria Fernanda Quesada was born in the northern Costa Rican town of La Garita, which is part of the Guanacaste province. For the Quesada couple, her birth was a great miracle because she was the only kid in the family. For many years, Maria's mother had been treated for infertility, and physicians had given up on her ever being pregnant. Nevertheless, she was able to conceive and give birth to a healthy kid, in spite of all the predictions. In an effort to shield her from all problems and give her everything she required, her parents lavished her with love and attention. Though her mother's health prohibited her from having further children, Maria remained an only child despite her early dreams of having a big family with brothers and sisters. The girl then made the decision that she would eventually have at least 3 children and start a big, contented household of her own. The Quesadas put in a lot of labor and were regarded as wealthy by the norms of their home province. They encouraged the growth of their only daughter's skills and abilities in every manner and sought to provide her with the greatest education possible. Maria got the chance to go to art school and study music at the family's large, comfortable home. All of Maria's family members were kind and trustworthy, but she was particularly close to her maternal aunt. Since Maria was only 6 years older than her mother's younger sister, they were close friends from an early age, sharing secrets and becoming practically inseparable. Quesada had a creative personality, was a gifted student, and loved painting and sculpture. She was described by those around her as a nice, intelligent, sympathetic, compassionate person who was always willing to help. She was quite gorgeous, always had lots of friends, and connected with people easily. At the age of 18, Maria, a single mother, began dating a boy she had known in school. Their bond grew rapidly. When Maria told the young man she was pregnant, everything fell apart. Even though he had looked dependable and affectionate, at her age the young man was utterly unprepared for the demands of family life and child-rearing. He urged that she end the pregnancy right away, and when she refused, he announced the end of their relationship. Despite her grief, Maria remained hopeful that the father would reconsider and return when the baby was born. But at that time, her ex-boyfriend had moved on to someone else and had no intention of interacting with the son he had fathered. Maria's parents and aunt provided her and her son with the majority of their assistance and financial support. The young mother understood that she would have to support her son independently, as she couldn't rely on her family indefinitely. She started searching for methods to make a living since she wanted to enjoy her job. She soon found internet tutorials on how to make soap and wax candles for decoration. Maria, who is artistic, was intrigued to this exercise and thought it had a lot of promise. Maria pushed herself into producing soap and candles by hand and selling them online. She took customized orders for personalized soap and candles based on each customer's tastes and set up social media groups to promote her products. Her business took off right away. Her orders increased quickly along with her social media following. She aspired to become a master craftsman and kept honing her technique in the hopes of earning enough cash to start her own store. Maria also began earning a respectable living by providing online classes on how to make soap. She kept living with her parents and kid, accumulating money for a house of her own and dreaming of a scary suitor and an education. Despite her hard work, Maria never gave up on her dream of finding a deserving guy who would adore her growing baby as if he were his own, and with whom she could have a happy, stable family. This dream was shared by her loved ones, but they were terrified for her future when she brought her new partner into the house. Quesada traveled to the city in the fall of 2017 to purchase materials for producing candles and soap. A charming young man called Esteban Rovira Vargas came up to her while she was shopping. He complimented her and said he couldn't help but come over and introduce himself since he was so taken by her beauty. Maria consented to go for a stroll with Esteban and have coffee with him because he came off as courteous and sincere, soon gaining her trust. Their surprising affair began when Maria handed him her phone number after a quick talk. Even though Maria was 12 years older than Esteban, she didn't think that would stop them from having a happy future. Although it was unclear to many around her what had captured her heart, she fell in love with him the moment they met. Maria was completely different from Vargas. Despite his harshness, rudeness, frequent use of profanity, and several negative habits, he never discussed his history. Although he had significant savings that many believed were acquired through unethical means, he did not officially hold a job. In the glove box of his vintage pickup truck, Esteban stored his handgun. He seldom gave up the pistol, but he never gave an explanation. Maria had a suspicion that her partner might have ties to the criminal underworld, but she was too scared to confront him about it. Nor was she aware of his previous relationships. Maria made the decision to present Esteban to her family approximately 4 months into their relationship. It turned out that she had every reason to be extremely anxious about her parents' response. Esteban was impolite, confrontational, and used profanity. Any inquiries or comments sparked rage and unexpected outbursts. Because he publicly scared Maria's parents, they started pressuring their daughter to end the connection as soon as he left their house, out of concern for her safety. But Maria wasn't merely in love. She refused to hear any arguments, since she was so overcome by her emotions. Her lover would eventually calm down, settle down, and become a good husband to her and a caring father to her son, as well as to the children they would have together, a family like his. Because she naively thought that her love, care, and support would help him manage his outbursts. After getting to know Quesada's parents for a few weeks, Esteban made the decision to present his family to Maria. His invitation to his mother's place for a family dinner became a nightmare for Maria. Like Esteban, the Vargas family members were irritable, violent, and conceited. They spoke loudly, shouted profanity, and any disagreement might quickly turn into a brawl. They were contemptuous of their son's new romantic interest, calling her names and even drawing comparisons to his former partners. That didn't sit well with them. They didn't try to hide their love, and Maria already had a child from a past relationship. Maria did her best to contain her cries of humiliation and pain. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that Esteban's relatives enjoyed drinking strong liquor, which made them even more hostile and erratic. Maria openly expressed to her parents that she thought they were nefarious and nasty. Her mother and father made another attempt to persuade their daughter to distance herself from Esteban and his family. Maria, however, persisted in her belief that things will work themselves out in due time, particularly since Esteban made an effort to act appropriately while her presence in a miserable marriage. Maria announced her pregnancy to her partner in December 2018. Although he wasn't particularly excited about the news, Esteban concurred that it was time for them to formally announce their love. The bride was 4 months pregnant when the couple tied the knot on April 6, 2019. Their wedding was stunning, featuring a seashore ceremony and a white dress. After the wedding, the couple moved into a modest home that belonged to Esteban, but he started acting strangely from the first few days of their marriage. He hurled tantrums over nothing, used his fists without hesitation, and no longer suppressed his angry outbursts. Maria's 5-year-old son witnessed the frequent humiliations, beatings, and insults that became the norm in their family. Maria not only put up with all of this for several months, but she also kept it a secret from everyone. To keep her family from seeing the bruises on her face and body, she avoided going to see them. To avoid drawing attention from her neighbors, she wore long sleeves despite the heat and applied makeup meticulously to hide the bruises around her eyes. But she became more and more terrified for the life of her unborn child and concerned about the impact this would have on her older son. Maria thought Esteban would soften and benefit from fatherhood after the kid was born. Esteban deftly placed the burden on her, reminding her that he had embraced her with a child that no one else desired, while she suffered daily abuse, accusations, and humiliation. Knowing that the woman in love wouldn't leave, he skillfully played on her emotions, knowing how to intimidate her and get her to cooperate. Esteban's main tool of control was Quesada's fear of being left alone once more, this time with 2 kids. But just before the baby was born, Maria hurriedly packed her belongings, grabbed her boy, and ran away to her parents. Following yet another severe beating, they urged her to go to the police since they were horrified by her appearance. There wasn't a single unmarked location on her body, but she steadfastly refused, taking care of her father instead. Maria resided in her parents' house in the last weeks before giving birth, since she was not in a rush to file for divorce and still hoped that the birth of her kid would make things better. She refused to heed to her family's less hopeful advice to dissolve the marriage as soon as feasible. When Maria gave birth to a son on August 11, 2019, she called her husband right away to let him know. Within 15 minutes, Esteban, appearing both happy and confused, hurried to the hospital. He knelt down and begged his wife to forgive him, to come back to him, and to promise that everything would be different. After being released, Maria went home with the kids since she now trusted him. It goes without saying that Quesada's parents were taken aback by their daughter's choice. Maria would not listen, even though they knew this was their son-in-law's ruse and manipulation. After a heated dispute, Maria declared that she would pick Esteban if she had to choose. Her parents didn't want to lose the opportunity to see their grandchildren, or damage their relationship with their only daughter. For the first few months, they had to respect her choice. The new father did spend almost all of his time with his wife and infant boy. He took care of them and even helped out around the house. But he was coolly detached in his treatment of his stepson. Although he made an effort to hide it, it was clear that the stepfather felt uneasy around the boy, even if he did not abuse him. In addition, Esteban formally obtained employment, and it appeared that he was making every effort to ensure his family's welfare. Maria was ecstatic since everything was now coming to pass just as she had imagined. But her joy was brief. However, this little reprieve even caused Maria's family members to reconsider their perception of Esteban and conclude that he had in fact improved. The ideal family lived under one roof with a monster for exactly 1 year, but soon after their son's first birthday, Esteban appeared to lose it. All the cruelty, hate, and anger he had been holding inside erupted, transforming their house into a veritable torture chamber. He nearly robbed his wife of her eye, fractured several of her ribs, and beat her viciously. Maria ran to her parents in fear, and they pleaded with her to call the police again, but she refused. Esteban arrived a few days later, apologized, and requested her to go back to her house. To everyone's surprise, Maria said she still had faith in her husband and hoped they could resume their happy life together. In order to avoid calling the police, Maria kept blaming everything on absurd home mishaps, even though she kept getting seriously hurt and landed up in the hospital over the course of the following few months. The couple's home was frequently the source of screaming and shouts, which the neighbors heard and even saw. A man assaulting his spouse. But Maria continually pleaded with them not to call the police. Because they didn't know what to anticipate from Esteban and thought he might attack at any time, the locals were terrified of him. Not until the situation reached a breaking point in November 2021 did Maria call the police out of fear for her life and her son's safety. She and her kids returned to her parents' house because she could no longer share a household with a despot, a manipulator, and an outright sadist. She also succeeded in getting Esteban to sign a restraining order that forbade him from approaching her and the boys. Doctors noted multiple bruises, contusions, and abrasions of various healing stages on her body, which showed systematic and severe beatings, and Quesada documented the injuries. Vargas frequently abused his wife and threatened to hurt her, according to her family and neighbors. The court thus prohibited him from approaching his wife and making contact with their child without her permission. Esteban, meanwhile, continued to visit Quesada's home despite the restraining order. Every time he waited for Maria to go outside and insist on speaking, she would quickly return inside to avoid him. She eventually only left the house with family members because she was afraid of her husband attacking her, being brutally attacked, and having her children taken away. Almost immediately after Maria filed for divorce, the couple had to deal with the difficult task of allocating their assets and determining who would get custody of their kid. She filed a domestic abuse case, which was backed up by witness accounts from family members and neighbors, as well as medical papers detailing her injuries. By doing this, she wanted to be granted sole custody of the child. Esteban obviously had his own agenda, and on March 3, 2022, he visited his still lawfully married wife's parents' home in defiance of the court order. He asked to talk to Maria, appeared totally composed, and acted courteously. He persisted despite her parents' attempts to reject him. Maria herself showed up at the door a few minutes later and consented to speak with him in private. Although it's unclear exactly what Esteban said to her, he was quite persuasive, and Maria consented to accompany him to their shared house in order to resolve some matters. Furthermore, Esteban persuaded her that he missed the child and desired to spend time with him, so she brought their son along. Maria reassured her parents that nothing negative would happen, despite their strong opposition to their daughter and grandson traveling anyplace with this dangerous man. The last time her parents saw their only daughter alive, she took the child and climbed into Esteban's car. In the car, the couple began to argue. By the time they arrived at their home, the neighbors could hear and see Esteban shouting and screaming profanity at Maria. When the couple and their little boy entered the house, the situation worsened. The shouting continued, and soon there were loud noises that sounded like dishes and furniture being shattered. Then Maria's frantic appeal for assistance was heard, followed by the sound of a sobbing kid. A man across the street hurried over to assist after neighbors alerted emergency services. The front door swung open as he got closer, and Esteban, covered in blood, emerged on the threshold. He had a blood-stained knife in one hand and the sobbing toddler in the other. His face was contorted in anger and his eyes were wild. Vargas got into the car and drove off, while the neighbor retreated, terrified for the boy's life. Upon arrival, the cops discovered a young woman's disfigured body with no indications of life. Maria was lying in the kitchen, many stab wounds visible, in a pool of her own blood. There were bloodstains all over the walls, furniture, and even the ceiling, which demonstrated how viciously the victim had been attacked. The dead had 11 stab wounds on her body, according to forensic experts, the majority of which were located on her wrists and upper chest, which she had used to cover her face. Esteban appeared to have ambushed her from behind, taking her by surprise. The 3 injuries to the shoulder and neck region made this clear. Maria probably attempted to flee from behind, but her husband caught up with her and proceeded to stab her in the hands, head, and chest. The last stab wounds were detected close to the heart, and her body was discovered on its back. Look, find the kidnapped child and the perpetrator. Who had dealt with the poor widow was obvious, but where was the culprit, and where had he taken the child? Esteban's automobile was discovered on the side of an empty road a few hours later. There were bloodstains inside, and the criminal weapon, which had the man's fingerprints on it, was lying on the floor. The car was proclaimed sought, and the criminal decided to get rid of it, for obvious reasons. He could have stolen another automobile, boarded a bus, or hitched a ride. But since the man was wearing bloodied clothing, which would have surely raised suspicions or questions, the possibilities of using public transportation and hitchhiking were promptly discarded. It is likely that he stole a car to get away. The police had good grounds to suspect that the criminal would try to enter Nicaragua with the youngster, so they initiated an emergency manhunt. All border checkpoints received notifications containing pictures of Esteban and his small son within hours, and the fugitive was captured by dark. The criminal's jeans and sneakers still had bloodstains from the victim, but he had even managed to locate a clean shirt. He attempted to flee the nation in a stolen car with his small kid inside, as was to be expected, but he was apprehended at passport check. Without resistance, the man requested a lawyer right away. In the investigation of the stolen car crime, a gun that belonged to Esteban and had his fingerprints on it was also discovered. Femicide, a crime against a woman because of her gender, was the original classification for the crime. Femicide is a particularly serious crime in Latin American countries and is typically punished with life in prison. The bloodied knife bearing his fingerprints, the bloodstains on his clothing, and the neighbor's statements verifying that only he, Maria, and the infant were there in the house were all signs that pointed to Esteban. The investigation also found that the individual had been charged with assault and bodily harm on several occasions in the past. However, a 2.5-year-old boy was the only person who saw the incident happen. Thus, a certain approach was used by the criminal and his attorneys. According to Esteban, he was merely protecting himself from a furious woman who was frantically reaching for the knife after Maria had attacked him. The man claimed that he only recognized what had happened when his wife became silent, and that he couldn't even recall how he caused the wounds. The Vargas family attempted to damage the deceased's reputation at the same time by accusing her of being unfaithful, a horrible wife, a troublemaker, and a bad mother. According to the defendant's family, the tragedy occurred when Maria incited Esteban to attack him. They made every effort to present the offender as a victim of the situation. During the investigation, the lawyer said that the avaricious Quesada family planned to seize all of his belongings and deny him the opportunity to see his kid. The victim's body, which had been buried a week after the crime, had to be exhumed. Once again, independent experts confirmed that the first 3 blows were delivered to Maria from behind, denying Esteban and his defense's assertion that she had assaulted him first. Trial and sentencing. Since the criminal's trial didn't start until March 2023, the defendant and his attorneys had ample opportunity to prepare a strong defense. However, the Quesada family was backed by a number of activist groups that fought for women's rights, as well as by large crowds of people who demanded that the criminal receive fair punishment. The 9-year-old eldest son of the deceased was able to testify in court and describe the stepfather's brutal abuse of his mother. At the time of the crime, the younger child who observed it was just 2.5 years old. After consulting with him, psychologists concluded that the boy's cries of "Daddy, don't" were caused by a deep-seated phobia of kitchen knives whenever he came upon one. The child said that everything became red after his father had harmed his mother. To prevent additional trauma, the youngster was not brought into the courtroom even though these materials were turned in. Numerous witnesses, including neighbors, family members, and acquaintances, testified against Esteban, recalling instances in which he had been violent with his wife. Dozens of witnesses also frequently observed bruises and contusions on the young woman's body, and the police had recorded evidence of beatings just prior to the divorce proceedings commencing. Esteban Rovira Vargas was convicted of the premeditated crime against his wife on May 15, 2023, and given a 36-year sentence in a maximum security jail. The deceased woman's relatives were given custody of her 2 children. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi-joy's connection had changed, from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos's disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwong simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwong into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwong no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwong was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwong might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwong and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwong must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwang had moved Maribel's body more than once, because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle. But there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwang to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwang had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwang had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwang entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Mojeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Menajay Starin, 34, a mother of 3, was reported missing by her father on May 1, 2023. Sometime in April 2023, she disappeared from her St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota residence. The St. Paul Police Department's officers immediately began looking for her. They discovered disturbing information that led them to one individual, her boyfriend, 40-year-old Joseph Stephen Jorgensen. As they investigated Jorgensen's participation further, what sinister and terrifying secrets would come to light? Would we eventually learn the truth behind Manager's disappearance? We are examining Joseph Jorgensen's unsettling case today, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. More than 300,000 people live in St. Paul, a thriving city in Ramsey County, Minnesota, that is teeming with both historical and contemporary charm. It promotes a feeling of community and welcomes variety. The Cathedral of St. Paul, the James J. Hill House, and the Summit Avenue area are just a few of the historic landmarks and neighborhoods of St. Paul, one of Minnesota's oldest cities. Statistics show that you have a 1 in 124 risk of becoming a victim of violent crime and a 1 in 24 probability of becoming a victim of property crime in St. Paul. Nevertheless, despite advancements, a horrible and unimaginable crime in 2023 rocked the city to its foundation. On May 23, 1989, Menajay Starin was born. Not much is known about her early years. It is uncertain if she had any further siblings, however records show that she had a brother named Nora Starin. Menajay was 34 years old and a single mother of 3 kids by 2023. She lived in a little apartment in St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota, at 1428 7th Street. Whether she had ever been married is still unknown. Reports from people who knew Menajay at the time portrayed him as a likable person. People who knew her talked about how she was kind, patient, and positive with everyone she met, no matter what their background. Nevertheless, despite these admirable traits, Menajay battled personal issues. She struggled with mental health problems and drug addiction. Her family was aware of these difficulties, which contributed to her children not living with her, since she was having difficulty overcoming her own challenges. Manijay was undoubtedly unable to give her kids a secure upbringing because of the circumstances surrounding her addiction and mental health issues. For Manijay, life went on in spite of the difficulties. Then an unforeseen event occurred. Manijay's father called the St. Paul police in panic on May 1, 2023. He disclosed concerning information regarding Manijay's battles with drug addiction and mental health concerns throughout the call. He said that she had intended to check herself into a drug rehab facility but never did. His last communication with Manijay took place on April 18, 2023. She had looked scared and suspicious. It worried her father that she was afraid of a boyfriend. As soon as the call was over, the police got to work. They went to Manijay's place to find her. Regretfully, she could not be located. The investigators were looking for answers when they came across and spoke with a man who was only recognized as the father of one of Manijay's children. The man broke with her typical pattern by admitting that he had not heard from Manijay either. Because they shared responsibility for their son, she would typically check in on him on a frequent basis. He expressed his worry, pointing out that it was quite uncommon for Manijay to neglect to check on their child's welfare for over 8 hours. The man also revealed that Manijay had previously contacted him using a variety of different phone numbers. However, April 21, 2023 was the last time they spoke. During their discussions, the detectives also located Manijay's neighbor. An unsettling observation was relayed by the neighbor. The neighbor claims that she once saw Manijay with red marks on her neck and a black eye. It's unclear exactly when this occurred, but the neighbor questioned Manijay after becoming frightened by the upsetting scene. "Have you been assaulted?" she asked Manijay. Manijay had verified the neighbor's assumptions, much to her dismay. Manijay begged against calling the police, even though the neighbor's first reaction was to do so, believing that doing so would only make matters worse. The inquiry became more complicated as a result of this discovery, and the cops were left to deal with the unsettling truth that had pervaded Manijay's life. The detectives continued their inquiry by talking to the residential complex manager of Maniji. He gave them some insightful information. They discovered that, although not mentioned in the lease, Maniji had a lover named Joe who frequently visited her residence. The manager then gave a phone number linked to Joe to the detectives. After obtaining the phone number, the investigators carried out their investigations and verified that it belonged to Joseph Steve Jorgensen, a 40-year-old man. They showed the manager Jorgensen's photo to get confirmation, and the manager recognized him as the person he knew to be Maniji's lover. The investigation underwent a sea change after this discovery, which paved the way for a disturbing and strange chain of events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was now an apartment security camera that was located close to Manijay's home. The apartment manager notified investigators on May 24, 2023, that the security footage had been discovered to document a concerning event that occurred on April 21, 2023. The video showed Manijay running out of her residence in obvious distress, with her lover Jorgensen chasing after her. He swung her around violently and led her back into the flat. There was no accompanying evidence of Manijay leaving her apartment, but the video claimed that this was the last time she was seen entering it between 5:55 and 6 p.m. on that fatal day. Subsequent analysis of the security footage showed that between April 21, 2023 and April 28, 2023, Jorgensen entered and exited the residence several times. Remarkably, it was found that Jorgensen entered the residence 28 times in all throughout this time. Furthermore, the apartment management attested to the fact that Manai had only had one set of residence keys. According to the CCTV footage, Jorgensen used a key each time he entered the residence. The investigators were left with a number of troubling questions as all of these findings were revealed. Jorgensen frequently visited Manijay's flat. What transpired during these encounters, and most importantly, where was Manijay? Additional examination of the security tape also showed that at 4:55 p.m., Jorgensen was seen on CCTV leaving the flat on April 28, 2023, with a suitcase and 2 duffel bags. Sitting on the driver's side, he carried the suitcases into a pickup truck with the Minnesota license plate NLV 6177. Jorgensen sped off in his car. Investigators quickly learned that the pickup truck belonged to a man who lived in the Maplewood apartment complex at 89th Century Avenue. Following these events, investigators looked for a family friend who had important knowledge about Managie's relationships and behavior. According to the family acquaintance, Managie had never gone more than 24 hours without getting in touch with her loved ones, even if she struggled with drugs and crises. Her abrupt absence had been all the more worrisome because of this regular pattern. The family acquaintance also revealed that he had a phone discussion with Jorgensen after Managie vanished. At the time, Jorgensen had informed him that Managie had gone to the store but had never come back. The family acquaintance claims that Jorgensen also voiced worries that Managie might have been harmed by a man named Cassell. This Cassell had been characterized by Jorgensen as a suspicious person. After that conversation, the family friend disclosed that he had lost communication with Jorgensen. Equipped with this fresh knowledge, the detectives realized how serious the situation was. They were unable to overlook the fact that Jorgensen had not attempted to notify the authorities that Managie was gone. In addition, the evidence showed that after Managie vanished, no one had entered her flat but Jorgensen. Their suspicions were heightened by this information, and they focused all of their attention on Jorgensen as a potential target. The police, assisted by a property manager, made the decision to perform a comprehensive search of Managie's residence due to the developing concerns and evidence, and COP came in. Their focus was quickly captured by the disturbing findings as soon as they entered. The screen for one of the bedroom windows was lying discarded on the floor, as the police and property manager observed. A closer look around the living area also showed a television with several cracks in the screen. Prior to this discovery, the property manager attested that the screen was undamaged. The officers discovered a smashed glass panel on the microwave when they searched further. There were indications that it had been cleaned. They noticed that the bedsheet in Managie's bedroom had been partially taken off, exposing a foam cushion on top of the mattress. The disturbing scene was heightened when they discovered a massive hole in the foam pad that had been purposefully cut and removed. At the foot of the bed were red smears. These discoveries heightened the already mounting anxiety about Managie's abduction and led the detectives deeper into a maze of disturbing hints and terrifying possibilities. The officers acquired a warrant to conduct a comprehensive search and process Managie's flat in order to gather crucial forensic evidence after completing the required legal procedures. On May 25, 2023, the warrant was executed. A disturbing reality was revealed after crime scene technicians carefully inspected the premises. Large volumes of blood were found in the living room, particularly on the floor, the couch, and the kitchen. Someone had tried desperately to get rid of the blood's traces, as seen by the obvious signs of an attempted cleanup. It was becoming more and more clear that someone had been killed or gravely hurt inside the flat. The sad reality was verified by further investigation of the preliminary findings. Managie herself was the owner of the blood samples that were taken at the site. The authorities discovered crucial evidence about Managie's finances as they continued their inquiry. She was found to have gotten aid via an electronic benefits transfer, EBT card, issued by the state of Minnesota. With this card, people who get government assistance, like food stamps, can buy directly from merchants. A warrant to view Managie's EBT account information was quickly acquired in recognition of the importance of this discovery. Following her final confirmed sighting on April 21, 2023, a number of transactions were discovered throughout the investigation. One such instance occurred on May 9, 2023, when Jorgensen made an ATM withdrawal at the Speedway, which is situated at 11th Century Avenue North in Maplewood, using Managie's EBT card. He went to the Dollar Tree store at 7150 Valley Creek Plaza in Woodbury that same day and used Managie's EBT card. He made a really odd buy there: a cleaning bucket, 2 boxes of saran wrap, paper towels, trash bags, liquid cleaner, latex gloves, and disinfectant wipes were among the items on his shopping list. The investigators were intrigued by this odd collection of materials. Jorgensen used Managie's EBT card once more on May 11, 2023, at the Cub Food Store located at 1177 Clarence Street in St. Paul, Ramsey County. Additionally, he used the card at another Dollar Tree location in Oakdale, located at 7085 10th Street North. This time, he bought more cleaning supplies, disinfecting wipes, extra boxes of saran wrap, and paper towels. The frequent acquisition of such goods merely contributed to the enigma surrounding Jorgensen's actions and motivations. Authorities discovered information linking another person, just known as ZD, adding still another level of investigation. This, ZD, made use of Manej's EBT card as well, in order to access data pertaining to Jorgensen's Google and Gmail accounts. Detectives then went ahead and obtained a search warrant. The investigators' worries were heightened when they discovered a string of significant Google searches Jorgensen had conducted after analyzing the data they had collected. Jorgensen had looked up the term jugular on April 21, 2023, what do police do with a missing persons report on May 1, 2023, and how to clear cookies from an Android phone on May 3, 2023. On May 27, 2023, he searched for how to remove GPS from a Lime scooter. On June 4, 2023, he searched for lime for soil. At this point, it's important to note that lime, the material Jorgensen had asked about, can be used to hasten a body's decomposition process and the smells that go along with it. This fact, which the police were well aware of, made them even more concerned about Jorgensen's possible role in Manej's disappearance. The police took decisive action in light of the strong evidence against Jorgensen. On June 26, 2023, the apartment investigators targeted Jorgensen's apartment and secured a warrant to search it. In anticipation of a potentially explosive situation, a SWAT unit stepped in to execute the warrants. Jorgensen reacted to the police confrontation at his apartment by locking himself in his bedroom. The situation became much more dangerous and urgent when Jorgensen, to the horror of everyone around him, lit a fire. The SWAT unit moved with extreme caution. In the ensuing battle, Jorgensen resisted the officers with great vigor and even tried to take a SWAT officer's gun. The officer eventually managed to capture Jorgensen. He was immediately sent to the local hospital for assessment as a precaution. This was done in order to protect his health and deal with any possible mental health issues that might have influenced his behavior. 2 other people were in the residence with Jorgensen when he was taken into custody. One of them, a girl who wished to remain anonymous, had visible signs of injury. She had a red neck, several bruises and scratches. Jorgensen threatened to harm her, saying things like, "The neighbors won't hear you scream." Later, the woman would tell the authorities that Jorgensen had strangled her. Jorgensen's roommate was the second person in the residence. The roommate had sought shelter in his own bedroom during the police-Jorgensen confrontation. Without any opposition, the roommate was likewise hauled into custody. The roommate later gave a statement in an interview at the St. Paul Police Department. He revealed that his sense of smell had been lost as a result of a catastrophic brain injury. He also disclosed a long-standing relationship with Jorgensen. Interestingly, the roommate explained, he didn't spend much time with Jorgensen or the women Jorgensen brought to the flat because he worked Monday through Friday. Officers spoke with Jorgensen's friend, ZD, after these incidents. The other man who had been seen using Manej's EBT card was this one. It's still unknown when the interview with ZD will take place. ZD made it clear during the conversation that he did not have a close relationship with Manej, revealing that he had only met her once or twice. ZD claims that Jorgensen told him that Manej had been admitted to a mental health hospital when he asked about her. ZD further revealed that he assumed Jorgensen had authorization to use Manej's EBT card because Jorgensen gave him both the card and its associated PIN. Officers also spoke with the apartment management in charge of Jorgensen's home. The manager revealed that there had been several complaints about a foul smell emanating from Jorgensen's apartment around May 15 or 16, 2023. The entire building was filled with the stench. The manager said it looked like the smell of a dead animal. The management provided further context by disclosing that on May 18, 2023, he and a maintenance worker tried to enter the flat to conduct an inspection. But in response, Jorgensen became hostile, both verbally and physically, barring them from a certain bedroom that seemed to be the source of the smell. Unfazed, the manager told Jorgensen and his roommate that they had a week to clean the apartment, and they did just that. The manager then revealed that he and the maintenance worker had seen Jorgensen pull and carry big black duffel bags out of the apartment not long after. Astonished by the scene, they had discussed the likelihood that Jorgensen was carrying a corpse. The St. Paul Police Department's Forensic Services Unit meticulously examined Jorgensen's flat in light of these discoveries. According to their report, a sizable pool of blood was found in the front closet, which was also the spot where the unpleasant smell had been detected. In addition to the blood that had soaked through the carpet and carpet pad, the scene was made even more unsettling by the presence of additional biological material and recent maggot activity. In the closet where Jorgensen had tried to ignite the fire, blood was also discovered. Officers also found 2 padlock keys in Jorgensen's residence after his detention as part of the investigation. After looking through Jorgensen's phone logs, it was found that on May 18, 2023, his phone had pinged near a storage facility located at 8881 Weir Drive in Woodbury. On May 5, 2023, someone started renting a storage space at the facility under the name of Jorgensen's roommate. Interestingly, the unit's access code was used to enter the building just as Jorgensen's phone rang in the same vicinity. On June 28, 2023, detectives quickly secured a warrant to search the storage facility after realizing the importance of this material. Investigators visited the assigned storage container 2 days after Jorgensen was taken into custody. They were welcomed by a strong and awful smell that was typical of decaying flesh as they got closer to the area. One of the padlocks seemed to suit one of the keys that were taken from Jorgensen's flat, but in order to get in, the investigators finally had to cut both padlocks. They found a number of things inside, including a small carry-on luggage, a blue duffel bag, and a huge cooler that was carefully wrapped in plastic. It is noteworthy that one of these bags was the same one Jorgensen was seen taking out of Managey's flat in the video. Furthermore, a green tote with cleaning materials similar to those Jorgensen had previously bought was discovered on top of the cooler. 2 coolers and a duffel bag were cautiously taken out of the unit while being supervised by the Forensic Services Unit. From these receptacles came a clear and overwhelming smell of rotting meat. The contents were kept out of reach until they were taken to the medical examiner's office for additional analysis because they were enclosed in several layers of plastic. A human body was discovered inside the bag and coolers after being examined using an X-ray machine. The limbs and legs were in the larger bag, and the torso was in the larger cooler. However, there was a head in the smaller cooler. The found remains were then autopsied by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office. The torso, the first set of remains, was carefully taken out of the huge cooler, which was heavily wrapped in several bags and layers of saran wrap. It had been carefully hidden and preserved. The head, which was also covered in many layers of saran wrap and bags, was the next group of remains to be removed. The remaining pieces of the legs and feet, 2 arms and 2 thighs, made up the final set of remains, which were then taken out of the duffel bag. Additionally, a significant amount of saran wrap had been meticulously wrapped around these bones. The medical examiner had to spend a lot of time unwrapping the corpses. The remains identified as belonging to Managey was satisfactorily established by the medical examiner after extensive investigations and analysis were completed. The Ramsey County Medical Examiner did identify the remains as those of Managey Staran of St. Paul yesterday, Thursday, June 29. Dental records and identifiable tattoos were used to prove identity. Unfortunately, it was determined that her death was a homicide once the method of death was determined. After this, investigators returned to the CCTV footage taken from Managey's apartment, paying close attention to the luggage Jorgensen had taken from the building. Upon closer inspection, it became more and more clear that Jorgensen had mutilated Managey in her own apartment, carefully separating her remains and packing them in different bags he carried. Jorgensen was charged with a number of crimes related to Managey's death. Given the seriousness of his alleged acts, he was legally charged with 1 count of second-degree murder. Jorgensen was also charged with arson for purposefully starting a fire in his residence while he was arguing with the SWAT squad members. The accusations were expanded to cover actions including disarming an officer and making violent threats. Jorgensen made a brief court appearance on the afternoon of June 30, 2023, to answer to the murder charge. He moved his head back and forth during the hearing in response to Assistant Ramsey County Attorney Eastwood's presentation of the complaint's specifics. Eastwood also asked that $5 million, 0 cents, be established as bail, and Judge Timothy Carey granted this request. Jorgensen simply gave his name when asked, remaining largely mute throughout the court hearing. To indicate that a thorough defense plan was being developed, the defense lawyer chose to postpone any discussions about bail until later. On the same day that Jorgensen appeared in court, St. Paul Police Sergeant Mike Ernster announced a major revelation that came to light during their ongoing investigation at a press conference. Fanta Giovan, A 33-year-old woman who was Jorgensen's previous girlfriend was also reported missing. The last recorded sighting of Giovanni was in July 2021, and Jorgensen was the only person present. Interestingly, no one had previously reported her absence, thus the police recently opened a missing person investigation. Tragically, police said at a press conference on July 7th that they had located the remains of 33-year-old Fanta Giovanni in a different storage facility in Coon Rapids, which is 30 miles from the property where Steran's body was recovered and north of Minneapolis. Although more information about this second victim has not yet been made public, it is generally assumed that Jorgensen is also accountable for her murder. In light of these continuing events, Meneghe's family thanked the police for following up on every lead in their unrelenting pursuit of the truth. Jorgensen faces a potential sentence of 40 years in jail on the charge of second-degree murder should he be proved guilty. August 21, 2023 is when Jorgensen is expected to appear in court again. Justice is currently being sought in the wake of this horrific tragedy, which has revealed the truth about Meneghe's premature death. We now have a better grasp of the unfortunate events that transpired thanks to the work of law enforcement. A disturbing thought emerges as we consider the horrifying specifics of Jorgensen's actions. Are we about to discover a possible serial killer? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The police didn't know they were entering a house of horrors when they started looking into a murder case on February 16, 1981. There was something really strange about the house. The nightmare that started inside those walls, however, would not stay contained. Indeed, it was on the verge of seeping into reality. Although the nation would be shocked by Alan Bono's murder in Connecticut, Arnie Cheyenne Johnson's terrifying allegation of demonic possession would garner the most media attention. Supported by Ed and Lorraine Warren, paranormal investigators, this case was unheard of. But were the demons inside, or the supernatural really to blame? Many believe David was just suffering from a mental illness. The true crime behind the film, The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, is presented to you this Halloween. The first illegal killing in Brookfield's history had occurred on the evening of February 16, 1981. With dense woods on either side, Brookfield Police Department Sergeant Gordon Fairchild slowed his patrol car when he saw a man stumbling down the road. The figure looked confused, as if intoxicated, and his appearance suggested a straightforward case of public intoxication. One particular detail, however, would lead to the most contentious case of the decade. Tiny blood droplets were scattered all over the man's clothing. He didn't appear to be in a state to describe the bloodstains or his location. He admitted to the officer that he had a drinking problem and needed assistance. The man was captured by Fairchild, who escorted him back to the cruiser. The sergeant didn't know the man, but that night would be the beginning of the most bizarre case he would ever work on, one that would ultimately rock the foundations of the American legal system. A call came in as he was getting the man settled in the car. 2 miles away, a horrific murder had been attempted. According to reports, the suspect had escaped into the woods. Detective Fairchild knew then that the man they were searching for was Arnie Cheyenne Johnson, who was seated next to him. They took him in to question him. Investigating the horrifying murder attempt further, they found that Alan Bono, 40, was lying in a pool of his own blood. A 5-inch knife had stabbed him several times in a gory manner. One of the stab wounds extended from his stomach to the base of his heart, which made the situation worse. The autopsy had completed the case, the fingerprints on the knife had been positively identified, and there were eyewitnesses to the assault. The proof was unquestionable. Investigators were certain that Alan Bono was murdered by Arnie Cheyenne Johnson. However, it was the why, the reason for the action, that would transform this otherwise straightforward case into a riddle that defied reason and has sparked debate to this day. Alan, the victim, was still receiving medical attention at a hospital on the day Arnie was captured. Arnie was told that he would now face murder charges after Alan passed away from his injuries. Arnie's unexpected reaction was to take a 25-minute power nap. Police Detective Sergeant John Lucas formally charged him with first-degree murder after reading him his rights when he awoke. Arne's only response during the interrogation was that he had no memory of the murder's time and that he didn't intend to harm anyone. Before the murder, he last recalled being out to lunch with his landlord Alan Bono with his wife Debbie Glatzel, her cousin Mary, and his own sister Wanda Johnson. His memory went blank after that. Debbie, Arne's wife, was called in to answer questions about what happened that day and to fill in the blanks her husband had left. The detectives had no idea that her story would lead to a barrage of the strangest explanations they had ever heard during questioning. She started by giving a description of the deceased, Alan Bono, an Australian who had offered Debbie a job and rented his house to them. For the young couple, he was more of a friend than a landlord or boss. The beginning of that afternoon was pleasant, full of laughter and family, but Alan's attitude changed as he drank too much. In addition to taunting Arne about a sinister past that had been buried but was now resurfacing, he started making offensive comments about the girls. Alan kept pushing Arne's buttons, but there was something about his past that disturbed him, something so sinister. Alan provoked Arne more and more with each taunt until he lost control and got to his feet. But there was a problem. A low, guttural sound escaped Arne's throat as his body tensed and his expression twisted. He was growling, not just angry. It became evident that a physical altercation was unavoidable, despite Wanda, Mary, and Debbie's best efforts to diffuse the mounting tension. Wanda flung herself between the two men, but Arne suddenly produced a knife, and the women watched in horror as what transpired. As though possessed, Arne repeatedly and wildly stabbed Alan until he was lying in a pool of blood. Then Arne suddenly jerked to her feet and fled. Debbie said it wasn't just different from Arne. It wasn't Arne at all. He wasn't acting alone, supposedly. During this strange interrogation, renowned paranormal investigator Lorraine Warren called the Brookfield police station because they believed that an outside force, which they dubbed the Beast, was silently pulling the strings. She was going to say something so out of the ordinary that it would make the case even stranger. It was a malicious demon within Arne, she thought, and he was innocent. Despite the fact that the detectives clearly didn't believe her, she persisted and requested that they look over their earlier records. The police were astounded by what they saw when they examined the documents from a few months prior. Lorraine had called, and she had already told the detectives that a murder like this one was bound to happen. Neither Ed Warren nor Lorraine Warren had attained their later prominence at this point. However, it was becoming evident that Debbie and Arne had a strong ally in the Warrens, who were willing to support their bizarre allegations with their contentious knowledge, if they were lying to get away with murder. If there was a demon, why would it attack Alan? How could he have caused such a violent reaction? The demon that lived in Arne allegedly took control and showed Alan where he belonged because Alan had constantly made fun of and taunted him. Lorraine implied that the demon had a purpose and was connected to something much more profound than just a random force. She claimed that the solution was found in the troubled past of Debbie's family, which included not only the Warrens, but also her brother David Glatzel, who was 11 years old. The clock was running out as the investigators got ready to delve into this sinister past, and the story was only going to get stranger by the second. The realities that awaited them were more horrifying than their worst fears. It started in Bridgeport, Connecticut, during the summer of 1980. Arne and young Debbie were searching for rental properties to move in together after becoming engaged. At that point, they discovered a house close to a well. They made the decision to move in since the house was roomy and better than others in their price range. Debbie's family provided assistance with the move. However, their idyllic reality would soon be shattered by the dream home. David, Debbie's younger brother, had been asked to sweep the master bedroom, but after a while she discovered him outside in the yard, clearly shaken. He insisted on going home without cleaning the room. Debbie gave the assignment to her older brother Alan after realizing something was amiss. However, Alan also felt uneasy shortly after beginning and promptly requested to leave. During dinner at their mother's house that evening, David and Alan both related disturbing tales about what had happened to them that day. These tales would soon be woven into something much darker. David said a man shoved him back onto the bed and threatened to hurt him and his family. Alan said he had had a similar experience. The door suddenly slammed shut in his face, as he felt a ghostly presence watching him. The family believed in the supernatural and was very religious. They were therefore certain that the house was haunted. They started looking for other options after giving up the rental property. The family's encounters with the paranormal did not end there, though. David started exhibiting alarming symptoms of an unidentified cause right away. He frequently communicated the beast's messages to the family because he thought he could hear it in his ears. He thought the beast had come through the storage beneath the house and was at their door one day. Each of these incidents then added to the others, and the family was unable to turn back. David claimed to have had the impression that someone was following or watching him. He was terrified and unable to sleep as a result of his intense nightmares, which were full of images of hideous people. Family members started to see David's distress firsthand. Some reported that he would speak in deep, strange voices or show unusual strength. David's family sought assistance from famed paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren after realizing how serious the situation was. Famous for their work on a number of haunting cases, the Warrens thought David was under demonic possession. They documented the strange events through a series of investigations and interviews with the Glatzel family. David reportedly had violent outbursts during one particularly intense session, claiming that a malevolent entity was torturing him. The Warrens thought that this ghost had taken hold of David and was attacking him physically and mentally. The Warrens and a number of priests performed several exorcisms at the Glatzel residence in an effort to rid David of the alleged demon. David frequently screamed, convulsed, and displayed strange behaviors during the rituals, making these sessions tense and frightening. The Warrens claimed that David's suffering was so intense that he would physically attack family members and anyone else who was around when the exorcisms were taking place. During these sessions, the exorcists claimed to have seen odd things like moving objects, cold spots in the room, and a sense of an oppressive presence. David claimed to have overheard voices mocking him during this period, claiming that he was helpless and would never be able to escape its hold. The young child suffered a severe psychological injury, becoming scared and perplexed, and frequently doubting his own reality. Following months of suffering and several unsuccessful attempts, a team of priests, assisted by Ed and Lorraine Warren, performed David Glatzel's last exorcism. Among the rituals carried out, this exorcism is frequently characterized as the most severe and hazardous. David's behavior peaked in a terrifying way during the session. It was reported that his voice sounded unnaturally guttural. "You are repulsed by Jesus," the priests chanted, "Leave this child alone." Those involved claimed that David had demonstrated supernatural strength well beyond his physical capabilities and had levitated off his bed. Following what felt like hours of fervent spiritual struggle, David's condition abruptly changed. His body, which had been stiff and tense during the exorcism, began to loosen up. David was calm for the first time in months, as his screams stopped. The priests and the Warrens thought that the demon had finally been expelled at this point. David didn't display the violent and unpredictable behavior he had previously displayed. Instead, he looked tired but lucid. Witnesses to his ordeal, his family described the moment as a relief, a weight being taken off their lives and their home. Nevertheless, although the exorcism was terminated, the demon continued to exist. Everything would be completely upended at this point. Here, the startling link between Arn and the eerie case of demonic possession started to emerge, exposing facts that nobody could have predicted. Ed and Lorraine Warren, as well as the Glatzel family, said that Arn had grown impatient with the demon's seeming control over David. During one of the exorcism sessions, Arn confronted the entity thought to be torturing David in a show of defiance and concern. He yelled at the demon, demanding that it abandon David and take possession of him instead. They said, "Take me on," Arn said. "If you're so strong, leave David alone and come into me." These words were meant to be a taunt, challenging the evil force to target him instead of young David. This challenge that Arnie presented to the demon deeply troubled Lorraine. She thought a horrible thing might happen, so she called the Brookfield police to express her fear that something terrible was going to happen. And it did. As events transpired, investigators were certain that Arnie and his followers had a story that was both frightening and humorous, but unquestionably implausible. From the investigators' point of view, the day's events were simple. After consuming excessive amounts of alcohol, Arn and Alan ended up with young girls. Alan's offensive comment about Arn's sister-in-law pushed Arn over the edge, escalating the tension. Under the influence of alcohol and his tumultuous past with the Glatzel family, Arn either lost his mind or used this as an easy excuse to confront Alan physically before leaving. The charges against him were based on this. However, what would Arn's defense entail? Did he have a crime? He would make a plea that would catch the attention of everyone on the planet, not just one of simple guilt. Ed and Lorraine Warren said during the trial, which started in October 1981, "We're going to take the devil to court." Martin Minella, Arn's defense lawyer, claimed that because Arn was under the influence of a demon at the time of the murder, he was not accountable for his actions. Such a defense was employed for the first time in American history. Minella attempted to have the Warrens testify regarding the alleged possession by Johnson and the exorcisms. Additionally, he intended to subpoena the priests who were performing the exorcisms. The defense team maintained that Arnie's actions could only be explained by demonic influence. However, the defense of demonic possession was promptly dismissed by the case's presiding judge, Judge Robert Callahan. Because it was not verifiable by any legal or scientific standards, he decided that such a defense could not be used in court. Supernatural claims are not admissible under the American legal system, which is founded on observable facts and logical reasoning. After the demonic possession defense was rejected, Arn's legal team turned to self-defense. Judge Callahan said, "The courts have dealt with the existence of God. Now they're going to have to deal with the existence of the devil." The next question on the trial was whether Arnie had acted in self-defense during an altercation with Alan Bono while intoxicated. According to testimony given during the trial, Alan started the deadly altercation by grabbing Mary Glatzel, the sister of Arnie's girlfriend, and refusing to let her go. Although the specifics of the altercation were unclear, witnesses stated that Alan had been drinking excessively and had become agitated. Assistant State's Attorney Walter Flanagan led the prosecution's argument that Arn stabbed Alan on purpose, although the prosecution argued that the murder was the consequence of a heated argument rather than any supernatural influence. Johnson had a history of good behavior and no violent tendencies. The jury deliberated based on the evidence presented in court, despite the case's sensational nature and the initial defense's reliance on the demonic possession argument. On November 24, 1981, the jury found Arn Johnson guilty of first-degree manslaughter. Following 15 hours of deliberation, the jury agreed with the defense's arguments of mitigating circumstances, such as the fight between Arnie and Alan, and rejected the notion that the murder was premeditated or that Johnson had acted with malice aforethought. Due to his good behavior, Arnie was released from prison in 1986 after serving only 5 of the 10 to 20 years that he had been sentenced to. The case has had a long-lasting impact on popular culture, in addition to the legal field. Its status in paranormal lore has been solidified by Ed and Lorraine Warren's involvement with the case. Standing by their assertions that Arn Johnson had been influenced by a malevolent force and that the devil was the one who forced him to do it, they continued to write books and give interviews. The case further cemented its place in the history of the paranormal in America when it was dramatized in the popular movie The Conjuring, The Devil Made Me Do It, in 2021. As a result, the February 16, 1981 case, which was initially thought to be an open and shut case, has been a source of fascination and wonder for many years, and is still one of the most fascinating cases to be remembered on Halloween. Why did the demon, if it was responsible, attach itself to David in spite of multiple exorcisms, but lay dormant in Arn both before and after the murder? Did Arnie get away with the most egregious excuse in criminal history? How did Lorraine Warren alert the Brookfield police prior to the actual murder, if it wasn't paranormal? Those who read this terrifying story are still plagued by these questions. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Investigators' work is a true art that calls for in-depth knowledge, intuition, and frequently extraordinary perseverance. It goes beyond simply carrying out official responsibilities. Investigations instantly conjure images of dramatic plots with swift resolutions and striking revelations. However, the reality of daily life is very different from this illusion. Investigators deal with a variety of difficulties, each of which calls for a unique strategy. By gathering evidence and reconstructing events, they attempt to paint a full picture of the incident. However, some crimes go unsolved even after many hours of case file research. This could be because there is insufficient evidence, there aren't enough witnesses, or there is conflicting and unclear evidence. The intricacy of the investigator's job is further compounded by the fact that many incidents appear clear-cut at first, but upon closer examination, they become considerably more complex. In some cases, the original versions prove to be totally unworkable. For instance, a crime that seemed to be motivated by jealousy may actually be the consequence of a series of events. Because of this variability, the investigator needs to be especially adaptive and flexible. The instances when a little-known piece of evidence that was previously dismissed as irrelevant turns out to be a clue are especially impressive. Sometimes a fingerprint, an object thrown at the crime scene, or even a word that was dropped by accident can alter the entire investigation and force a fresh perspective on details that appear familiar. These kinds of surprises call for a true investigator to be able to see the invisible and cut through the most complex web of falsehoods and misinformation. In the video for today, we examine one instance that was not initially what it appeared to be. This story, which was set in Canada, caught the public's attention right away because of its peculiar plot. The 34-year-old Nicole Porciello, also known by her last name Hasselman, was a patient and kind person, a true mentor to many children who were occasionally lost in the complicated maze of adolescence. She worked in student support services at Templeton Secondary School. For Nicole, the workplace at this school was more than just a place of employment. It was a second family, a place of friendship, and a place of sincere support. Nicole was viewed as an inspiration by her coworkers because she was always helpful and responsive. Teachers, administrators, and other school employees became friends with her. The miracle of pedagogy was manifested in her ability to relate to the most challenging teenagers. In addition to her professionalism, Nicole's colleagues adored her for her genuine warmth and kindness outside of work. In 2018, Nicole was a mother raising her 10-year-old son. Like her son was a kind and sensitive boy. By investing in both with sincere passion and concern, Nicole was able to balance her career and raising her child. She tried to set an example for him by always opening her heart to the outside world and improving it slightly. Regretfully, Nicole's family and friends' lives were irrevocably altered on January 16, 2018. A 2017 charcoal gray Kia Sorento SUV was involved in a collision in the 8000 block of Barnett Highway on November 16 at around 10 p.m., according to Burnaby Police. Emergency personnel showed up on the scene. The car's mangled body appeared even more menacing after colliding with a lamppost. A man was trapped inside the car, his life now hanging in the balance. Their sirens broke the evening silence in the glare of the warning lights. In coordination with law enforcement and medical personnel, rescuers promptly surrounded the area. They came to see that time had turned into an unseen foe. Every delay has the potential to become tragic. They moved swiftly and accurately. It was a mastery refined by years of practice and training, not merely a skill. As this was going on, another team of rescuers activated specialized equipment. Hydraulic cutters seized the metal and violently tore it apart with a menacing crack, but the operators stayed composed and focused. It was astounding how much hope and faith in the team's professionalism could be sparked by this procedure, which at first glance seemed frightening and noisy. There was no movement from the man in the car. Physicians fumbled around him, prepared to give him medical care. After several minutes of arduous labor, the rescuer's commander finally signaled that the victim could be pulled out of the steel embrace. The man was then carefully removed from the damaged car and placed in the compassionate care of the medics. Emergency services functioned as a well-oiled machine, with each component fulfilling its essential function. Immediately, medical professionals started administering first aid while closely observing the man's condition. They carefully moved the victim to a stretcher and transported him to the ambulance after ensuring that his condition was stable. Preparations for the man's transfer to the closest hospital, where he can obtain more specialized care, have already begun. Jan Popel was the victim. As soon as he was brought to the hospital, the medical staff performed a thorough examination and diagnostics to rule out any potential hidden injuries. Thankfully, no severe injuries were discovered, although they did note a few bruises and a minor concussion. Jan's life was not in danger, and the patient's condition was stable. After receiving the required medical attention, the man was monitored for a while to make sure he fully recovered. According to reports, Jan, a real estate agent, battled an addiction to illegal substances. With romance, intense affection, and mutual understanding, John and Nicole's relationship got off to the typical start of great love. Together, they discussed ideas, made plans, and dreamed about the future. Arguments seemed to avoid them at first, and the pleasure of spending time together grew every day. But as time went on, Jan started exhibiting qualities that Nicole was unable to overlook. His need for control was initially seen as compassionate, but it eventually devolved into an obsessive mania. He asserted that by shielding Nicole from harmful external influences, he was causing her to become estranged from her friends and family. She even checked her social media and cell phones. His jealousy was unrestrained, and he now found it difficult to conceal his aggression. His desire to dominate only grew with each new conflict, and Nicole was caught in a psychological trap that was difficult to escape. He once pushed her chest so hard that it caused her physical pain for weeks. After 7 years of dating, Nicole continued to have faith in Jan's charming assurances that everything would improve, even though their lives were gradually filled with pain and fear. He promised to find the strength to get better and return to the devoted and reliable partner he had been at first. Even though Nicole secretly knew that Jan's behavior would probably never change, those vows prevented them from ending their relationship. They had split up multiple times, but each time Jan asked for another chance, Nicole would give it another go. Their most recent breakup, which Nicole believed to be final, occurred 9 days prior to the car accident, but Jan wasn't going to tolerate the split. He was reluctant to part with Nicole. He was deeply envious. In addition to publishing compromising images of her, he parked his car in front of her home. Following Jan's removal from the vehicle, the police got to work documenting eyewitness accounts and investigating the accident scene. In an effort to piece together the sequence of events leading up to the collision with the lamppost, they meticulously documented every detail. The purpose of the questions was to ascertain the accident's actual causes. For the sake of safety and justice, it was their responsibility to discover the truth. After finishing their portion of the work, the firefighters were packing up their gear and getting ready to head back to base when one of the officers made an unexpected discovery. A woman who was unconscious but still breathing was found in a ditch 30 feet away from the vehicle. Nicole was the one. After being brought to the hospital, the doctors did everything they could to save her, but sadly it was not enough. A few days later, police released a statement stating that the mother and 34-year-old educational assistant who died last week after an SUV crash in Burnaby had injuries suggestive of foul play. The woman had injuries that suggested foul play, but the man is expected to fully recover. Nicole was taken to a forensic laboratory a few hours after her death, where a skilled medical examiner with years of experience performed the autopsy on her body. Using professional tools, he carefully and methodically examined and repaired all of the wounds he saw covering her body. While some wounds were more superficial and might have been caused by a struggle, others were deeper and clearly directed with force. The examiner counted 47 stab wounds in total. 2 separate knives were used to inflict Nicole's wounds. In addition to documenting physical injuries, the expert searched for any marks that could provide insight into Nicole's death circumstances. Missing defensive wounds on the hands, for instance, might have suggested that the victim was immobilized or that the attack came suddenly. The expert understood that his conclusions were what would enable law enforcement to apprehend the offender and secure justice. All of the expert's observations and findings were combined into an official report after the autopsy was finished. In addition to being a document, this report served as a crucial link in the murder investigation's chain, giving the investigators the knowledge they needed to carry out their investigation. Following Nicole's passing, her friends, family, and co-workers were swept up in a sea of grief that struck them with an unanticipated and uncontrollable force. It seemed as though everything had stopped for everyone who knew Nicole, leaving behind only the memories of her smile, the happiness in her eyes, and unmet expectations for the future. Realizing that they would never again be able to embrace their cherished mother, daughter, and sister, hear her voice, or share the memories that were to be so many more was an unbearable burden for the family. Nicole lost a like-minded friend with whom she shared her most intimate hopes and experiences. They were consumed by the thought of how hard she had worked to rebuild her life, start over, and pursue her happiness. Nicole's co-workers recognized the significant impact she had had on their lives and team. The emptiness left by her passing was nearly tangible, and every day served as a reminder of everything they had lost. Many of them were inspired by Nicole's joy and dedication to excellence, and this unexpected loss helped them to understand how fleeting human life is and how crucial it is to treat one another with more consideration. For Nicole Porcello's family, the holidays have been the most difficult time. Carmine Porcello believes that he will never adjust to the loss of his younger sister. It's difficult to overlook her seat being empty when you're all seated for a family meal. She isn't where he said she would have been. Jan Porcello was taken into custody on November 29, 2018, 13 days after Nicole's passing. The public has been urged by police to provide any information that could help with the investigation. In relation to Nicole Hasselman's death, Jan Popel, 31, was taken into custody on November 29 and subsequently charged with second-degree murder. At some point today, Mr. Popel will appear before a judge. There was no threat to public safety because this was a singular occurrence, and the individuals involved knew one another. Without the tireless efforts of our detectives, today's outcome would not have been possible. They worked extremely hard to gather and secure all the evidence for charge approval. We understand that Nicole Hasselman's friends, family, and everyone else who was impacted by her while she was alive are going through a very trying time. We only hope that we were able to address some of Nicole's family's inquiries. There's always a chance that one or more people have information that they haven't yet shared with me. We live up to that. And once more, one of the reasons I'm standing here today is to address those who may have information that they haven't disclosed for whatever reason. They may only now be becoming aware of it. Come forward now, please. Anyone with information about any of our investigations is welcome to contact us. One of the most important aspects of Nicole's death investigation was reconstructing the timeline. It made it possible for the investigators to put together all of the information they could see, view the sequence of events and the time they took place. This informational organization made it easier to spot contradictions in Jan's testimony and examine his actions. After all, every minute could have an impact on our comprehension of the precise circumstances surrounding Nicole's untimely demise. Investigators examined phone logs, text messages between Nicole and Jan, and surveillance footage. The most accurate picture of Nicole's location at any given time, her contacts, and the specific events surrounding her was given by this data. The chronology was also crucial to the prosecution's case against Jan because, as was previously stated, it would have been challenging to persuade the court of his guilt in the absence of hard proof of his involvement in the incident gathered in a precise order. The events leading up to Nicole's death started 9 days prior to the fatal car accident, but the relationship between Nicole and Jan lasted 7 years, with breaks and reunions. According to reports, Jan's jealousy reached previously unheard-of levels after Nicole informed him that their relationship was over by beginning to speak with another man. He picked Nicole up in a rental car on the evening of November 16 while her son was at hockey practice, and they got into a fight. After that, Jan took out 2 kitchen knives and started repeatedly stab Nicole, who was seated in the passenger seat, throughout her body. Then, in a last-ditch effort to save her life, Jan took out his cell phone and began filming video instead of phoning for help. She was heard declaring her love for Jan. Without expressing regret, Jan told her that he stabbed her because he could not bear the thought of her dating someone else. After that, he left Nicole in the car outside and drove home, going inside to send a few emails, including one in which he resigned from his position. While Jan sent emails, paid some bills, and even went online to buy a new TV and dishwasher, Nicole spent 2 hours in the car. Nicole was still alive when he returned to the rental car. He allegedly planned to stage a car accident to give the impression that Nicole had perished in the collision. Nicole, who was not wearing a seatbelt, flew out of the car when Jan Poupel slammed his foot on the accelerator and crashed into a streetlight at high speed. Jan Poupel was accused of second-degree murder based on the evidence that was gathered. For Nicole's family and friends, the trial, which started in 2020 and lasted for several months, was yet another ordeal. The video that Jan Popel took with his cell phone after repeatedly injuring Nicole was shown in front of the crowd during the trial. The judge asked those in the gallery to leave if they felt uncomfortable and warned the courtroom that it would be graphic. The injured victim was seen having trouble breathing in the 1-minute video. People sitting next to her can be heard accusing her of disrespecting him rather than phoning for assistance. Jan Popel, who was envious and vindictive, told Nicole that she was solely to blame. In a video he recorded after he attacked Nicole with 2 knives, Popel said, "You just took from me, disrespected me for months and years." The victim's father, Joe Porciello, left the courtroom as the video was playing, clearly upset, and Popel sat with his head lowered in the prisoner's dock. Watch the video. The victim's brother, Carmine Porciello, yelled at him. "Raise your head," the brother said. The judge ordered a 15-minute morning break after the video, acknowledging that the footage was distressing. 4 witnesses, including the father and brother, gave moving victim impact statements in court. The father characterized his daughter as the cornerstone of their family and a lovely soul. Speaking directly to Popel, he declared, "You have destroyed our family." The brother claimed that the crime had turned him into a zombie and that he was furious with the accused, saying, "We cannot forgive you for what you have done." Several other victim impact statements, including one from the victim's young son, were summarized by Crown Counsel Jacqueline Madden. The boy said he had lost a piece of his heart when his mother passed away because she was his best friend. Madden stated in the decision that although Popel had shown remorse, the judge characterized his actions as self-centered, callous, and cruel. Joe Porciello, Nicole's father, disagreed. "I felt sick to my stomach because he should have had a tear in his eye if he had been sorry." He claimed that he would display any emotion outside of court. He appeared to be out to lunch when he last appeared in the courtroom, where guilty pleas to second-degree murder were made. The penalty for second-degree murder is automatically life in prison. The how many years it would be before he could apply for parole was the only question that followed. Popel's lawyer requested a minimum of 10 years, but the prosecutor was urging a minimum of 15 years. Given Popel's past of acting abusively and jealously toward Nicole, neither of these choices was well received by Nicole's family. According to her cousin Gina Giuliano, he ought to have been charged with and found guilty of first-degree murder, which carries a 25-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole. No number is sufficient in my opinion, but if 25 is the upper limit, then I believe that's what he ought to receive. We have someone who is not even 40 years old, and in the worst situation, he might be out when he's 50 or 55, she said, according to Giuliano. That is not acceptable. Nicole's friends and family have started a social media campaign in the week before the sentencing, pointing out the gaps left by Nicole's passing and posing the question of whether the penalty is appropriate for the crime. Giuliano asserts that we cannot tolerate such individuals on our streets. Such a precedent that a vicious crime carries a sentence so light that it is easy for anyone to commit it is unacceptable. Popel conveyed regret and remorse in a statement to the court and Nicole's family. "I have long been waiting for this opportunity to express my apologies to you," he said. Jan Popel received a life sentence in April 2021 and then, in a panic, received prison time. He will be eligible to apply for parole after 15 years. Nicole's family told a group of reporters outside the courthouse that justice doesn't exist in this country and that Popel's sentence was not harsh enough. Gina Giuliano, Nicole's cousin, expressed her disappointment with the decision. "He will truly be able to walk the streets in 15 years? Is that what we want to tell our community?" she asked. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A 24-year-old girl went missing from the store where she worked the evening shift. Police discovered traces of blood in the back room and signs of a struggle, but it was not a robbery. The unknown perpetrator had left a fully stocked cash register. A few days later, the girl's body was discovered 5 kilometers from the store. The investigation into this terrible case lasted nearly 25 years. Lisa Sievert's fate was unknown for nearly a quarter of a century. Lisa Marie Seeger was born March 24, 1968, in Holyoke, Massachusetts. She was raised in a close-knit family with 3 other children. Aside from her, they lived in a town called Agawam. The girl has always been interested in music and has learned to play a variety of instruments. She was even a part of the school music group. Lisa attended Westfield State University after graduating from high school and earned a teaching degree in 1990. As an intern, she works multiple shifts as a counselor at a children's camp, while also teaching Sunday school at her church. After that, she works as a teacher's aide at Agawam High School, where she previously studied. At 24 years old, she spent the majority of her time working with a group of special needs children. She understood her students better than any other teacher, and she was also very professional, ensuring that each of her students received the best education possible. She also worked part-time at a local card and gift shop. On Wednesday, April 15, 1992, she finished her school shift around 5:30 and went to the store, where she worked until 9 p.m. At around 5 p.m., her sister Lynn briefly joined her at work. Lisa recalled being in a good mood that evening, and nothing foretold trouble. The next morning, saleswoman Sophia Maynard arrived at the store and was scheduled to start her shift at 9 a.m. Lisa was surprised to find her car in the parking lot. It was unusual because the girl worked at school in the mornings and was not supposed to be in the store. Sophia thought Lisa might have been out for the morning shift due to the approaching Easter. They were planning to inflate balloons for sale for that holiday. Sophia walked in the store and called Lisa by name, but there was no response. When she approached the counter, she saw her things there, including her wallet and car keys. It all looked very strange, so if she decided to call the police, a squad arrived at the store and began their inspection. Everything seemed normal. A heel strike. Despite this, they were unable to locate any useful leads on the premises. It was soon discovered that Lisa had also failed to arrive at school this morning. The principal even called her mother to see if everything was fine, but she had no idea where her daughter was. Lisa's disappearance quickly spread throughout the small town, and within hours all of her friends, relatives, and acquaintances had joined the investigation. The police began by developing a robbery theory, which quickly fell apart. Nobody had touched the money in Lisa's cash register or wallet. All of the merchandise was also available. Detectives then began to reconstruct the chronology of events. That evening, they learned that Lisa's sister had left the store at around 6 p.m. After talking to employees at neighboring stores, they obtained more information at about 7:20 p.m. Lisa spoke with the owner of the carpet store next door. They discussed a pressing problem with the local parking lot, which was being occupied by bowling alley customers. The owner told her that he himself would not risk voicing his displeasure with the drivers who parked in front of there. The door was open, but the clerk never emerged. The woman thought she heard noise in the back room, but she decided to leave. As a result, the police determined Lisa's disappearance occurred around 8:20 p.m. She served her final customer, and by 9 o'clock, something had happened to her. The detectives were to figure out what had happened during those 40 minutes. The local investigators were assisted by the FBI and state police, who coordinated a massive search. Foot squads searched the area surrounding the store from helicopters. The more distant terrain police dogs were also brought to the store in the hopes of tracking Lisa down. Unfortunately, none of this led to any results. Investigators concluded that Lisa had clearly not left the store of her own free will, so on April 17th, the head of the local police announced a reclassification of the case, which had previously been classified as a missing person case. 2 days after her disappearance, police were already looking into a kidnapping. On Sunday morning, April 19th, all local churches prayed that Lisa would be found alive and unharmed. It was Easter, but there was no holiday spirit whatsoever. At around 2 p.m., the police received a call. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts of town near Highway 75, walking along a wooden area when he noticed a woman's body and immediately contacted law enforcement. Officers arrived on the scene and identified Lisa Sievert. They found multiple wounds on her body from a sharp object. Later, medical experts determined that the girl had also been abused. Her body was about 5 kilometers from the store, which meant that the perpetrator most likely drove the girl here in a car. A farewell ceremony was held at the church where the girl taught on Sundays. It was attended by nearly 1,000 people. The residents of the small town, who were accustomed to a quiet and safe life, panicked. Many store owners eliminated single shifts and employees walked each other to their cars. The self-defense sections became overcrowded in a matter of days. In addition, approximately 300 women applied for firearm ownership permits. The entire town feared that an unknown criminal would strike again. The police and FBI were working on the case almost all day and night. It soon became clear that they had obtained a DNA sample from the crime scene that could belong to the killer. They developed the theory that Lisa's boyfriend was involved, but he had an alibi and his DNA did not match the sample. They discovered that the girl's friends, coworkers, and relatives had all undergone DNA testing, but there were still no matches. The police also received numerous tips from local residents. Some reported seeing a suspicious car on the night of Lisa's murder, while others claimed to know the identity of the perpetrator. However, all of these leads led nowhere, and detectives sifted them from the tire tracks on the road near where the body was discovered. The police determined that they were abandoned by a van or large SUV. Detectives questioned all drivers of similar vehicles and were no closer to apprehending the perpetrator, but they did locate a witness who may have seen the same vehicle. At around 9:15 p.m., an employee from a store near Lisa's workplace drove home. Standing at a traffic light, she noticed a large SUV pull off the road and head toward the location where Lisa's body was later discovered. The woman was unable to describe the car in greater detail because it was dark outside. She only mentioned that she thought there were a man and a woman in the car. She also mentioned that when the car pulled onto the dirt road, the woman's head twitched unnaturally, as if she were asleep or unconscious. Because this information did not aid in the identification of the suspect, all leads have been exhausted. The police continued to investigate the case, but with each passing month, the prospect of solving this macabre mystery faded. It took a year and a half before Lisa's family and friends were given another chance to discover the truth. In October 1993, national television aired an episode about the caves. The popular program aired stories about unsolved cases, which drew a lot of attention. This sometimes resulted in new witnesses for the police. The case got a second wind. Lisa's case was no exception. Within an hour of the broadcast, the police had received hundreds of calls from people with information. As is often the case, the majority of these leads led nowhere, but the police pursued each one thoroughly. The detectives stated that they had identified a few valuable leads, but did not specify which ones. Unfortunately, it did not go anywhere. The chances of solving the case decreased steadily over time. Lisa's family went to great lengths to ensure that her legacy was never forgotten. Although Lisa's teaching career was cut short early on, her relatives made significant contributions to the Agawam educational system in 1995. Lisa's parents donated $11,000 to the science division of the school where she worked. These funds were used to buy equipment and support genetics classes. The parents also established a fund to assist gifted students, which distributed approximately $35,000 in awards. Lisa was murdered 10 years ago. Her mother refused to give up hope that the case would ever be solved. She went to great lengths to honor her daughter's memory. Her mother participated in all interviews and answered reporters' questions. Every year, hundreds of people gathered to light candles in Lisa's memory. Meanwhile, police had only one piece of significant evidence in their possession: a DNA sample from the alleged killer. They kept cross-referencing it with known criminal databases, hoping that the right person would show up sooner or later, but it never happened. A new method of DNA phenotyping essence is as follows. Using the information embedded in a person's DNA, experts determine the features of his appearance and construct an assumed portrait at the time. Specialists can use DNA to determine sex, approximate age, eye and hair color. The portrait created from this data is not always accurate, but the coincidence with a real person's face can be amazing. Experts presented two portraits of Lisa's alleged killer, aged 25 and 50, based on DNA evidence. When the police department posted these portraits, they received over 170 calls. These individuals reported seeing a similar man, but the majority of these leads also led nowhere. Only a year later, on September 18, 2017, police issued a high-profile announcement that the perpetrator had been apprehended. Gary Shara, 49, was the man who revealed himself. The news quickly went viral in the American media. When the police find the killer after a quarter of a century, it is extremely rare, so such stories immediately piqued the public's interest. Investigators revealed how they located Cher shortly after his arrest. It turned out that the man was considered a suspect in 1993. a year after Lisa was murdered. Remember the federal television program that prompted the police to receive hundreds of calls with potential leads? A lawyer from Seattle was among those who called in. He informed detectives that his client may have information about Lisa's murder. She was a woman in the process of divorcing her husband. They lived in the town of Long Meadow, which was near Agawam. According to the woman, her husband was paying more attention to Lisa Sievert's case. If this murder were on television, he would rush into the room and stare blankly at the screen, completely unresponsive to those around him. As you may have guessed, this man was Gary Shara. He was 24 years old at the time. He was in a very troubled marriage with a 1-year-old son. He and his wife were constantly fighting and had begun divorce proceedings shortly after their child's birth. According to the police statement, they developed a theory that Gary was involved in 1993, but found no evidence to back it up. On the contrary, using his ex-wife as a source of information raised concerns. The truth is that she suffered from a variety of mental disorders and had a long history of alcohol abuse. Furthermore, during their divorce, Gary obtained custody of their son through the courts, but his wife secretly relocated the child to another state. Another important point to note is that this was not the first time former or current wives had called the police, alleging that their husbands were involved in Lisa's murder. Surprisingly, there were many such calls, so the detectives assumed Gary's case was just one of them. However, they questioned him, and the man denied his involvement and refused to provide a DNA sample. Because no one could legally force him to provide a sample, the police were left with few options. Later, detectives compiled a list of all the men interviewed in the case who refused to provide a DNA sample. Gary was among them, and the police called him in for questioning several more times. During the third interview in 2008, it was apparent that Gary was trying not to touch anything, not even the table. He was offered a bottle of water, but he refused. He looked as if he had only one thing on his mind: how the cops wouldn't get his DNA sample. By 2017, detectives had a list of 11 suspects on their hands, including Gary. All of them had been interviewed at various stages of the investigation and refused to voluntarily submit to DNA testing. In fact, there were many more suspects on that list, but through DNA phenotyping, investigators were able to weed out unsuitable candidates. They did not match some of the characteristics that experts determined from the DNA sample of Lisa's killer. In August 2017, detectives gathered all available information and went to court. They asked for an order compelling all the list members to provide DNA samples, and the court agreed. On September 13th of that same year, police went to Gary's apartment to notify him of this obligation, but the man was not home. The door was opened by his neighbor with whom they shared an apartment. The detectives left him their business card and asked him to give the information to Gary urgently. The very next day, something unexpected happened. Gary's current girlfriend came to the police station and reported that he had left 3 letters in her apartment. The researcher was surprised to find an apology to the secret family, as well as a detailed confession of Lisa's murder on 2 sheets. Gary wrote that he had violent and uncontrollable desires since childhood, and that evening he was obsessed with the idea of kidnapping and abuse. Gary, as he stated in a letter, allowed himself to do something horrible while driving past Lisa. The man stated that he did not intend to kill Lisa, but events allegedly spiraled out of his control. Gary stated that he wanted to surrender to the police hundreds of times but was unable to do so due to cowardice. He admitted to having suffered from self-loathing for many years. At the end of the letter, he stated his intention to commit suicide. Police immediately began looking for Gary, and his car was soon discovered in. Another suicide note was found on the windshield of a car in Stafford Springs Hospital parking lot. The man had ingested some powerful drugs, but he immediately got into his car and drove to the nearest hospital, where he was pumped out. When the doctors finished helping Gary, the police arrested him and took him to the station. At the same time, a judge issued a search warrant for both his and his girlfriend's apartments. The police discovered several objects containing his DNA. No one was surprised by the results of the analysis. It matched the killer's sample exactly, as well as several other potentially significant leads. Gary's wife, who had reported suspicions about him back in 1993, died in 2014. However, investigators discovered documents drafted by her lawyer in which the woman revealed numerous gruesome details. One day, Gary told her in plain language that he could not engage in intimacy with her unless he had a knife in his hand. The day after Lisa's murder, the woman called her sister and told her that Gary had come home late at night, was extremely disturbed, and his body was covered with scratches. He also gave his wife a music box, and said that he had bought it at the very store where Lisa worked, except according to Gary himself it was an older woman with gray hair who sold it to him. The problem is that no such employee has ever been there. It is not clear why all these details were not reported to the police in 1993, and it is impossible to find out now. While in custody, Gary suddenly proclaimed his innocence and refused to confess to what he had done. In all likelihood, he was driven by simple fear, but with that kind of evidence, there was no chance of getting away with it. The only thing he was able to achieve was a postponement of his sentence. The trial was not to begin until 2 years later, but Gary, who had been in a cell the whole time, suddenly decided to confess on September 21, 2019. He appeared before a judge and pleaded guilty to the murder of Lisa Sievert. This charge qualified as first-degree murder, and in Massachusetts, a defendant on such a sentence faces life in prison without parole. Lisa's family was present in the courtroom. Her mother, who had waited 25 years to learn the truth, spoke. She thanked everyone involved in the investigation, as well as the ordinary concerned people who had been there for her family throughout. As a result, the killer went on to live the rest of his life. Despite taking a quarter of a century, one of the state's longest-running criminal cases was finally closed behind bars. The harsh reality in such a situation is anything but endless ignorance. Take care, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Aurora, then 26 years old, and Mark, then 32, decided to take their honeymoon to the stunning island of Corsica in the late spring of 1995. The girl had chosen this location for their first vacation together after Aurora and Mark got married 2 months prior. The young wife was eager to see Corsica's villages, mountains, and beautiful scenery. They made a stop in the quaint little town of Calvi that day. Here, a restaurant with a view of the bay hosted a candlelit dinner for the newlyweds in the harbor. Following dinner, Aurora and Mark made their way to the Notre Dame de la Serra Chapel, a well-liked tourist destination where lovers go to watch the sunset, the perfect location for a romantic day's end. Around 10:30 in the evening, they got into their car and drove back to the hotel. Right at the end of the railing, some animals abruptly leaped onto the road in front of the car, putting the young couple on a very dangerous road that descended sharply. The car plunged off the cliff as Mark swiftly turned the wheel. Aurora remained calm in spite of the dire circumstances. Before the car fell, she jumped out and opened the door. Mark was less fortunate. He and the car fell 140 meters. Aurora was alive, but she was in shock. In the middle of the night, in complete darkness, she bravely decided to go down barefoot to assist her husband. After locating Mark inside the vehicle, Aurora dragged him out. She washed his face and pulled him by the legs toward the sea. The girl then ascended the cliff once more in order to signal for assistance and stop a passing vehicle. Calvi firefighters showed up on the scene. Her husband was down there with a head injury and unconscious, and Aurora was screaming and sobbing in hysteria. In order to save him, she pleaded with the rescuers to descend as soon as possible. The firefighters immediately made their way to the cliff's base in an attempt to locate Mark, but their search was severely hampered by the night's darkness and the uneven ground. Just finding the car, which was empty, took them 30 minutes. But they saw that the man had a serious head injury and there was a lot of blood. When divers signaled that they had found something at 6 a.m., the weary firefighters were about to give up after hours of unrelenting searching. Mark's body was 3 meters deep in the water, floating next to the car. Unfortunately, it was too late for the newlyweds when they managed to bring his body to the surface. After compiling a report on yet another regrettable incident along that particular stretch of road, the police closed the case. The body of Mark was taken back to his home country of Belgium. The young widow was in complete despair. She spent several days in a specialized clinic after being unable to handle the grief on her own. As Mark's family hurried to comfort her, she proclaimed that she didn't want to see anyone and cut herself off from the outside world. Mark's family didn't press because they understood her mental state. She had lost her husband on their honeymoon when she was 26 years old. However, her actions captivated Mark's family more and more in the days that followed. Slowly, suspicion replaced concern. His parents strongly objected to Aurora's insistence that her husband be cremated. She left the farewell ceremony earlier than anticipated on the day of the funeral, shocking the family even more. The relationship between her and Mark's family has grown more complex ever since. When she got back to the family home, she changed the locks and refused to let her mother-in-law in, who had come to pick up some of her son's sentimental but cheap possessions. Aurora listed the house for sale in the weeks that followed. In addition to the EUR 25000 she received from the sale of the house, there was more. After her husband passed away, it was discovered that she had gotten 7 insurance payouts. Aurora was given EUR 75000 in total. The Van Burr couple, who were shocked by their daughter-in-law's actions, took legal action and complained about the suspicious death. As a result, the coroner demanded that Mark's death circumstances be looked into. Investigators started by researching the couple's lives in order to comprehend what truly transpired that night. Mark Vander, 31, was employed at a reputable financial firm in Brussels in April 1994, about a year prior to the incident. Everything in his life seemed to be going well, or nearly so, and he had a great job, devoted parents, and amiable co-workers, but he had yet to find a woman he wanted to live a lifetime with. Mark wanted to start a family because he was old enough. In Brussels, Mark and Aurora met at a bar. Aurora was selling ironing boards door to door at the time, which wasn't a very lucrative job. There was immediate chemistry between Mark and Aurora. Mark was enamored with the attractive girl and fell in love with her right away. Their lively relationship left Mark's friends in awe and jealousy. Mark was shy, a little overweight, and uninterested in sports, whereas Aurora was very attractive, athletic, and fit. However, Aurora moved in with Mark a few weeks after they first met. Seeing that their son was content with her, the future husband's family embraced her as their future daughter-in-law and the mother of their grandchildren. When the young couple decided to tie the knot a year later, nobody was shocked. The girl asked Mark to put half of the house in her name, among other requirements for her future husband. Although this might have seemed strange or improper, Mark, who was incredibly in love, accepted all of the bride's demands. The young couple exchanged vows on March 11, 1995. Only the bride's twin sister was present from her side of the family, but the entire husband's family was present at the wedding. The husband's family gradually realized that their daughter-in-law avoided discussing her family and evasively responded to all inquiries about her background, education, and relatives. She acted as though she was from a wealthier family than theirs. More than a year after Mark's passing, on September 5, 1996, Aurora received an invitation to be questioned at the police station. She reaffirmed her earlier claims that she and Mark had gone to a chapel after dining at a portside restaurant. A wild animal unexpectedly leapt in front of their car on the way back. An unfortunate accident happened when Mark turned the steering wheel. Aurora opened the door and leaped out just before the car plunged off the cliff. No more information could be gleaned from her by the police. On October 8, 1996, Mark's body was exhumed in an effort to learn the truth. Some of the injuries were caused after death, according to the forensic expert. Although the body had many wounds, none of them were bleeding, suggesting that Mark passed away before the car plunged off the cliff. The widow was nowhere to be found when the police wanted to question her again. 2 years after the incident, the detectives made the decision to look into the crime scene in Corsica. The newlyweds' car plunged into the ravine, and Belgian police officers were at the edge of it. Armed only with photographs and without the car, the task became more difficult. However, the expert was able to reconstruct the car's pre-fall trajectory. A person's reaction to an unexpected event on the road, such as an animal running out, is to turn the steering wheel but not all the way around. Under no circumstances could the car have ended up where it was found if it had veered off the road and fallen into the water. The expert also observed another contradiction in the accident theory. When firefighters arrived on the scene, they reported that the bushes growing on the cliff's top had been crushed. The bushes would have been cut off if the car had sped down. It was clear from the crushed vegetation that the car had remained on the bushes for a while before descending gradually. Additionally, blood droplets were discovered unevenly distributed between the car and the water following the incident, indicating that the body was carried rather than dragged. Could an 80-kilogram man have been carried by Aurora, who weighed less than 50 kg? Aurora's version of events did not match the investigation's conclusions. The car was pushed off the cliff, according to the experts' conclusive findings. The investigators were now interested in learning what transpired following the incident. Did Aurora come down to assist Mark? Did she have the bravery and strength to go barefoot down the rocks? It was possible, as hard as it may seem to believe. Since Aurora Martin was a skilled athlete and a champion rock climber, the police found it difficult to deny that she had truly gone down to assist her husband. For them, it was a dead end. Since there was still no update on the young lady, the investigators made the decision to learn more about her past. Really, who is she? What secrets are concealed by her evasive responses? In actuality, the girl had a very challenging upbringing, devoid of both a loving family and a quality education. Her mother moved to Germany after her parents divorced when she was 12, so she hardly ever saw her daughter. Although her father was not very involved in her life, she led a carefree life with her two sisters. With lofty aspirations, the girl left her childhood home when she turned 18. Aurora entered beauty pageants in hopes of becoming a model, but was not very successful. She thus found employment as a bar hostess and occasionally as an escort service model. At the age of 24, Aurora made the most of her beauty and lived life to the fullest. In February 1993, she went to a rock climbing club one day as usual, where she met Peter Schwett, who would be her fateful encounter. He shared her love of mountaineering and was young, attractive, and wealthy. She was 24 years old and he was 23. At first sight, it was love. Aurora was able to move on from her previous life next to Peter. This tale sounded too good to be true. In fact, the investigators discovered an oddity while looking into Peter Schwett's past. He was a widower for a young man his age. The circumstances surrounding his wife's death were suspicious. 2 years earlier, on his 21st birthday, Peter was serving in the German army in Belgium. Peter liked going to clubs, and one night he met Ursula Deschamps, a young student, while he was out with friends. They fell in love quickly, and 3 months later Peter proposed to her. Ursula soon learned, though, that Peter was not content with a single woman. Other surprises were in store for her. At their house, Ursula discovered counterfeit documents and substantial sums of money. She wanted to tell the police what she had discovered. Their young marriage became strained, and they made the decision to file for divorce. However, Peter was supposed to teach his wife how to drive, so he and Ursula got into a convertible and left on a trip on the evening of August 29, 1992. The outing was peculiar for soon-to-be ex-houses. Peter was behind the wheel and driving as fast as he always does. The car crashed into a canal at high speed after he lost control. Although Peter was able to flee in time, he was unable to save his wife, who perished in the water with the car. He remembered that even though he touched her hand, he was unable to grasp her and drag her to the surface. A few days later, Ursula's body was discovered. Nothing from the autopsy would raise any questions about the girl's drowning. Peter provided a convincing explanation of how he had gotten out of the car through the rear window when the police recreated the crime scene. However, Ursula's family never thought it was a sad accident. First of all, Peter had never lowered the top of a convertible before. Second, Ursula could swim very well. An expert who later examined the case claimed that Ursula had time to get out of the car because drowning takes 3 minutes or so as the water fills the car. The Belgian police, however, handled it as a regrettable mishap brought on by the driver's carelessness. The case was closed after the young widower received a sentence of 3 months in prison. Investigators couldn't help but notice coincidences between two scenarios, two crime scenes, and two cases. In both instances, a traffic accident occurred. The car ended up in the water after the driver lost control. While the other spouse's body was not discovered in the vehicle, one of the spouses was able to flee in time. Since Aurora and Peter were now the primary suspects in the murder of Mark Vander, detectives had an immediate need to locate them. Although investigators suspected Peter of Ursula's murder as well, it was possible to drop the possibility of charging him with the same crime again because Peter had already served 3 months in connection with that case. In the meantime, the police discovered the likely cause of Ursula's death and the reason Peter became so rich following the death of his wife. He was able to leave the army and woo the stunning Aurora after receiving an insurance payout of $1,500. After a year of romance, the young couple broke up in early 1994 for unspecified reasons. The girl registered with a marriage agency during this period, According to her, the perfect man would be well off, have a flat of his own, be amiable, and not be overweight. Her relationship with Mark Van Burr began in April 1994. The girl insured Mark in August 1994, 4 months after they first met. It's interesting to note that the documents had Aurora's signature rather than Mark's, indicating that he was obviously ignorant of this. She signed the paperwork on his behalf, claiming that his hand was hurt. Before long, a regrettable incident happened. After selling the house and getting the insurance money, Aurora vanished. She wasn't hidden for very long, though. Investigators discovered her trace in Luxembourg 2 months after Mark was murdered. She opened a bank account and deposited EWAR 275000 into it. She and someone named Peter Schwett were the only ones with access to the account. Had they gotten back together and relocated to Miami, Florida? Before, an article in a major French newspaper referred to them as diabolical lovers and detailed the police suspicions against them. The couple had been living a lavish lifestyle for nearly 2 years, complete with fancy apartments, cars, and a yacht. Peter and Aurora grew extremely wary. They only used telephone booths to make calls and altered their appearance. Before Peter was taken into custody in a supermarket parking lot, they were able to remain hidden for a while. He offered the police the roughly $50,000 he was carrying in exchange for their release, but they turned him down. Aurora was taken into custody by the police in the apartment where the lovers were hiding 2 days later. Aurora and Peter made every effort to evade extradition. Nevertheless, they were sent back to Belgium on December 3, 1998. Aurora declined to provide any testimony right away. In contrast, Peter talked a lot, but not much of it was accurate. The police had no hard evidence against them because they obviously did not want to cooperate with the investigation. An anonymous phone call altered the case's trajectory. Over the phone, a woman disclosed that she had information regarding Mark's murder. The woman was later identified by the police as Fabienne Lefevre. Aurora's stepmother, Fabienne, had recently split from the girl's father and made the decision to either get even or atone for her transgressions. According to Fabienne, she hurried to the hospital to console her stepdaughter following the tragedy in Corsica, but the girl who met her was entirely different, not even in mourning. Fabienne claims that Aurora told her everything. It was all Peter's doing, she said, and he handled everything. Peter and 3 accomplices, his German friends, pulled over Aurora and Mark as they were on the road. They used baseball bats to beat Mark. Fabienne claims that because Mark pleaded with the men to spare his wife and let her go, he was unaware of the betrayer until the very end. They loaded Mark's body into the car and pushed it off a cliff after the beating was finished. However, because it didn't fit Peter's personality, the police were unable to track down the accomplices or provide evidence of their existence. Furthermore, there were numerous questions regarding Fabienne's veracity. First, there was tension between Fabienne and Aurora. Second, why did she make an anonymous call? And why did she call the police sooner? She was afraid, the woman said. However, the police sought additional evidence because they were certain that Fabienne's words alone could not be used to build a strong case. Police in Germany discovered that one of Peter's brothers had postcards from Corsica and pictures of the car that crashed off the cliff. The interesting thing about these souvenir photos is that they were taken 6 months prior to Mark's murder. Was it deliberate planning or just a coincidence? 4 years had gone by since the murder, but the specifics of the crime were still unknown. The police made the decision to recreate the airport crime scene on June 16, 1999. The vehicle was being driven by the driver at a maximum speed of 35 kilometers per hour. As if attempting to leap out, Aurora was supposed to open the car door wide. Even when the car slowed down considerably, she didn't do it. In an attempt to find an explanation for her failure, she lost her temper, started crying, and had hysterical outbursts. Peter stepped in and tried to protect Aurora. Since, in theory, he was not present at the crime scene in Corsica, it is unclear why he was involved in the reconstruction at all. Following this experiment, the researchers were certain that Mark Van Burr was murdered rather than killed in an accident. The trial started. A revised version of events was put forth by the defendant's attorneys, who claimed that Mark had a heart attack shortly before he fell from a height. Put another way, since he passed away just seconds before the collision, all of his subsequent injuries were post-mortem. This hypothesis had the potential to disprove the prosecution's entire theory. Such a version did not match the autopsy results, but even the forensic expert thought it was a smart move. Another crucial detail that the forensic expert disclosed during the trial was that Mark had not eaten anything for several hours prior to the crime. He was starving. The juror's last straw was when Aurora even made up a story about having a romantic dinner with her husband that night. Both of them were convicted. Peter received a 20-year sentence, and Aurora received a 15-year sentence. They probably didn't even complete half of their sentences. They were made available a long time ago. As of 2021, they remained together even after Aurora was forbidden from leaving the country, and Peter was deported to Germany. Peter secured employment as a carpenter, and Aurora is employed due to her multilingualism. The most amazing aspect of this case is that Aurora and Peter committed two nearly flawless murders. If Aurora had been a little more patient and hadn't slammed the door in front of her husband's family, the second murder would have probably gone undetected. She would have quietly left after a few months if she had continued to be the kind girl they knew, and the Van Burr family would never have suspected her of anything. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On May 3, 2019, 17-year-old Ellie Gould decided to skip her regular class and spend the day studying alone. Nobody knew that there was a terrifying secret hidden behind her closed door. Her father expected her typical chirpy greeting when he got home, but instead he found an eerie silence. The kitchen had devolved into a nightmare scene. Ellie Gould, a popular and intelligent sixth-form student, should have turned 18 the week before. However, she was killed in her own house in May. Ellie was lying there, a motionless figure in a pool of blood, a knife by her arms, stab wounds at her throat, not the lively girl her father had known. Her eyes, which had once been determined mirrors, gazed straight ahead. There were more questions in the air. Why would a young girl who followed her dreams, Ellie, commit suicide? However, there was more to this tale than first appeared. Before Ellie said her final goodbyes, rumors of another eerie presence in the house began to circulate after a silver Ford Fiesta was spotted close to her residence. Who was this invisible person? Were they complicit in the murder of Ellie? The crucial question still stood. Was this a horrific murder or an act of self-harm? The small, serene town of Calne, Wiltshire, is situated in southwest England and is encircled by picturesque hills. The River Marden flows through its banks, surrounded by willow trees, and the air is thick with the scent of freshly cut grass. Stone cottages with window boxes in bloom line the cobbled streets. A weekly market with lively exchanges takes place in the town square, which is shaded by old oak trees. Ellie flourished in this calm environment, surrounded by the recognizable sounds of distant trains and church bells. Calne was more than just a lovely location. It was a part of Ellie's journey, influencing her aspirations and objectives with its understated charm. Carol and Matthew Gould, both in their late 40s, welcomed Ellie into the world on February 6, 2002. She went into her A-levels as a Year 12 student at Hardenhoosh School with a strong sense of ambition. Ellie, however, was more than just studying and tests. Riding her favorite horse in the open fields brought her peace. She was naturally skilled at it, and even had aspirations of becoming a member of the mounted police. In addition to awards and trophies, Ellie played a crucial role in her family's life. Ellie was regarded by her contemporaries as a reliable friend who would listen to your darkest secrets and make you laugh until your sides ached. Ellie got along well with her cousins as well as her friends. Jess Vine, 17, was one of her closest cousins. Like sisters, they couldn't be separated. When someone said, "It was almost like we had twins in the family," Ellie desired to study psychology as well. Understanding the intricacies of the human mind, the positive, negative, and intriguing gray areas in between, was made possible by her A-levels. She wished to improve the world by assisting people in discovering their inner motivations. But Ellie's life took a surprising turn. No one could have imagined how brutally she was removed. Ellie Gould decided to study at home for her A-levels on May 3, 2019, rather than attending class. This day, however, was different. Everything changed when her father, Matthew Gould, returned from his job. There was a silence that persisted in the house indefinitely, replacing the usual routine and laughter. In a state of shock, Ellie's father, Matthew, called for an ambulance in a panic, unsure of what to do or how to react to what he had just seen. He then contacted Ellie's mother, Carol. His once bright daughter was now lying on the floor, her laugh gone, her beautiful face scarred, her eyes open and emotionless. Ellie had been lying dead in her kitchen for at least 4 hours, according to the Wiltshire police investigation. Unbelievably, she had 13 separate neck stab wounds and displayed symptoms of strangulation. Even the best surgeons or first aid would not have been able to save her due to the violent and upsetting nature of the stabbing. There was nothing to be done about the terrible and tragic circumstances. The police soon came to the conclusion that Ellie couldn't have done this to herself, and that there was little possibility that a stranger was to blame. They assumed it wasn't an outsider because nothing in the house was disturbed. The evidence indicated that it wasn't an outsider, which left the police perplexed. They began looking into more intimate circles, such as Ellie's friends, family, or acquaintances. This case was made even more complex by the fact that the motive was still unknown. Still in disbelief, her parents first thought that Ellie might have hurt herself unintentionally or fallen off a chair, but her father, Matthew, stopped and rethought the whole thing. Maybe he had a feeling something was wrong, or that there might be more to it than first appeared. When a neighbor gave a vital lead, the breakthrough occurred. Earlier that day, they had noticed a slender, unnamed male guest at Ellie's house. The police investigation was centered on this description, even though they were unable to see the person's face. The case took a major turn when the search for this enigmatic young man began. Detective Jim Taylor, the investigator, and his team acted quickly to interview all of Ellie's friends after learning of this lead. They began with Ellie Gould's friend and classmate, 17-year-old Ellie Welling. On May 3, 2019, the day of Ellie Gould's untimely death, Ellie Welling was scheduled to pick her up. The police reached a dead end after speaking with Ellie's friends, but they were distracted when they noticed a strange car driving toward Ellie's house. Shortly after Ellie's death, this car appeared on surveillance footage and was out of place in the neighborhood. The police needed Ellie's parents to identify any suspected friends in order to advance the investigation. However, Ellie's parents were unable to immediately come up with a friend because they knew all of her friends. It clicked for Ellie's parents when the police asked directly if Ellie was in a romantic relationship. Thomas Griffiths, age 18, was brought up. An 18-year-old A-level student named Thomas Griffiths played rugby for the first team and was a prefect at Hardenhush School in Chippenham, Wiltshire. He was raised in a decent household and put in a lot of effort to earn the chance at a promising future. Ellie had a major crush on him and had known him since 7th grade, so it's safe to say that she was thrilled when they started dating. Thomas became Ellie's first boyfriend when they formally began dating in January 2019, and their relationship went well. Since Ellie's parents knew everything about her life, she naturally told her mother about Griffiths. Although they hoped she would put her studies ahead of boys, her parents were aware of the brittleness of adolescent love and wanted to steer clear of it. They agreed to let her date even though they preferred that she concentrate on her studies. To get to know Thomas better, they invited him over for dinner and insisted on meeting him. Ellie's parents watched Thomas intently one evening while they were eating dinner in the kitchen, attempting to gauge his personality. He was quite quiet and appeared introverted, but there were no overt warning signs. They believed it was most likely because he was still a young boy and was nervous about meeting Ellie's family. Ellie's parents were supportive and understanding, and they were eager to give her space because they knew she was a smart and self-sufficient child. But they watched Thomas and silently pondered why Ellie had picked someone who didn't seem to be a good fit for her. They were certain that Ellie and Thomas couldn't be together, but they didn't say anything because they respected Ellie's opinion. They made the decision to give Thomas a chance in the hopes that Ellie would be happy. On February 6, 2019, Thomas even attended Ellie's 17th birthday celebration in their own kitchen. In that instance, her parents showed him their love and acceptance by extending a warm welcome into their house. Ellie and Thomas's relationship didn't last long during its honeymoon period. After 3 months, fissures appeared. After being blown away at first, Ellie felt that Thomas's incessant need for her was suffocating her independence. The initial excitement turned into a suffocating clinginess as he yearned for her presence all the time. She received grumpy disapproval whenever she tried to prioritize her A-levels or make friends. Ellie's need for room and development was in stark contrast to the future Thomas envisioned, which was laced with talk of marriage. Their relationship goals were headed in opposite directions and would eventually collide. Feeling stuck in a commitment she wasn't prepared for, Ellie longed for independence and the opportunity to be herself. The once ideal romance had devolved into a battle to uphold her individuality while juggling expectations. She wanted to concentrate on her studies, particularly her impending tests, and felt that she wasn't prepared for a committed relationship. Ellie told her mother she wanted to break up with Thomas in early May 2019. Her mother, not surprised by the news, asked if Ellie needed to talk or if there was a particular reason. Ellie told her mother that she just wanted to remain single for a while and that nothing had happened. She assured her mother that everything was under control and that she shouldn't worry. Ellie later went to her room and texted Thomas to end their relationship. Thomas insisted on denying the split and declared his love and compatibility with her. However, Ellie remained steadfast in her choice, telling friends about their split on May 2, 2019. She hoped they could still be friends, even though she knew Thomas might be upset. When police found Ellie in their kitchen the next day, there were questions about whether Thomas, an A-level student, could possibly be capable of such a thing. Since she didn't have classes until the afternoon on May 2, 2019, Ellie asked her parents if she could spend the following morning at home. Before going to school in the afternoon for her history class, she intended to prepare for her tests. She made arrangements for a friend, Ellie Welling, to come get her at 12 p.m. on May 3, 2019, the following morning, to attend school together. Griffiths and Ellie were both sixth formers at Hardenhoosh School in Chippenham on the day that Griffith's mother dropped him off. Thomas walked into the school cafeteria and asked Ellie's friends where she was. He had been looking for her since the morning, wanting to talk about their breakup the night before. He made the snap decision to leave as soon as he found out that Ellie wasn't in school. Thomas pretended to be ill and told a teacher so before heading to the local bus stop. He quickly changed into a different pair of sneakers and a black hoodie as he made his way home, but just as he was about to leave, his mother came home without warning. In a panic, he hurried to hide in a cupboard until she was gone. After his mother left and he was left alone, Thomas grabbed the extra car keys and made the 10-minute drive to Ellie's house. He wanted to speak with her, so he knocked on her front door when he arrived. When Thomas realized Ellie was serious about ending their relationship, they reportedly got into a heated argument in the kitchen. He began choking Ellie in the midst of the argument. Thomas continued to fight despite her valiant attempts to defend herself, and Ellie fainted. He grabbed a knife from the kitchen and stabbed Ellie 13 times in the neck. She was unable to defend herself, but he washed the knife to get his fingerprints off it when he noticed she had stopped moving. In order to make it appear as though Ellie had caused her own harm, he then set up the scene. Once he had cleaned up the scene, he pretended to be Ellie and texted a friend using her phone. He took this action to make sure Ellie's body wasn't discovered until much later in the day. Ellie unintentionally scratched Thomas's face and neck while defending herself. Upon noticing these marks, Thomas devised a scheme to conceal his actions. In a group chat, he expressed to his friends how devastated he was by the breakup and even claimed that he was intentionally harming himself. He then suggested that they meet up to discuss their relationship while sending messages to Ellie's phone, as though he was not aware of anything out of the ordinary. To ask Thomas about Ellie, the police visited his home. His neck, which had new scratches from Ellie's brutal murder of him, caught their attention right away. The police were aware that there was more to the story, even though Thomas denied any involvement in Ellie's murder. Investigators looked at the family's Wi-Fi router settings and found that shortly after Thomas got home from school on May 3, his phone disconnected from the home network. It didn't reconnect until after 12 p.m. after being offline for several hours. Suspecting that this period coincided with Ellie's murder, they examined surveillance footage surrounding Ellie's home to learn more. A silver Ford Fiesta was seen leaving Ellie's neighborhood at 11:56 a.m. on CCTV footage from a passing bus. The police were able to identify the Griffiths family because the car's registration number was visible. Thomas was clearly implicated as the driver because no other family members were present at the time. Thomas steadfastly denied any involvement in Ellie's murder or presence at the crime scene, in spite of this evidence. Thomas's phone connected to the home network after 12 p.m., but disconnected for an 18-minute period, police found after closely examining the family's Wi-Fi router. When the police focused on the area around them, they noticed a wooded area. They walked to the woods in precisely 9 minutes after leaving Thomas's front door. When the 9-minute mark came, they stopped and looked around. Investigators found a pair of black sneakers that contained Ellie's blood during the search in Thomas's room, which further added to the growing body of evidence. They also quickly found a black bin liner that contained blood-stained napkins, clothing, and towels that were later found to contain Ellie's DNA. Thomas was then taken into custody and accused of killing Ellie Gould. Thomas admitted in August 2019 that he intended to enter a guilty plea to the offense. He described going to Ellie's house early on May 2, confessing to a fight and a blackout, and stating that he was unable to remember what happened next. In a heartbreaking statement, Ellie's mother, Carol, recalled how the family welcomed Griffiths into their home and even shared in Ellie's birthday celebration, demonstrating their faith in him. After Ellie was murdered, she described the unthinkable experience of holding her cold hand, pain no parent should have to go through. At first, she was shocked that Griffiths, the naive boy who cherished their daughter, would hurt Ellie. Ellie's father, Matthew, talked about how the eerie sight of her still body plagued his sleep and daily activities constantly. It was revealed in court that Griffiths had abused Ellie after she rejected him. According to the autopsy, she was first rendered unconscious by pressure on her neck, then she was stabbed more than a dozen times before escaping. To trick investigators, Griffiths set up the scene and put Ellie's hand on the knife he had left close to her neck. He even made a desperate attempt to convince his friends that the scratches on his face were self-inflicted. Thomas Griffiths was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 12 years by the Bristol Crown Court in November 2019. Griffiths' letter of apology was read aloud in court. Ellie's mother shook her head while gazing at Thomas. The court also pointed out that his use of a knife from the victim's home does not imply premeditation, taking into account his age as a mitigating factor, since life sentences for those under the age of 18 are prohibited by UK law. At the age of 29, Thomas Griffiths would be eligible for parole in 2031. The tragic tale of Ellie Gould served as a poignant reminder of the frailty of life and the ruthless robbery of dreams. She lost her future, her love, and her hopes. In addition, her predicament brought to light the difficulties in relationships that appear to be ideal. The sorrow of losing Ellie and the unrelenting quest for justice served as a warning to be careful who we allow into our lives. More generally, Carol Gould's advocacy for harsher punishments in situations such as Ellie's led to crucial discussions regarding domestic abuse and juvenile offender sentencing. Ellie's Law, Carol's initiative, aimed to address the disparity in sentencing between those who bring weapons and those who use found weapons in heinous crimes, as well as for adolescent killers. Ellie's mother, Carol, and her family achieved victory after 2 arduous campaigns. Those who fought so hard for justice were relieved when, 2 years later, this new law made it possible for teenage killers to receive sentences of up to 27 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered the lengths people will go to in pursuit of love? However, what if that love turns out to be something else? What if everything you see is a carefully constructed web of deception and manipulation, and the protagonist of this tale is enmeshed in his own fantasies? The multi-millionaire from Wales, who appeared to have it all, ended up trapped in his own delusions, which caused him to let his life descend into a nightmare and bring down those around him. There are no simple solutions in this tale, and you'll be astounded to see how deeply feelings and passions drove events to a terrible conclusion. The Welsh tycoon and multi-millionaire Peter Morgan, who was once at the pinnacle of his success and had unimaginable fortune, was suddenly on the verge of catastrophe. Pay great attention to every detail, because there is significantly less truth to this story than you might imagine. His life, which appeared to be full of wealth and perfect harmony, concealed behind its facade the darkness that frequently engulfs people going through a midlife crisis. A crisis that upends routine and forces a person to grasp at the opportunities they lost in their youth, ultimately leading them down a perilous path. This tale opens on a peaceful Welsh morning, in the traditional way that it was used as a haven for those looking for comfort behind its fortified walls. One woman admitted that her lover, who had previously made her happy, had turned into nothing more than a source of annoyance as they sat on a sofa in a hut nestled in the thick forest, revealing their secrets. She was about to make a choice that would alter everything. A man, meanwhile, was sitting at his house miles away, gripping his cell phone. His trembling fingers seemed to be an attempt to cling to what little tranquility he still had. He had heard words that would change his life forever only a moment before. Born in 1962 on a 300-acre farm close to Newport, Peter Morgan has a long history of achievement and wealth. This narrative took place in Wales in 2016. His family was financially secure when he was growing up. He realized early on that his future was predetermined. He would follow in his parents' footsteps and become a farmer. Even yet, Peter displayed characteristics of entitlement and disinterest in learning. He had a simple picture of his life, and never dreamed of venturing beyond the known bounds. He left school at the age of 16 to work in the family business, which turned out to be a reliable source of money even though he had no official schooling. For many years, Peter's life was predictable. He married a childhood friend, worked on the farm, and settled down with his 2 kids in the small town of USK. For a while, Peter was content with the security and comfort of family life, but on his 30th birthday, he made the decision to turn his life around. He left the farm to start his own business, which was very profitable, despite not being very exciting. His network of industrial chicken houses began with poultry barns. The business prospered, and Peter sold it for 7 figures by the time he was 40. This turned out to be a pivotal moment in his life. Although the midlife crisis arrived subtly, its consequences were severe and swift. It seemed as though Peter had suddenly changed from a reasonable businessman to a man who was driven to experience life in all its ferocity and disorder. He started spending money like there was no tomorrow, purchasing expensive vehicles like Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and furnishing his newly purchased estate with ostentatious accessories like a helicopter and a tank. It soon became clear that he was fascinated by weaponry. He had an AK-47 on the desk in his office, but that was just how it looked. Financial excess was only one aspect of the changes in his life. Peter initially stepped over the line when he paid a performer for an intimate service at a private club, while on a business trip to Amsterdam. He woke up and felt compelled to continue after this, which was his first act of infidelity. Peter lived a double life from that point on, one that was characterized by stability and family, the other by luxury and the indulgence in forbidden pleasures. At a VIP club in 2011, Peter's life changed when a friend introduced him to an app that allowed him to reserve top escorts. His demise began with this exchange of words. After returning home, Peter immersed himself in the virtual world where his dreams came true. Morgan soon made it a point to never see the same lady twice, so he spent all of his free time looking through profiles and setting up encounters with escorts all over the nation. From Newport to Cardiff, every encounter was different and special. Cleverly disguising it as work travel, it was his own escape from his family life. Helen, his wife, had no suspicions. Peter had mastered the art of hiding his activities by claiming that his trips were necessary for work, and Helen, perhaps preoccupied with her own obligations, was unaware that her husband was leading a double life. In the year 2000, everything changed. At the age of 12, Peter met a young, vivacious woman named Georgina Simmons on his 50th birthday. Georgina was born into a household of 3 boys and grew up in Newport. She was confident, headstrong, and had a strong personality. At 16, she left school, found work at a call center, and enrolled in cosmetology classes at the same time. The connection between Georgina and Peter Deem, a guy 6 years her senior, school first appeared to be a dependable route to a secure future. But when she gave birth to her daughter Emily at the age of 17, her life started to change. She attempted to adapt to her new job as a mother, but she soon met Peter Morgan, who would fundamentally alter her life. As a young mother, Georgina Simmons attempted to fit in at Peter's mother's home, where they shared a small daughter. She had just enough money from her job at a contact center to scrape by, and she woke up every morning in the dingy, unwelcoming dwelling. She was aware that she wanted more. She firmly believed that she was entitled to greater things, including more money, freedom, and excitement. She was tired of spending her days in a stuffy office on the phone, and she yearned for something more, something that would give her life purpose and luxury. Georgina's boyfriend, Pete, was a quiet, homely man who didn't like for parties or a flamboyant lifestyle. She frequently grumbled about their meager income and how they had to make compromises on everything as a result. He was happy with routine and stability, unlike Georgina, but his longing for a peaceful, uncomplicated life made her feel stuck and unable to see a way out. Georgina made the decision to make a living by using her looks. The young lady almost developed an obsession with her appearance. She started wearing provocative clothing, playing around with cosmetics, and exploring the potential of cosmetic surgery. She soon had liposuction, 2 breast augmentation procedures, and burlesque and exotic dance classes. A world with unrestricted financial flow became possible as a result. She began earning amounts she had previously only dreamed about while working at a private dance club. She made the decision to undergo a whole makeover in order to draw the interest of rich guys who could afford to hire her. Her life began to alter at this point. Eventually, Georgina and Pete were able to leave his mother's house and move into their own apartment. She also thought she had at last acquired some independence for a while. However, it was insufficient. Her aspirations and desire for luxury increased daily. She started thinking about becoming a high-end escort after her job at the club failed to meet her needs, which she rationalized to herself as a means of providing her daughter with a better future. Under the alias Hannah James, she signed up for a well-known app that charged high prices for a variety of services. Georgina was correct when she predicted that her skills and appearance would draw in wealthy clients. Pete opposed the idea, even though he was aware of Georgina's ambitions. He didn't want his spouse to do such work because he was aware of the dangers associated with those kinds of interactions. But he had to make a compromise since he loved Georgina and was afraid of losing her. In exchange for keeping their love secret from their families, the pair consented to an open relationship, enabling Georgina to carry on with her escort business. Only a few clients had access to her private life and services, which were kept under wraps. When Peter Morgan, a multimillionaire going through a midlife crisis, came across Georgina's photo on the app in May 2012, her profile became viral. He was enthralled right away and set up a meeting. As Peter and Georgina ate dinner together on their first date and engaged in light conversation, Peter felt a connection he had been lacking. Her confidence as well as her appearance drew him in. He paid her $200, 0 cents, for a kiss that night, but by morning the sum had increased dramatically. For Peter it was more than work, but for Georgina it was simply labor. Peter preferred variety and had never met the same woman twice before, but Georgina was different. Their encounters went from once a month to once a week, and he was prepared to repeatedly pay for her time. Peter became aware that he was in love with her. Money was no longer a concern and he enjoyed being with her. He was paying for her business as well as her services. Morgan lavished her with presents, clothing, shoes, pricey jewelry, and even a red Ferrari while they were out to eat and watch movies together. Over time, his emotions started to develop into an obsession. As much as possible, Peter wanted Georgina by his side. She was more than just an escort to him now. She was a companion, something his wife and kids would never leave. Peter paid Georgina $10,000, 0 cents, to stay with him for the weekend, not realizing that another woman was spending time with him in their family home. Helen, Peter's wife, was unaware that the events unfolding in her bedroom could cause their marriage to fall apart. It was all business to Georgina. It didn't interest her. Despite Peter's increasing fixation on her, all attention was on the lavish amount of money he spent. Without showing any regret, she kept seeing other clients. Even her boyfriend Pete stayed in her life in spite of her relationship with Morgan. This didn't stop Peter, though. He chose to give Georgina greater exclusive rights, since the one thing that disturbed him was the idea of other clients spending time with her as well. The concept of sharing her was intolerable. Georgina accepted that Morgan was willing to spend a huge amount of money on her being his only partner. She was aware that one client may bring in more money than dozens of others. From that point on, Georgina only saw Peter, who was earning about $133,000 a month. This sum paid for her personal expenses, food, and living expenses. Although it appeared that everything was under control for a while, their agreement was about to set off a series of events that would permanently alter their lives. For Georgina and her daughter, the old mansion, which seemed cut off from reality, turned into a sort of jail. Intoxicated by his wealth and power, Peter Morgan thought he had complete control over his new princess's life. Since the main house was too dilapidated, he moved Georgina into a small bungalow on the estate's grounds, claiming it was for her and her child's safety. As part of their agreement, Morgan made sure her boyfriend Pete Dedium was not allowed to enter the property at all, which effectively isolated Georgina. This isolated existence in an opulent environment continued for 3 years. Peter made every effort to fabricate a fantasy of a fairy tale for Georgina, including lavish holidays in South Africa, expensive presents, and trips to London and other cities. He made it a point to spend as much time with her as he could, and paid for her beauty procedures. Georgina had evolved into more than an escort in his mind. She was like family. Peter was utterly engrossed in his fantasy as they drove ATVs throughout the estate, watched movies, walked along well-kept trails, and enjoyed private moments. However, beneath all of this apparent luxury, fissures were starting to appear. Even though she lived in a castle, Georgina continued to carry out her tasks without showing any affection for Peter, treating him as merely a client. Her boyfriend, Pete Deem, was able to visit her less frequently the more time she spent with Morgan. He tried to alter the situation as he battled her absence and the widening gap between their worlds. Pete started concentrating on improving himself, working out and trying to look more attractive to Georgina. He upgraded his wardrobe with designer clothes, lost weight, and even whitened his teeth in the hopes of regaining her attention. But the truth was far harsher than he had expected. Helen, Peter's wife, meanwhile, began to suspect that anything was up. She had long disregarded her husband's dubious business travels, but when she found a receipt for flowers sent to a different woman, everything changed. She was aware that her husband had been cheating on her for a while, but rather than addressing him, she further distanced herself by going about her everyday business. She appeared to be happy with this arrangement, or maybe she just didn't want to become involved. Georgina started calling her lovers Rich Pete and Poor Pete at the same time, obviously preferring the former. Pete was humiliated by this moniker, which made him feel even less successful. Despite being surrounded by luxury, life in the castle remained detached from the outside world. While her daughter was growing up apart from her father, Georgina spent days and nights with Morgan. Her relationship with Pete disintegrated totally during this time, but Georgina remained unconcerned, seeing Morgan only as a source of money. Peter paid extra costs, totaling thousands of dollars for each session with Georgina. This made it possible for Georgina to continue living a luxury lifestyle. She began inviting other ladies into the castle to keep things interesting, and Peter enjoyed the extra thrill this brought. Though he insisted that she continue to be his primary companion, he frequently asked Georgina to meet new ladies since he enjoyed these scenarios. Peter once invited Georgina and one of her escort pals to his family home while his wife and children were on vacation. They spent the evening having a good time in the marital bedroom. Morgan, however, desired more. In order to fulfill his dream of a trio consisting of his wife Georgina and himself, he asked one of the women to wear Helen's clothing. He was aware that Helen would never consent to such a situation in practice, but it didn't stop him at the time. Peter was unaware that Georgina was recording everything as his fantasy came to life. She captured every moment of the night, from her friend changing into Peter's wife's clothes to everything that happened in the bedroom. Later on, the sequence of events would be significantly influenced by this footage. While the affair went on, Morgan's life started to fall apart. Pete Deem, Georgina's first boyfriend, had had enough. The fact that his partner was spending more time with Morgan than with him and their daughter was becoming intolerable to him. The first breach in Georgina's existence came when he made the decision to break up with her. Helen found out shortly after Peter's wife did. When she unintentionally discovered texts between her husband and Georgina, she realized how serious the infidelity was and made the decision to cease ignoring it. Helen would no longer listen to Peter's explanations, even if he was confessing everything. She demanded a sizable portion of their assets when she filed for divorce. In a short period of time, Georgina experienced two catastrophes that she was unable to recover from. The first was when her father committed suicide in the middle of 2015. She was totally devastated by the incident, and before she could move past that loss, she experienced yet another catastrophe. After their split, her ex-boyfriend Pete Deem also committed suicide because he was unable to handle living without Georgina and their daughter, and had fallen into a deep melancholy. He was discovered hanging in a wooded area in November 2015. The last straw was these incidents. Georgina, who was once powerful and self-assured, plunged into a deep sadness. Alcohol and illegal drugs became her friends. She was drawn into a darkness that seemed unbreakable as her life began to fall apart because she was unable to cope with the loss and the suffering. As time went on, Peter and Georgina's friendship soured. She ignored his efforts to maintain their relationship and started to coldly separate herself. In her heart, Georgina held him accountable for her ex-partner Pete's passing. She believed that he was the one who had destroyed her life, so she turned to another man, a longtime friend she had known for years, for solace. Their relationship began to develop as she felt liberated from pressure and control in his company. For Georgina, it was a chance to break free from Morgan's control and experience real care and support. But this new man's presence made me quite uneasy. Georgina was considered his property by Peter Morgan, who refused to let her spend time with anyone else. Over time, it became increasingly clear that Peter considered her as his property, since he was often reminding her of the money he had invested in her life, supporting her and her kid, and that, in his opinion, gave him the right to control her. She grew more rebellious the more he attempted to manipulate her. Every time they went to an event together, Georgina stopped putting up with his allegations and demands. She publicly humiliated him and made him feel unworthy without hesitation. Her fiery and unyielding nature was suddenly working against him. Her actions grew more damaging. As Georgina's use of mind-altering substances increased and Child Protective Services learned of her unhealthy lifestyle, she further plunged into a world of illegal drugs and alcohol in an effort to dull the agony of her losses and failures. Concerned about Georgina's suitability as a mother to her daughter Emily, authorities opened an investigation. Simmons' initial response upon learning of the investigation was to place the blame on Peter. She was certain that in order to exert more control over her life, he had notified social services. Even though there was no proof that Morgan was involved, Georgina would not hear any justifications. She believed that he was to blame for all of her bad luck, so she chose to speak with him directly, which led to a heated argument. This controversy turned into the pinnacle of their escalating hostility. Peter, a man accustomed to dominance, was unable to release her. In order to keep tabs on Georgina's every action, he started spying on her. Making use of his access to the estate, he placed listening devices in the cottage, where Georgina resided. Since each device had a SIM card, he was able to make calls and listen in on what was going on in the room when he was at home. Every day, Peter would connect to the gadgets and listen in on her discussions. This concern with surveillance turned into a full-fledged obsession. To find out if Georgina was cheating on him or scheming against him, he would call the devices up to 10 times a day and listen to recordings for hours. Over 2 months went by, and the majority of the talks Peter overheard were routine, including small talk with friends and conversations with her daughter. But all that changed on January 10, 2016. George had a close friend over that day, and when Peter called to listen, the conversation changed. Georgina was venting about him, and he heard it. She said that although she felt stuck because of Peter's financial support, her life with him had turned into a nightmare. She acknowledged feeling like a prisoner in the estate, and resented him for bringing child services into her life. Thankfully, Georgia was not in danger of losing custody of her daughter because the child services investigation was over. She did not, however, intend to inform Morgan of this result. She understood that she could take advantage of his emotions to further exploit him and obtain more money. Georgina was aware that the possibility of losing her daughter was a potent instrument for manipulating Peter, and she was determined to take use of it in order to obtain as much as possible. However, she had a more ambitious plan. Peter heard Georgina candidly inform her friend that she planned to deceive him into signing the bungalow to her before permanently severing their relationship. The compromising video footage of the night they spent together, with her friend who had disguised up in Peter's wife's clothes, was another weapon she had at her disposal. By threatening to show the video to Morgan's ex-wife and daughters, she intended to blackmail him. Peter heard her plan and knew that everything depended on it. He realized that Georgina's goal was to ruin his life by taking advantage of his weaknesses. His whole universe seemed to be crumbling under him at that very moment. He was aware that his acquaintances and associates would abandon him if his daughters learned about the recording and would not want to interact with him. As he listened to these revelations in the quiet of his house, Peter Morgan experienced a range of emotions from shock to wrath, realizing that all he had worked so hard to build could fall apart in an instant. The fact that the lady he trusted was planning such a betrayal astounded him. Her remarks minimized all that he had done for her, exposing their relationship as a figment of her imagination, in which he was only a puppet. After barely surviving the night on January 11, Peter started to carefully consider every stage of his revenge plan in an effort to take back control of his life. His phone's search history revealed his plans the very next day. He was researching everything he may require to carry out his scheme. Peter Morgan bought rope, rubber gloves, plastic bags, and zip ties from a hardware store on January 12. He made a beeline for the house where Georgina resided as soon as he got back to the estate. He made no effort to be polite this time. He addressed her right away and claimed to be aware of her plans. He made it plain that he would not permit things to go in that manner and accused her of blackmail. In a last-ditch effort to retain her, Peter promised her everything, including marriage and a portion of his fortune. As he tossed a stack of cash at her feet, he even proposed to get a life insurance policy, designating her as the beneficiary and guaranteeing her $1 million in the event that he passed away. However, she ruthlessly turned him down rather than accepting his offer. Peter became blindly angry after hearing her hateful and disdainful remarks. His goal was to scare her, so he grabbed the rope and looped it around her neck in an attempt to intimidate her. His intentions changed, though, when Georgina threatened to cover all costs. An act of brutality was the result of all the rage, frustration, and disappointment that were inside of him. Peter closed his eyes, tightened the rope, and kept going until her respiration ceased. Peter felt nothing but emptiness when Georgina Simon's life passed away. He wrapped her body in plastic, secured her ankles and wrists with zip ties, and put on the rubber gloves. Then, believing that no one would discover her there, he took her to an old family home where his family had resided. He concealed her in an outbuilding. However, his recklessness and haste proved to be his downfall. Every action was recorded by the security cameras he had personally placed, and authorities were able to follow Georgina's whereabouts thanks to her cell phone, which he neglected to switch off. Georgina's friends and acquaintances were worried when she failed to arrive to pick up her kid from school. When her absence became evident in the evening, the police promptly began searching. Morgan, attempting to stick to his story, emerged as the prime suspect. He stated that she had asked him to go when he saw her around noon. Peter tried to claim that he seized Georgina's phone to shield her from dangerous substances, but the police soon discovered that he was lying under pressure from detectives. He was brought to the station for more interrogation, nevertheless, because his account was not credible. A few hours later, he sobbed and admitted to Georgina's killing, saying he had been driven to the brink. He tried to defend his behavior by claiming that he had given her everything in the hopes of preserving their relationship, but all he received in return was dishonesty and threats. Peter Morgan's trial garnered a lot of media attention. He later attempted to argue for a lighter sentence despite his confession, pointing to emotional and mental health problems. An attempt was made to reduce the accusation to manslaughter by distress, but in the end, the evidence, including his own confession and the surveillance footage, was so strong that Peter Morgan was given a life sentence, with the chance of release after at least 25 years. This is where I want to take a moment to address every one of you directly. There is more to this story than a detective story or a criminal report. It's a tragedy that exposes the frailty and preoccupation of people. Attachment was mistaken for ownership by Peter Morgan, a man who yearned for acceptance and love. He ultimately fell prey to his own illusion that he could purchase a relationship with money. Motivated by her aspirations and the wish to provide her daughter with a brighter future, Georgina was unable to stop and became entangled in a game that ultimately led to catastrophe. Little Emily, who lost both her parents, is maybe the most sorrowful character in this story. She fell prey to adult games where she had no reason to worry about the future. Remember that if you own up to your faults early on and refrain from basing your pleasure on deception and power, you can always find a way out of even the most dramatic and challenging circumstances. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Teresa Halbach vanished in October 2005 following her visit to the Avery Salvage Yard in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. Although her car was discovered abandoned, the investigation quickly came to a standstill because the leads were unproductive. Police searched for the truth despite a number of unfounded theories and contradicting reports. As time went on, the case attracted national attention, sparking interest and inquiry. Family members and friends were in a desperate search for Teresa's whereabouts. What was Teresa's actual fate? Was something far more sinister responsible for her disappearance, or was it a tragic accident? Let's investigate this perplexing case. Teresa's small hometown was Calumet County, which is well known for its cheese. Teresa's early years and promising future were set against the tranquil and picturesque backdrop of the area. Born on March 22, 1980, Teresa Halbach was raised in Wisconsin's Calumet County. Prior to her life being tragically cut short at the age of 25, she was a young woman with a bright future. She was raised on a dairy farm as one of 5 siblings in a loving household. Teresa was a remarkable student, in addition to being a girl from a small town. She came home to begin her life after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay in 2002. Teresa, who lived in a farmhouse next door to her parents and was still figuring out what she wanted to do with her life, was like many people in their 20s. She spent a lot of time with her parents and siblings and was close to them. She even served as the volleyball coach for her younger sister. They enjoyed spending time together on the family farm, watching Extreme Makeover and hanging out. She had always had a passion for photography, which she turned into a career in 2005. Teresa was a freelance photographer who documented events and weddings. She even took pictures of cars for sale while working for Autotrader.com, an American online marketplace for auto buyers and sellers. She first met Stephen Avery through this freelance work, and he hired her to photograph a car at his family's auto salvage yard. Wrapped automobiles, parts, and equipment were strewn all over the 40-acre Avery auto salvage yard. Their sister Barb lived on the property with her 3 sons, Brendan Dassey and her boyfriend Scott Taddick, while Stephen and his brother Charles managed the yard. Earlier in the year, Teresa had made multiple trips to the salvage yard to take pictures of cars for Stephen, but she wasn't particularly eager to return. According to reports, she once told a coworker that she found it unsettling that Stephen had answered the door while only wearing a towel. Who wouldn't be uneasy in that circumstance? On Halloween Day 2005, Teresa consented to return for one last photo session despite her discomfort. She would, regrettably, be seen alive for the very last time. Teresa Halbach showed up at the Avery salvage yard to take pictures of a car on the afternoon of Halloween 2005. She had a straightforward plan: take the pictures and go. But things took a turn for the worse, and Teresa's family reported her missing by November 3. She had gone to the salvage yard a few days ago and no one had seen or heard from her since. Concerns were raised when she failed to return her mother's calls. Teresa was a self-sufficient young lady with a busy life, and although her family was naturally concerned, they also assumed she might simply be out having fun. However, Teresa's family realized something was amiss when she disappeared for days at a time without speaking. Town volunteers came together to look for her, but they didn't make a significant finding until November 5th. Teresa parked her Toyota RAV4 on the Avery property. Strangely, wood, branches, and even the hood of another car were all over the car. Was the car concealed? That has been the subject of conjecture. The car appeared to have been attempted to be hidden, but it was unsuccessful. Why would anyone need to conceal a car when there are so many on the property? It made people wonder why the car was covered, but it was never made clear why. Police obtained a search warrant after finding Teresa's car at the Avery salvage yard, and between November 5 and November 12, they conducted 6 searches on the property. Police kept a close eye on Stephen Avery for the majority of the day. Officers seized a flatbed truck and a car from his family's retreat in the North Woods. Several troubling pieces of evidence were found during these searches. Investigators discovered burned bone fragments in a burn pit behind Stephen Avery's garage. These were subsequently determined by DNA testing to be Teresa's remains. Remains of Teresa's cell phone, Palm Pilot, and camera were discovered in a burn barrel on the property, and blood was discovered in the front and cargo sections of her RAV4. Police discovered 2 firearms, including a rifle, and Teresa's car key in Stephen Avery's bedroom during a search of his home. After several months, additional searches turned up a bullet and pieces in Avery's garage that were connected to the rifle that had been found in his house. Even though the bullet contained DNA evidence, it was still unclear whose DNA it belonged to, which led to more questions about the case. Although this body of evidence eventually strengthened the case against Stephen Avery, it raised controversy and left many questions unanswered. Stephen Avery made an initial statement without legal representation when he was questioned. That was the last time he saw her, he said. Law enforcement, however, soon began to doubt his account. Things quickly got out of hand when he was first arrested on suspicion of possessing illegal firearms on the property. On November 15, a few days later, Stephen Avery was formally charged with Teresa Halbach's murder. The amount of his bail was $500,000. Investigators had little reason to doubt the evidence, especially the blood, bones, car key, and firearm. The fact that Stephen Avery was no stranger to law enforcement is what makes his case so remarkable. This brings us to Stephen Avery's troubled past. He was raised on his family's 40-acre salvage yard in rural Gibson after being born in Manitowoc County in 1962. He had a reported IQ of 70 and struggled academically, attending special education classes. Avery served 10 months after being found guilty of robbing a bar when she was 18. He was imprisoned for a year in 1982 after being found guilty of animal cruelty for burning a cat alive. Avery was given a 6-year sentence in 1985 for threatening his cousin with a gun, but soon after, in 1985, Avery was falsely convicted of the vicious sexual assault and attempted murder of Penny Bjornson, marking the beginning of the most important chapter in his criminal history. Bjornson identified Avery despite his alibi and sentenced him to 32 years in prison. Avery was exonerated in 2002 after the Wisconsin Innocence Project took up his case and used DNA testing to prove that Gregory Allen was the real culprit. Avery was released in 2003 after serving 18 years. In order to recover $36 million for the erroneous conviction, he subsequently brought a civil suit against Manitowoc County and its representatives. When Teresa Halbach vanished in 2005, the lawsuit was still pending. In 2006, the case was resolved for $400,000. Investigators interviewed a number of people who lived or worked at the Avery salvage yard while Stephen Avery awaited trial for Teresa Halbach's murder. Stephen's 16-year-old nephew Brendan Dassey was one individual who attracted their attention. Although Brendan Dassey was not initially considered a suspect by the police in February 2006, they thought he might have some information regarding Teresa Halbach's disappearance. They believed he was keeping his uncle safe. However, Brendan started making statements during the interrogation that weren't consistent with the actions of an innocent person, which raised questions. Police believed Brendan had important information after an initial interview. Brendan had a borderline IQ, which is lower than the average. Brendan was 16 years old, but his comprehension and skills were more akin to those of a younger child. Brendan was interviewed twice more by investigators without his mother or legal representative present. They got his mother's approval prior to the last interview. The date of this controversial interview was March 1, 2006. Brendan admitted to taking part in Teresa's multiple-hour sexual assault, murder, and mutilation during this session. Brendan was told by police that they were already aware of the specifics. Brendan gave a detailed statement, clearly frightened. He said that after coming home from school, he was asked to enter his uncle's trailer where he discovered Teresa bound. As Teresa begged for assistance, his uncle allegedly encouraged him to sexually abuse her. Brendan claimed that his uncle convinced him to comply, and that after that, his uncle shot and stabbed Teresa. Brendan cut Teresa's throat at his uncle's order. A startling change occurred when Brendan was arrested and charged with sexual assault, murder, and corpse mutilation, but at that time, there was no supporting evidence for his confession. In any event, Stephen and Brendan were put on trial, and it went forward independently. The trial of Stephen Avery started first. Blood in Teresa's car, a spent bullet that matched Stephen's rifle and Teresa's DNA, and a key to her car discovered in Stephen's trailer that contained his DNA, were among the many pieces of evidence the prosecutors produced. Stephen's blood was found inside Teresa's car, and his DNA was found beneath the hood fastener. On Avery's land, Teresa's burned remains and possessions were discovered. Stephen made 2 calls to Teresa's cell phone, one with and one without the 67 feature to hide his identity, according to phone records. The 67 feature makes the call appear private or unknown, and prevents your phone number from appearing on the recipient's caller ID. These sparked suspicions and implied that Stephen might not have known the 67 call could be traced by the police. Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey testified that on the afternoon of Teresa's murder, he saw her making her way to Stephen's trailer. He also gave critical testimony after overhearing Stephen talking about Teresa's body disposal in a subsequent conversation. Stephen's defense team contended that Manitowoc County Police framed him because of his $36 million lawsuit against them, despite the evidence appearing to be against him. They claimed that police used evidence from a prior wrongful conviction case to plant blood in Teresa's car. The main evidence, according to the defense team, cast doubt on it. Only Stephen's DNA, not Teresa's, was present in the key to Teresa's car that was discovered in Stephen's trailer. This was odd, because the key to Teresa's car should have contained her DNA. It was possible that the key was planted and Stephen was framed because Teresa's DNA was missing and Stephen's DNA was present, indicating evidence tampering. The jury's decision was unambiguous. Stephen Avery was found guilty of all charges and given a life sentence. Brendan Dassey's trial, which lasted only a few days, came shortly after in April 2007. Brendan's confession was a key component of the prosecution's case against him, and its veracity was hotly contested. There are concerning indications when examining Brendan's police interview in detail. After being questioned for hours, he made statements that appeared to acknowledge his guilt, but many people thought they were fabricated and unreliable. Investigators questioned Brendan for more details after he described the alleged assault and murder. "That's all I can remember," Brendan said hesitantly when asked about Teresa's head injuries. The officer pressed him further and asked who had shot her in the head. After a while, Brendan acknowledged that he had done it. Brendan responded that he was unable to think of it at the moment when the officer questioned him about why he hadn't brought it up earlier. This conversation sparked worries that Brendan's answers might have been swayed by the investigators, who may have led him to divulge information that wasn't entirely consistent with his own memory. Brendan withdrew his confession during his trial and said he was under pressure from the police. At first, his involvement had been supported by physical evidence, such as bleach stains on his jeans. Brendan, however, provided a different explanation, claiming that the stains were the result of cleaning a garage rather than a crime scene. Notably, Brendan was not directly connected to Teresa's murder by any DNA or supporting evidence. Brendan's conviction raised questions about the fairness of his trial because it was based primarily on his dubious confession. Despite his lower intellectual capacity, he was tried as an adult at the age of 17. In 2048, he received a life sentence with the possibility of release. There were continuous discussions concerning the validity of his confession and the fairness of his conviction, which kept the case contentious. Avery's request for a new trial was denied by a state appeals court in August 2011, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court affirmed the ruling in 2013. In 2012, Avery was transferred to the Waupun Correctional Institution after 5 years of service at the Wisconsin Secure Program facility in Boscobel. Dassey's attorneys petitioned for his release in December 2015, claiming his confession was coerced and that he had incompetent legal representation. The documentary Making a Murderer, which followed the legal disputes between Stephen Avery and his nephew Brendan Dassey, was made available on Netflix in 2015. It questioned their guilt by looking into their arrests, trials, and convictions. Brendan's confession, the dubious evidence against Stephen, and the tense relationship between Avery and the local police force, which resulted in his erroneous conviction in the 1980 were the main topics of the series. Many people questioned whether Stephen and Brendan had fair trials after watching the documentary, which sparked a lot of discussion and drew a sizable audience. Although it highlighted potential injustices, some detractors believed it might have been biased and omitted important information. In 2016, Stephen Avery's case was taken on by famous lawyer Kathleen Zellner, who fought for wrongful convictions. A Chicago-based attorney named Kathleen Zellner ascended to the Hall of Fame by defending numerous people who had been unfairly convicted. With a track record of overturning convictions, Zellner started investigating alternative explanations for the case. She sought to demonstrate that other suspects might have been involved in Teresa Halbach's death, and that the evidence used at trial did not support Avery's guilt. Together with her public advocacy, Zellner's efforts brought the case back into the public eye and maintained the debate over Avery's innocence. The process of making a murderer was not totally impartial. Some critics contend that the prosecution's decision to not participate distorted the facts. They allowed the documentary to mostly represent the defense's viewpoint and left many questions unanswered. Some viewers speculated that the prosecution's decision to remain out was made in order to avoid re-examining the validity of Avery's prior erroneous conviction. The documentary spurred discussion and increased awareness, but it omitted crucial information. For instance, it didn't go into detail about the calls Stephen Avery made to Teresa Halbach's phone, which some consider to be important pieces of evidence. Additionally, it ignored Teresa's prior interactions with Avery, including rumors that she felt uncomfortable around him. Additionally, Making a Murderer minimized Stephen Avery's past violent actions, especially against women. Even though this does not establish his guilt on its own, it does point to a troubling pattern of aggression that should not be disregarded when looking into the case. Important pieces of evidence, like the bullet that was discovered to have Teresa's DNA on it and that matched Avery's rifle, were also mostly overlooked in the documentary. Although this evidence was difficult to ignore, the series paid little attention to it. In Avery's case, the defense contended that the blood sample had been altered and revealed a hole in the stopper. However, a nurse later disclosed that the hole was a routine practice and that the seal had already been broken by Avery's defense team. In the end, the tampering claim was untrue. Additionally, Brendan Dassey's contentious interrogation was minimized in the documentary. Brendan, who has a mild intellectual disability, spent hours being questioned without his mother or attorney present. The reliability of his confession, which was crucial to his conviction, was called into question because it was erratic and appeared to have been influenced by leading police questions. There was no tangible evidence linking Brendan to the crime scene, despite the fact that his confession was essential to the prosecution's case. Thus, his conviction depended almost entirely on the confession, even though there were doubts about how it was obtained. The possibility that Brendan's statements were coerced, or that his age and intellectual limitations made him susceptible to manipulation, was not sufficiently addressed in the documentary. The documentary left viewers with more questions than answers, even though it may have ignited a global movement for justice. The question of whether these two men were genuinely guilty or the victims of a seriously defective legal system was once more complicated. Parts of Brendan's confession were later allegedly misplaced in the Making a Murderer documentary, which, when watched in its entirety, may provide additional insight into the way the police interrogated Brendan. Notwithstanding the media attention, the question still stands: what is the current status of the cases, and have Teresa Halbach and her family received justice? Brendan Dassey's supporters had hope when his conviction was momentarily overturned in 2016. The courts determined that his confession was not coerced, which was the primary question at hand. Experts contend that the courts did not fully take into account concerns regarding his age and intellectual disability, which raised concerns about his vulnerability during interrogation. 2018 saw the U.S. hopes for federal relief were dashed when the Supreme Court decided not to hear Brendan Dassey's case. His legal options are limited because the governor of Wisconsin has also declined to pardon him. His release is still uncertain, and many people still feel that justice has not been done, even though fresh evidence may reopen his case. On the other hand, even after Stephen Avery's appeals were repeatedly rejected, his case is still contentious. Kathleen Zellner, Avery's lawyer, is still arguing for a retrial and additional evidence testing, pointing to incompetent counsel and suppressed evidence. But thus far, these attempts have failed, and Avery's conviction remains. The legal issues Avery is facing appear to be challenging, even as Zellner keeps up her efforts on his behalf. His case has not yet produced any significant developments, and it is unlikely that his conviction will be overturned anytime soon in the absence of fresh evidence or modifications to the law. Although there is ongoing public discussion regarding the fairness of their trials and convictions, Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are currently serving their sentences. Dassey is still seeking parole after her most recent application was turned down in 2021. Kathleen Zellner, Stephen Avery's lawyer, filed a motion for post-conviction relief in August 2022, arguing that fresh evidence might connect Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey to Teresa Halbach's murder. This was a big step because it raised the possibility that Bobby was complicit in the crime. Zellner argued that if there were other credible suspects, it might lead to Avery's relief, even though this had been conjectured previously. This theory, however, begs the question of whether two different groups were involved in Stephen's framing, or if Bobby was collaborating with the police. Zellner presented an affidavit from Thomas Brez, a truck driver, who stated that he saw Bobby Dassey driving Teresa's RAV4 with someone other than Stephen in the passenger seat a few days after Teresa passed away. Although this testimony provides additional context, it does not prove Bobby's involvement in the murder. Furthermore, Bobby is not directly connected to the crime, despite his computer history containing searches for violent pornography. Additionally, Zellner cited Bobby's alibi, which was offered by Scott Tadich, his mother's boyfriend, a man with a criminal record and a reputation for being irritable. Zellner implied that Tadich might have been complicit in the crime, either by lying or by taking part in it. However, in the absence of concrete proof, this remains conjectural. Zellner has also looked into Teresa's ex-boyfriend Ryan Hillegas's involvement. Ryan was heavily involved in Teresa's search and lacked an alibi. Zellner thought it was strange that Ryan had access to Teresa's voicemail and had not told the police about his previous relationship with her. There isn't any concrete proof that Ryan was involved in the murder, though, despite these suspicions. The court rejected Zellner's request for a hearing based on these other suspects, finding that there was not enough evidence or motivation to imply that Ryan or Bobby Dassey were involved in Avery's framing. In essence, the court decided that the defense had failed to show how these people could have committed the crime or fabricated evidence. Avery was transferred to the medium-security Fox Lake Correctional Institution in 2022. Although the case is still complex, Zellner intends to appeal to the Wisconsin State Court of Appeals. In addition to voicing concerns about Brendan Dassey's coerced confession, some experts doubt Avery's innocence because of his violent past and possible corruption. There are still unanswered questions regarding Teresa Halbach's death and the family's ongoing legal battles because the case has not been settled. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At this point, a single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into two groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooklyn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooklyn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooklyn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooklyn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooklyn's was missing. They now understood that Brooklyn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooklyn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman, and if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooklyn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooklyn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of 3 had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and had caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, the police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls. But not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that transpired in Jacksonville, Florida in this video. The body of Kim Dorsey was discovered in her house. Detectives discovered during the scene that she had attempted, but failed, to flee through her bedroom window. With multiple suspects, detectives had to put in a lot of effort to solve this case. Kim Dorsey was 38 years old in 2012. She earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida. She owned her own construction company, was a certified general contractor, and served as the director of training for Inspection Depot's Quality Assurance Division. She and her husband, Derek Dorsey, occupied a lovely home. Derek was a respected member of his community and had been a firefighter for 20 years. Everyone believed that Kim had the ideal marriage and that she was a lovely person. But when the front door of a perfect couple's house closes, nobody knows what happens inside. When Derek returned home from work on October 28, 2012, he found Kim's lifeless body. He dialed 911 right away. Though he believed Kim was dead, he told the operator that he was performing CPR on her. Derek responded that Kim might have hurt herself when the operator asked him what had happened to her. Police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. At the scene, Kim was declared dead. Derek suggested that Kim might have hurt herself to the 911 operator, but detectives investigating the scene knew right away that foul play was involved. Derek covered his wife's body with a blanket after locating her. Upon the arrival of the medical examiner, they took off the blanket and witnessed the severity of Kim's ordeal. Detectives were informed by Derek that he had left for work the morning before. Firefighters are on duty all day and all night. He expected to find Kim in bed when he entered the bedroom on Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock. It was very dark in there because of the heavy curtains. At the foot of the bed, he noticed Kim sprawled on the floor. Kim had already passed away when he dialed 911. Experts concluded during the autopsy that Kim Dorsey had passed away about 24 hours prior to Derek dialing 999. Police discovered a lot of evidence at the crime scene. Kim had a plastic tie around her wrists and ankles. On the floor was a broken pool stick. On the floor beside it was a gun. In addition, there was a knife on the ground near Kim's body. Both the bedroom doorway and the wall had bullet marks on them. The bedroom appeared to have been the scene of a firing incident. There were numerous things that required clarification. By examining the remainder of the house, investigators were able to determine the cause. The contents of drawers had been dumped out by someone who had gone through the kitchen. There was definitely someone searching. It was quite strange that the kitchen sink had a keypad that was connected to a surround sound system and 3 or 4 remote controls. The front door was undamaged and showed no signs of having been broken into. Nevertheless, investigators did observe an oddity. It was knocked over, a ceramic dog statue by the front door. They immediately reached their first conclusion. It didn't seem possible that a stranger could have broken into the house, stabbed Kim, beat her with a pool stick, and bound her with plastic ties. Either the intruder knew how to enter the house, or Kim Dorsey knew who had attacked her. The fact that Derek was the first suspect and brought to the police station to be questioned was not surprising. Derek was asked to provide more details about his work, his wife, and the previous weekend by the detective. He claimed that Kim spent a few hours shopping on Friday after leaving the house. They watched a movie at home in the evening. Derek rose early on Saturday and headed to work at around 7 in the morning, as he usually does. At 8 a.m. on Sunday, he concluded his shift. Kim was at home by herself during those 24 hours that he was away. He made multiple attempts to reach her on her cell phone on Saturday. In the far north of the county, Derek was employed at a fire station. The call didn't go through, and the cell coverage wasn't always good. With one exception, he is an experienced professional with years of experience. Everything Derek had told them so far made sense, but when he called 911, he informed the operator that Kim most likely hurt herself. How could he have failed to recognize that this was a crime? Did he know? Derek discussed his relationship with Kim, saying that it was basically free. They permitted one another to have relationships with other people. However, Derek went on to say that Kim stopped because she was grieving the loss of her mother, who passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Kim sought medical assistance from a professional. She may not feel as attractive as she once did because she gained a little weight while taking medication. Detectives needed to know whether Derek had adopted a more relaxed lifestyle since Kim had stopped doing so. Frequently, someone dies as a result of marital infidelity. Derek acknowledged that he was seeing another woman at the moment. Investigators wanted to know if Derek intended to divorce Kim. Would her passing have brought him any financial gain? Kim's life was uninsured when Derek was asked if his wife had a life insurance policy. For example, the detectives considered the amount of time it would take Derek to drive home from the fire station. It would take nearly an hour to travel the 15 miles between the two places. He was employed at a small fire station. After speaking with every firefighter, detectives came to the conclusion that Derek had a perfect alibi. The investigators then made the decision to consider an alternative. They were aware that Derek was referring to a girlfriend. Perhaps this woman wished to remove Kim from the situation. Someone may believe they were treated unfairly in a love triangle. Perhaps Derek didn't follow through on his promise to his girlfriend that he would divorce Kim. After being questioned by detectives, Derek's girlfriend was promptly ruled out as a suspect because she had a strong alibi. To examine everything again, investigators went back to the crime scene. Investigations may involve experts like blood spatter analysts in specific situations where it is unclear what happened and who was involved. They are able to elaborate on the specifics of what transpired. It was crucial to comprehend the events that led up to the fight, its beginning, and its conclusion. Experts concluded that Kim was hurt close to the bedside table in the first place. The left side of the bed was heavily covered in blood. She spent a considerable amount of time there after suffering severe injuries. Kim then regained consciousness and started to fight back, according to the evidence. She managed to reach her gun storage area. It was a revolver with 5 shots. She shot at whoever might have been standing in the doorway, using all 5 shots. Kim fired 5 shots, but she never hit her assailant. Kim must have been sitting or lying on the bedroom floor when she fired the shots because, as you can see, the bullets flew from bottom to top. She missed 5 shots, as I mentioned. The offender came back into the room with a pool stick and hit her until the stick broke after realizing she had run out of ammunition. The pool stick was broken against Kim's body, and it would take a lot of force to break one. Additionally, the offender stabbed her in the neck. New information about the crime and its possible perpetrator was revealed by the thorough investigation. A pool stick kept on the second floor was the most obvious murder weapon. Kim had plastic ties on her wrists and ankles, which investigators were able to find were also kept in an upstairs office. It was one of a set of knives in the kitchen. All of this suggested that the person who committed this crime knew the house well. He knew Kim well enough to enter her house and was aware of its contents and location. Investigators believed this suggested that the crime was committed by a family member. Kim had contact with a man prior to her death, and that contact was against her will, according to injuries discovered on her body during the autopsy. You understand what I mean. Thus, the police had the offender's DNA sample. There might have been other men in the house while he was at work, according to what Derek Dorsey told them. This increased the number of possible suspects, and all of them needed to be tested by the police. Derek was asked by detectives to provide the names of any men who might have been in the house. Derek worked as a general contractor at a construction site in addition to being a firefighter. Derek's home was once occupied by some of the people he used for his contracting business. According to Derek, he used to work with a man named Lance Kirkpatrick, with whom he became friends. Derek allowed Lance to stay in his home for a few months while he dealt with his issues. Derek, however, requested that Lance leave after he began abusing drugs. Derek claims that Lance was on a boat in the Atlantic Ocean the weekend the crime was committed. Derek mentioned a man by the name of Joshua Veal as the second individual. Derek tried to assist Joshua, made friends with him, and gave him some work. After some arguments, Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to live in their home before Joshua eventually moved out. However, Derek stated that he was still supposed to meet Joshua the morning he found Kim's body and continued to hire him for odd jobs. Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal on Sunday morning after he got off work. Joshua failed to show up for their scheduled meeting at a convenience store. If he wanted to earn money, why wouldn't he attend this meeting? Joshua thus turned into a suspect. Joshua Veal's criminal history was found by the police, primarily for drug offenses. After being arrested, he was brought to an interview room. Joshua was asked to explain his weekend activities by the detective. He stated that he had spent the entire weekend, including the moment the detectives thought the crime was committed, having a party at his house. The investigator then inquired as to whether he and Kim Dorsey were romantically involved. Although he said no, he made it clear that he thought Kim was a very attractive woman and that he wouldn't mind dating her. The detective eventually told Joshua that Kim had passed away. The detectives were surprised by his response. He broke down in tears. But was he pretending, or were his feelings real? They released him, after obtaining a DNA sample from him. The DNA discovered on Kim Dorsey's body was not Joshua's, according to forensic analysis. The police have one less suspect as a result. Derek gave the police the names of other people who knew his house. They were all excluded after submitting DNA for analysis. After that, investigators made the decision to go back to the crime scene once more. But this time, they wanted to take Derek on a tour of the house. It was quite odd that they discovered 4 remote controls for the surround sound system in the sink. When they first inspected the kitchen, water had been poured into the remote controls, most likely to remove the DNA. When Derek managed to turn on the television, an adult film started right away. According to Derek, It wasn't his film. Is it possible that the offender was watching television? Derek recalled that the house had recently been occupied by another man. They were experiencing issues with both their television system and the remote control. An employee of the business that sold them the system stopped by on Friday afternoon and adjusted the surround sound. About 12 hours prior to Kim's death, this man was in the house. What would happen if he chose to return while Derek was at work? Detectives found this man quickly and started interviewing him. They saw that his hands were cut. He claimed it was nothing out of the ordinary that he had injured himself at work. He consented to give his DNA and denied any role in Kim Dorsey's ordeal. The DNA that was discovered on Kim's body did not match it. When an officer came across a routine police report of temporary unauthorized use of a vehicle, things quickly started to go south. That's a pretty fancy way of saying that you let someone take the car even though it was stolen. Just 17 hours prior to Kim's passing, the theft took place. A police report was filed by the girl who claimed the car was stolen. Lance Kirkpatrick was the man she let use the car, and he never came back. Early in the investigation, Derek Dorsey was recalling who had visited his home when he heard the name Lance Kirkpatrick. However, Derek thought Lance was in the ocean at the time of the crime, on a boat. Detectives were informed by the girl who reported the car stolen that she, Lance, and other people were at a party on Friday night. She let him use her car, and Lance consented to go get a drink at the store. Lance Kirkpatrick departed at that point and never came back. Investigators made the decision to learn whether the vehicle ever came close to Kim Dorsey's house. Neighbors were interviewed by the police when they arrived on the scene. Dorsey's neighbor first told one of the patrol officers that he had spotted a small blue SUV there that day. It was identical to the vehicle Kirkpatrick had taken. The SUV was reported to the police a few days later. They discovered surveillance footage that verified the blue SUV was outside Kim's house at 6:30 a.m. on the day of her death. Lance Kirkpatrick was the top suspect after police saw this surveillance footage. They contacted the woman from whom he had stolen the car in order to locate him. Although she didn't know Lance's location, she claimed to know where to look for Brian Kiefer, one of his friends. After being brought to the police station, Brian was questioned about Lance Kirkpatrick. Brian was at the same party when the SUV vanished, investigators discovered. Being one of the people who allowed Lance to use the car, Brian claimed to have spent the entire night driving around in a taxi in an attempt to find out where Lance was. It took him until the following day to locate him. According to Brian, Lance appeared unkempt and he saw that one of his arms was injured. What Brian went on to say was totally surprising. Lance informed him that he was going to jail because he had killed a man. It was a beating, he said. There are a number of reasons why someone would confess to a crime. To begin with, due to guilt. They are unable to tolerate it. They are unable to conceal it. Keeping it to themselves is not an option. Alcohol and illegal substances may be the cause of reason number 2. When an individual loses self-control and begins babbling. Lance gave Brian information that only a criminal would be aware of. He claimed, for instance, that he used a pool stick to attack Kim. In addition, Lance claimed to have been shot 5 times. It was a 5-shot revolver, so he waited for the 6th shot. But it never came. Because he was aware of the specifics of the crime, there were 2 possible suspects in this case, Lance Kirkpatrick or Brian Kiefer. Brian informed investigators that Lance was hiding in his home's attic. An arrest was made for Lance Kirkpatrick. Throughout the interview, he remained composed. He was questioned regarding his relationship with Derek Dorsey and the last time he visited his home. "I was there a week or a week and a half ago," Lance said. Derek and Lance had communicated long enough. He did a lot of work with him. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim would be home alone, he knew. Lance was questioned by detectives regarding her relationship with Kim Dorsey. He claimed that their relationship was trouble-free, but the interview ended there because Lance insisted on having a lawyer and would not respond to any questions. Investigators had to find another way to prove Kirkpatrick was at Kim's house because he refused to cooperate. Numerous questions could have been addressed by DNA testing. Lance's father provided a DNA sample which investigators compared to Kim's body. The parallels were striking. It cleared Brian Kiefer, another suspect, in addition to confirming Kirkpatrick as the murderer. Investigators think Kirkpatrick had some sort of evil scheme based on his actions in the hours leading up to the murder. As you are aware, Lance drove away in someone else's vehicle that Friday night and returned. He was aware of the route to Kim's home. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim was alone at home, and he knew it. He was aware that the spare key was stored beneath the statue of the dog. Taking that key, he went inside the house. Kim Dorsey most likely heard him at that point. The specifics of what transpired next, however, remain unclear. Lance Kirkpatrick first entered a not guilty plea in spite of the overwhelming evidence. However, Kirkpatrick acknowledged that he was responsible for Kim's death during a trial that took place almost 2 years after her passing, but he maintained that he had no intention of killing her. Kirkpatrick claimed that Kim Dorsey was training him and that he was good friends with the Dorseys. He claimed that after going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week with Kim Dorsey, they occasionally got together for drinks and flirted, which occasionally resulted in intimate contact. It wasn't anything constant. It was random. It wasn't planned, Kirkpatrick remarked when discussing his private meetings with Kim Dorsey. According to Lance, on the day of Kim's passing, they had intimate, consenting contact. He acknowledged that he was the owner of the adult film's DVD. He asserted that after they were done, Kim Dorsey was upset with him for assisting her husband in meeting other women. She snatched up a gun in her anger and began shooting him. He claimed that everything that transpired after that was because he was essentially attempting to defend himself by fighting back. He claimed that after leaving the pool stick in the kitchen, he fled and hid there. He claimed that in an attempt to seize the gun from Kim, he dashed over and swung the pool stick wildly. He claimed that after knocking her unconscious, he tied her up with plastic ties and placed the gun in his back pocket. He claimed that after the shooting, he decided against tying her up because he believed it would look bad when the police showed up. He claimed to have located a knife to cut the plastic ties, but they began to struggle when Kim eventually grabbed the knife. He claims that he stabbed her by accident. The police never showed up, and he fled because he was too scared to dial 911. I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I just sat and was waiting for the police, Kirkpatrick recalled. The prosecutor tried to expose Kirkpatrick's deceit and inconsistencies in his testimony to the jury during cross-examination. Finally, the state wanted Kirkpatrick to explain to the jury the punishment he believes he should receive. "I'm guilty," revealed Kirkpatrick. "I don't know what I want right now." Lance Kirkpatrick received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole in May 2015. The jury suggested life in prison, but he could have received the death penalty. His mother pleaded with the jury to spare him from death. With tears in his eyes, Derek Dorsey delivered a victim impact statement following the sentencing. According to Derek, Kim Dorsey was much more than just a firefighter's spouse. All of her achievements, including earning a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida and launching her own company, were attributed to her intelligence, strength, and hard work, he said. Derek expressed his disappointment with the sentence in an interview, saying he had hoped for the death penalty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Everett, Washington, on September 20, 2017 at 1:55 a.m., when multiple people called 911 after hearing loud explosions as soon as the police showed up. They discovered a horrifying image on the doorstep 10 minutes later. Directly outside the door was Alicia Canales McGuire, 24. Sadly, she had already passed away. Thanks to CCTV footage and social media, investigators were able to solve this tragic case. Alicia was born on October 29, 1992, in Mount Vernon, Washington, to Manuel and Michelle Canales. She spent a significant amount of her adult life working as a caregiver because she enjoyed caring for others and always wanted to assist everyone. Raised on a farm, Alicia began working at the age of 5. She frequently went back to assist on the family farm because she understood the importance of hard work. Alicia loved spending time with her family, and she saw and talked to them often, always remembering to say "I love you" when she said goodbye. She and her spouse, Bradley, resided in Bird's View. In July 2017, Alicia and Brad tied the knot in a stunning beach ceremony at Deception Pass. As a result, investigators quickly discovered that Alicia did not reside in the home where she passed away. It belonged to her sister, Amanda Canales, who shared it with her 3 kids. Amanda asked Alicia to watch her kids while she was away because she had to travel to New York for work. Alicia was glad to assist because she loved her nephew and nieces. 2 months prior, she had tied the knot and was eager to begin a family of her own. One of the people who called 911 was the stay-in nanny who was in the house with her. When she went downstairs after hearing gunshots, she discovered Alicia motionless and lying at the front door. When the police officers got to the scene, they looked at the house first. They had to see if the criminal was inside. They made sure that the only people in the house were Amanda's kids and the nanny. By closely inspecting everything, the police began searching for evidence after the terrified kids were removed from the house. The house had a car parked in front of it. Beside it were shell casings. It indicated that the person who shot Alicia was standing close to the vehicle, just in front of the front door. The door frame was struck by several bullets. Just outside the door, Alicia was lying face down. It did not appear to be a robbery. The house was not a mess. Furthermore, it appeared that the criminal had not even gone inside the house. However, why and by whom would someone wish to kill Alicia? The detectives suspected that it was a case of mistaken identity after learning that it was her sister's home. The investigators questioned Amanda, who may have been the target, but she was in New York when the nanny, who was also present in the house when the crime was committed, relaxed. They inquired as to whether she knew who would want to harm her or if she saw the person who shot Alicia. The nanny claimed that when she heard gunfire, she was upstairs. She noticed that Alicia was motionless and face down on the floor when she looked down. She called 911 because she was afraid and didn't see the person who had shot Alicia, the nanny. As far as she was aware, she told investigators, Alicia and her husband Bradley got along well, but she provided the first important lead to the police. According to her, there were issues between Amanda, Alicia's sister, and her former spouse, Kevin Lewis. The detectives discovered from looking through the local sheriff's office reports that this was not the first time the police had been called to this address. Every incident had something to do with family disputes between Amanda and Kevin Lewis. The detectives were therefore intrigued by this version. Kevin Lewis lived in a different area of Everett, so they located his home address and went there before dawn to speak with him. It was dark in his home. During the conversation, Kevin answered the door when they knocked. "Talk to Lewis." "She should be home," he said in response to the officer's question about his ex-wife's whereabouts. He appeared to have just awoken. He was asked to tell the detectives where he had slept. He claimed that his mother and sister could verify that he had spent the entire night at home. When the detectives told him that there had been a shooting in the home where his children lived, he didn't inquire as to why they were there. It was odd that he didn't show any emotion. He should have inquired about his children's well-being as a parent, but he chose not to do so. Kevin looked shocked and said, "Really, that was the end of our conversation?" when the detectives informed him that Amanda had been out of town on business. While strolling down the street, the detectives noticed that 2 nearby homes had security cameras that they could use to verify Kevin Lewis's story. He said that instead of going out, he spent the entire night at home. However, after reviewing the video, the investigators discovered that approximately 40 minutes prior to the assault on Alicia, a car was pulling up alongside Kevin's driveway. Then someone who looked a lot like Kevin came out the front door, approached this car, and got in. The vehicle drove off a short while later. The quality of the recording prevented the police from conclusively identifying Kevin as the next victim. The footage was seen by the investigators from a different camera. Despite being able to examine the car more closely, they were unable to identify it. They could only make out that the car was light in color. About 20 minutes later, they saw the car return after fast-forwarding the recording. But they had one important detail to notice. This car's front right rim was different from the other 3. The front right rim was dark, while the other 3 were light. Kevin Lewis, who was in the first recording, got out of the car and went back to his house when the car came to a stop close to it. Approximately 20 minutes prior to the 911 calls regarding a shooting, this man, whoever he was, entered the house. The car then drove off and never came back. The drive from Kevin's house to Amanda's was 15 minutes. This could indicate that the car had enough time to reach Amanda's house, or it could indicate that the car was unrelated to the shooting. It was too soon to say. Amanda learned of her sister's passing. She was in New York a few hours later when their father called to inform them that Alicia had passed away. Alicia married, was content, and hoped to start a family of her own, but now her family had to grieve for her. Amanda said she had no doubt that her ex-husband Kevin was the one who shot Alicia when the investigators asked her if she believed he could have done it. Amanda Canales wasn't prepared to publicly acknowledge how toxic her relationship with her ex had been, even after her 8-year marriage ended. Despite having 3 young children, 2 girls and a boy, and spending 10 years with Kevin Lewis, Amanda had been extremely unhappy and continued to live in fear of him even after their June 2017 divorce. Amanda had been bruised by Lewis's previous physical abuse, and even after they had parted ways, he continued to threaten her. Amanda was granted full custody of their children in August 2017. Lewis was ordered to pay $800 a month in lieu of child support. For Amanda, it was a new beginning. As a single mother, she was grateful for the support she received from her family and concentrated on her home in Everett, Washington. Amanda was threatened by Kevin. He threatened to kill her. He had the training because he had served in the military. Although her sister passed away, Amanda thought she was the one who had been attacked. Rather, she even obtained a restraining order against Kevin, which he repeatedly broke. Amanda and their 3 kids were both terrified when he wandered outside her house and peered in the windows. Kevin was not charged by the police with any of the restraining order violations. Amanda was returning home late at night and parked in the driveway next to her house when she was brutally beaten as she got out of her car a few weeks prior to her sister's death. Someone attacked her as soon as she opened her car door. She didn't have time to see the attacker's face because everything happened so quickly, but given everything, she was certain that Kevin Lewis, 30, was responsible for Alicia Canales McGuire's death. The investigators thought he was planning to kill his ex-wife. At the time, Kevin was unaware that she was in New York. He was unaware that Alicia had been asked by Amanda to watch her kids while she was away. Today, though, this version contained an error. Kevin would have been at his house when the shooting occurred, if the man in the video was indeed him. He was also given an alibi by his mother and sister. As a result, the police kept looking into the incident and took into account various theories. After going back to Amanda's house to take another look at everything and analyzing the bullet trajectory, experts came to the conclusion that Alicia was shot while the door was partially open and that the shooter fired at least 7 shots that entered the house from the outside. According to the evidence found at the scene, someone fired a shot while standing next to the garage, then proceeded to the house's door and fired once more inside. Multiple gunshot wounds to the head and torso were determined by the medical examiner to be the cause of Alicia's death. She was hit by 5 shots. There were gunpowder stippling injuries in 2 of the wounds. The last 2 gunshot wounds to the head were most likely the last 2 wounds administered, according to the medical examiner, who testified that he was unable to ascertain the order of the 5 shots. The 7 shell casings discovered at the crime scene were fired from the same firearm, the experts concluded. Alicia was shot at close range, resulting in head injuries. After examining this version, the investigators were unable to locate any proof to support this. Due to the rarity of this particular brand of shell casings, the police were also interested in the ones discovered at the crime scene. These casings were produced in Russia and sold under the Tulimo name. The investigators hoped to identify the seller of these cartridges and possibly the buyer because the brand was not very popular. The investigators found that this brand of cartridges was sold by Walmart. The crime scene was close to one of these shops. Walmart representatives informed the detectives that they had CCTV footage showing a man paying for 9mm Tulimo cartridges that he had recently purchased. The detectives went straight to Walmart to view the video. They thought Kevin Lewis might be the buyer when they made the recording on September 18, 2 days before Alicia passed away, but they were mistaken. The police now knew the identity of the man in the video, who wasn't Kevin, because he used a credit card to make the purchase. When the investigators looked into this man, they discovered no relationship to the nanny, Alicia Amanda, or Kevin Lewis. They now had to find fresh evidence. The investigators looked through every version that was available at the time before turning to Amanda for fresh details about Kevin. They had a good relationship at first, she said. Kevin was restrained in his behavior during the honeymoon. She didn't anticipate that he would start hitting her and grow more hostile over time. After their relationship ended, Amanda was granted full custody of the children, a restraining order was issued, and they got divorced. However, a distraught Amanda was aware that Alicia wasn't supposed to be killed in the shooting and thought it was a case of mistaken identity. She told police that Lewis had somehow planned the attack and that Kevin was home when it happened. The footage from the night of Alicia's death has been examined by the investigators once more. They saw something now that they had never seen before. The man who left his house, Kevin, can be seen approaching the car and settling into the back seat behind the driver in this grainy video. Why, though, did he not take the front passenger seat? As the investigators searched for a solution, they came to the conclusion that someone else was already occupying the front passenger seat. As a result, by the time the car arrived at Kevin Lewis's house, there were most likely 2 people inside, which may have been the reason he had to take the back seat. There was insufficient evidence for the police to connect Kevin to Alicia's demise. But after gathering proof of Kevin's assaults on his ex-wife Amanda, they detained him in November 2018 and gave him a 3-year prison sentence. In the meantime, Alicia's case was still unresolved over a year after her death. The only break in this case came in 2019 when a woman with crucial information called the police station. A girl from nearby Spokane who had attended a party and boasted about being hired to kill someone on York Road, the street where Alicia was shot, was the source of the detective's tip. Given that Spokane was roughly 5 hours away from Everett, the police were unsure of what to believe. According to the caller, she was at a party when a young woman walked in. Angelica is who she is. The latter boasted about her involvement in the crime with her boyfriend. This woman claims that Angelica stated that a person died as a result of being shot in the head. They were hired to shoot from around the corner by the children's father. Additionally, according to Angelica, they killed the wrong person. A case of mistaken identity was involved in the incident. The specifics of this case have never been made public by the police. Alicia's head injury was only known to the investigators and her family. Angelica's knowledge of numerous details about the crime piqued the police's interest as they searched for her. Her true name, Alexis Hale, was discovered by the investigators. On her social media, they discovered pictures of her brandishing a 9mm handgun. It might have been the crime's weapon. Additionally, there were multiple videos with a man in the background. It was Jaredon Phelps, Alexis's boyfriend. Alexis Hale shared a video taken through a car's windshield that examined the road signs the night before Alicia passed away. The investigators were able to pinpoint the precise location of the car at that time, which was roughly 10 minutes away from Kevin Lewis's home. A few hours after Alicia's passing, Jaredon Phelps boasted about a wad of cash in the video below. One of the 5 comments that the investigators saw on Phelps's social media photo was from his aunt. They identified his aunt as Kevin Lewis's mother after clicking on her social media profile. As it happened, Kevin's cousin was Jaredon Phelps. The police had good reason to make an arrest. Alexis Hale was the first to be placed in handcuffs. She screamed and claimed that because she was only 17 years old, the police were unable to arrest her. She demanded a lawyer because she understood why she had been arrested. Jaredon Phelps was taken into custody by the police in a different area of the city at the same time. Phelps and Hale had driven from Spokane to Everett to carry out the shooting, according to the investigators' phone records. Additionally, early on September 20, Lewis's neighbor's security footage captured someone getting into a car. At 1:13 a.m. EM, the man in the white top departed, and at 1:37 a.m. he returned. Following Alicia's passing, Lewis was wearing a white top when the police visited him. Alexis kept everything from the investigators. At the time, Kevin Lewis was serving a 3-year prison sentence for assaulting Amanda. As a result, the researchers were hoping that Phelps would provide some information. The investigators suspected it was Kevin Lewis, and now the police had a confession and the name of the man who hired Hale and Phelps. Phelps provided them with additional information about the crime when they brought him to the scene. Following Alicia Canales McGuire's death in September 2017, Kevin Lewis, who was already incarcerated on an unrelated charge, was charged with aggravated murder with a firearm, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder in July 2020. At the age of 20, he entered a guilty plea to first-degree premeditated murder. He was given a 31-year prison sentence by the court. At age 18, Hale entered a guilty plea to the same charge and received a 15-year sentence. During the trial, Phelps testified that he had committed the crime for financial gain and to gain notoriety. Lewis gave Phelps money, which he used to purchase a Ferragamo belt buckle, Timberland boots, and some tattoos. He asserted that he had given his ex-girlfriend $200 after she obtained the pistol from a family member. Later that year, Lewis entered a not guilty plea and was put on trial by the prosecution. Claimed that in order to get his ex-wife out of the way, he had given $2,400 to his cousin and his girlfriend. Although he had made them into adolescent killers, Alicia had unintentionally opened the door in a tragic case of mistaken identity. Lewis gave Phelps an envelope of cash on the way back. Phelps said Lewis had led them to the house, but that he didn't know who the target was. Phelps and Hale dropped Lewis back at his house and then went back to the spot Lewis had indicated. After getting out of the car, the two headed for the house. Hale went to knock on the front door and Phelps stopped beside the garage. Hale left as soon as Alicia opened the front door, and Phelps fired the gun until it was empty. The gun's muzzle crossed the threshold as Phelps fired the first few shots from his position close to the garage, and the final two after approaching the front porch. The final two shots were directed at the head and neck region. Phelps and Hale returned in their vehicle because of a glove that might have been left at the scene. They turned around and departed when they saw police cars upon their return. After getting GPS directions, they returned to Spokane by car. The defense contended that Lewis had only said to move the target out of the way and had never used the word kill in his conversation with his cousin. However, the court was reminded by the prosecution of Kevin's violent past and his threats against Amanda. They claimed that power and control are at the heart of this case, and it was obvious what the goal was. Amanda described him as pure evil. He had played with their kids, who were in the house when she was supposed to die, she remembered incredulously. I assumed you loved them, but a person who truly cares for someone would never want to put them in danger or cause them any trauma. Did you care that they would have woken up to find their own mother dead, lying in a pool of blood, if it had been just me home that night? She asked. She also discussed finding her kids a safe place to live. She informed Louis that, in spite of all the harm you caused, they are recovering and moving on. In case you were wondering, they never inquire about or discuss you. The jury found Lewis guilty of first-degree murder in less than 3.5 hours after a 6-week trial in November 2021. In January 2022, 34 Kevin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Records show that Lewis is still incarcerated at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla County, where Judge Thompson also ordered him to have no contact with his former wife, his children, Phelps, or Hale for the remainder of his life. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omema Array Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. Emergency Services was placed. According to Omema Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omima's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omima silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. They discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, "You will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed." She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omaima, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history, Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day, even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story. They hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, She was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Lakin texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Lakin's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Lakin hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Lakin, but no one answered. Allison texted Lakin again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Lakin's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Lakin's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me. I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Lakin's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Lakin's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Lakin's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Lakin Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma. According to an autopsy, she suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Lakin's ordeal. Lakin texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Lakin was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Lakin had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Lakin's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Lakin was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Lakin's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Lakin had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity, where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech. saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, note the word illegal in that quote. Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name. Allison also wrote, Amen, beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as illegal. I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented, said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal, to furious booing and jeering. Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer. He compared his words to Biden's. I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant, and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure, Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life, said Allison. We are asking the same be done to him. Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend, the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again, she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra, she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be, Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered, Kirby stated. Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history, so the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations, said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community, she said. Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss. The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how a fatal occurrence could result from a single poor choice or harmless action? On one of the riskiest days of the year, picture a couple kayaking. It was meant to be simply another adventure, but the way it ended was so unexpected that I'm still having trouble understanding it. Where do you think the distinction between mistake and truth lies, people? How can a single word or deed alter everything? Will this story leave you wondering about every detail, or will you be able to form your own opinion? The most exciting portions are still to come, when everything comes crashing down in a flash. Stay tuned. Everything you do has the potential to backfire. In the hands of justice, a single remark uttered in a state of shock might turn into a weapon. An unforeseen series of events can permanently alter a person's life, as seen by Angelica's narrative. For outdoor pursuits, the Hudson Valley is a perfect location. Those seeking excitement are drawn to the breathtaking scenery and fast river. Although kayaking is a popular sport among adventurous people, the river may be cruel. Even seasoned athletes make blunders from time to time, but they are aware of this. For Vince Viafore and Angelica Graswald, the sea represented intimacy and freedom. Excited, they ventured out on the Hudson once more on that fatal evening of April 19, 2015. Both had years of experience and were accustomed to obstacles, but the Hudson was not on their side that day. Strong waves were created by the rising gusts, and they chose to continue forward even though their gut told them to turn around. Their destination was an island with a Scottish-style castle that always pulled them in, with its enigmatic and historic ambiance. They enjoyed the outdoors during the day, but things suddenly changed in the evening. Although the frigid seas and powerful waves were a warning, they were forced to return since it was simply too dangerous to spend the night on the island without any equipment. The situation took a terrible turn when water started to enter Vince's kayak. Vince was in the chilly water without a life jacket, and he was in danger. Angelica called the emergency services because she was so shocked. Desperately, she said that the current was drawing him farther away and that she was unable to get to him because of the strong waves. The scenario was made more difficult by the dispatcher's difficulty locating the pair. Every second mattered and time was running out. Rescuers arrived at the scene too late, but by the time they got there, Vince was already sinking beneath the wave. From the coast, Vince was nowhere to be seen, and the event's solemn atmosphere was only heightened by the sky's growing darkness. Let's take a closer look at Angelica at 35. Angelica was a woman who had big plans. She was interested in photography and thought it would be her career. Her true name, though, was Latvian-born Angelica Lips. After 2 marriages and 2 divorces, she continued to pursue a better life outside of her native country. Her goals were to establish a career, get a work visa, and reside in the United States. She was fortunate. She moved to the United States and got a work as a nanny. But when she met Vince at age 46, things really started to shift. Despite their different ages, Vince, who had gone through 2 divorces, was successful in the construction industry, and their relationship developed swiftly. Let's examine Vince in more detail now. Vince was a giving individual. He collected people, threw parties, and lived an active and vibrant life. He and Angelica first met at one of these events. She moved into his house in the little New York town of Poughkeepsie a few weeks later. Their relationship progressed quickly. Conversations about marriage and kids became commonplace. However, there were problems simmering beneath the surface, and they only got worse the day before the terrible incident on April 18, 2015. Vince and Angelica attended another party the day before the catastrophe. While Vince and his pals were enjoying themselves, Angelica left early, saying she wasn't feeling well. She appeared aloof and hardly engaged with people. The tension between them became apparent to Vince's friends, and it eventually turned into a small but noticeable argument. But there was nothing noteworthy that night. That evening, they parted ways and didn't get back together until the next morning. At that point, Vince revealed his kayaking ambitions. He was adamant that they reconcile and go out on the Hudson River to enjoy some time together. There, let's revisit that fateful day. Angelica accepted the plan in spite of the chilly weather and growing wind. For a photo shoot, the pair intended to go to Bannerman's Castle, which is situated on an island in the middle of the river. In the hopes of getting some amazing pictures, Angelica packed stylish attire for a variety of photographs. The wind was getting stronger, and it seemed to portend problems, but by noon they were at the water's edge, ready for another adventure. Around them, huge waves swelled, and every movement was stiffened by the cold. Even though Angelica could see that the weather was getting worse, they continued because of Vince's intransigence and love of adrenaline. Angelica would never forget what Vince said before they left. "This will be your life's journey." The meaning of those phrases would become hauntingly new. The trip to the castle proceeded without incident a few hours later. To set the tone, Angelica informed the cops that they had had a few beers together before leaving. Since they had to return, they both understood they had to maintain their sobriety. On the way back, however, everything changed. As the waves rose higher, Vince began to lag behind. He yelled that his kayak was absorbing water, and Angelica turned to see his boat sinking. The tidal tide pulled her toward the coast as she attempted to turn around. She contacted emergency services as soon as she landed, but Vince had already vanished into the chilly Hudson River. The night of April 19, 2015. Marked the start of a search that continued into the following day and into the night. While a sonar-equipped boat fought fog and choppy waves, divers dove into the murky Hudson to find Vince's body. They searched the region with rescue helicopters, but to no avail. As they struggled to deal with the catastrophe, Vince's family was in a state of shock and panic. Even though they realized the chances were poor, his friends and family clung to the hope that he had somehow survived the icy water and powerful current. Ironically, Angelica seemed the most composed of all the worried individuals. As if nothing had happened, she kept updating her social media accounts with pictures and videos. Vince's family was really offended by this behavior because they thought it was improper and even suspicious. Her statements did not strike a chord with the distraught family members, despite her assertion that she was clinging to hope and waiting for her fiancé to arrive. Angelica had to return to the police station for additional interrogation, 10 days after Vince vanished. It was all because of a remark she had made in her first exchange with detectives that seemed casual. On the way back, she may have unintentionally taken the drain plug out of Vince's kayak, she said. The investigation's trajectory was significantly altered by this minor detail. The idea that Vince's death was just an accident began to lose credibility, as there were suddenly more questions than answers. Angelica also informed the cops that Vince's paddle was broken. It was challenging to row correctly since it had missing a locking ring. The detectives' suspicions were only heightened by this, and they began to think about the possibilities of foul play, a broken paddle, and a missing plug. Investigators were worried by these details. When taken together, these minor details led the authorities to believe that Angelica might have purposefully created the conditions for Vince to drown. However, why would she have done this? The whole picture felt lacking without the motive, which was still a mystery. Investigators began contacting those who knew both Vince and Angelica in an attempt to learn more about her potential motivations. Angelica had lived with Michael Coven for a number of years before the police got in touch with him. Although Michael acknowledged that he couldn't totally rule out such a scenario, he was astonished to hear of the accusations surrounding Angelica. He disclosed that there was a darker side to her cool-headed and collected exterior. At times, especially after drinking, Angelica would become combative and initiate disputes, which Vince, Michael claimed, quietly put up with. But only a few weeks prior to the catastrophe, Vince told a buddy that he was seriously considering getting married to her. He characterized her as aggressive and manipulative, particularly when she became unruly when being questioned. Although Angelica acknowledged that there were disagreements in the partnership, she insisted that they were only about their personal lives. The detectives were put on hold by her evasive remarks and imprecise wording. Fauci, an increasing amount of evidence suggested that Vince's death might have been a premeditated tragedy rather than an accident. The motivation proved to be more important than first thought. In addition to interpersonal problems and resentment, Angelica had a particular financial incentive. She was the principal beneficiary of Vince's roughly $500,000 life insurance policy. It was a substantial amount that could provide her with a new beginning and resolve her financial issues. Since Angelica didn't have a job at the moment, this money may have a significant impact on her future. Due to these fresh disclosures, Angelica was no longer the heartbroken fiancé but rather the main suspect. She insisted on her innocence in spite of this. Nevertheless, she was arrested on charges of second-degree criminal wrongdoing and released on bail of $9 million, 0 cents. Which, considering her foreign nationality, she could scarcely afford. Angelica was kept in detention pending trial because investigators were concerned that she could try to escape. According to Angelica's defense, her remarks during the 11-hour interrogation were not legally enforceable. Since Vince's body had not yet been found, her lawyer maintained that it was impossible to verify any foul play or deliberate crime in the absence of forensic proof. He maintained that Vince died in a terrible accident. He said that a wave caused the kayak to capsize and that the drain plug may have fallen off later when the boat began to sink. The defense set up an experiment on the Hudson River to bolster their version of events. There was a person sitting in a kayak of the same model who looked like Vince. Even on a calm day, the tests showed that the ship was resting very low in the water, only a few inches over the surface. This proved that even if the plug hadn't been loosened, big waves could readily fill the kayak with water. The lawyer also reminded everyone that Vince had been drinking, which might have affected his ability to coordinate and react in a flooded kayak, make dubious confessions, and conduct water experiments. This led to a great deal of discussion. Even though Vince's body had not been found, the inquiry was moving forward. The drain stopper, a tiny hole little larger than a fingertip, was the primary source of conflict. The idea that such a minor detail might have led to such a tragedy was difficult to accept. Since Vince's kayak had a drain opening on top, it seems doubtful that enough water could have entered the boat for it to sink. As doubts grew, Angelica's attorney demanded more studies to help solve this riddle. A precise simulation was carried out using the same kind of kayak, a mannequin that had the same size and weight as Vince, and circumstances that were very similar to those of that fateful day. According to the studies, the kayak didn't fill with water fast enough to capsize even after the drain plug was removed. Only a few droplets of water were able to enter through the drain hole, far too little to have resulted in a deadly situation. This implied that Vince's kayak could have easily made the final mile or two back to shore even without the plug, but the prosecution turned its attention to the paddle after the experiment appeared to totally refute the plug argument. Angelica stated that the paddle was broken and lacked the locking ring, which investigators thought might have made it more difficult for Vince to maneuver the kayak. The defense, however, refused to concede even in this case. They showed that the paddle's operation was unaffected by the ring's removal. It was still robust and totally functional and could be used efficiently. This did not alter the fact, though, that Angelica confessed to touching Vince's paddle and the plug while being questioned. This admission served as the impetus for the accusations against her. Even the smallest elements, like touching the paddle or unintentionally brushing across the plug, were used by the police to suspect Angelica of intentional acts because they appeared to be part of a well-planned crime. However, the defense persisted in its struggle in spite of the prosecution's seeming rational argument. According to Angelica's lawyer, during the interrogation, her comments were taken under emotional stress. After reviewing all 11 hours of the recorded interview, the defense called in a false confessions expert who came to the conclusion that the police had used significant psychological pressure. According to the expert, the investigators employed traditional methods intended to force a confession. Question. During the questioning, they forced her to repeat words that supported their story, played the parts of the good cop and the bad cop, asked leading questions, and didn't give her time to process the situation. Angelica was frequently perplexed. Her emotions became more erratic and her answers became less specific. The expert contended that her statements should have been interpreted cautiously because she was in a condition of shock. Her brief statement that she had previously considered ending the relationship was one that the investigators took note of because it was taken to be an admission of intent to hurt Vince. The defense actually argued that this statement had nothing to do with what happened that day. It simply alluded to their long-standing marital problems. Although Angelica discussed freedom in a more general context, the police decided to take a different tack. According to the interrogation specialist, Angelica never used terms like crime or death in such contexts, and the investigators' manipulation of her admissions was more likely to be the consequence than the truth. However, after they got what they wanted, the investigators ignored these information and rejected whatever else Angelica said. The defense contended that the drain plug in Vince's kayak had been broken for months prior to that fateful day. Angelica claims that they had gone kayaking multiple times without the plug, and that there had never been any significant issues. Although there were hazardous circumstances on the river that day, the disaster was caused by the weather rather than any deliberate activities. However, the prosecution did not waver in its position. It all made sense to them. A woman fed up with the partnership, looking for money, arranging an accident to earn insurance payouts, and becoming independent. The questioning of Angelica seemed to go on forever. She felt trapped and had lost all sense of time. She initially made an effort to resist, but her determination waned as the officers kept bringing up the drain plug problem. Her account of the plug, whether it was present or not, got confused, which the investigators decided to take advantage of. The pivotal moment occurred when a tired Angelica requested to go home to feed her cat. The moment the investigators had been waiting for came when tears filled her eyes. They increased the pressure since they could feel how vulnerable she was. Despite the fact that she never explicitly admitted to a crime, the police persisted in asking her a series of leading questions. According to an expert who later watched the interrogation video, Angelica looked worn out, overburdened, and obviously unable to think straight. Her erratic answers were the usual outcome of emotional exhaustion rather than a deliberate admission of guilt. The expert claims that she only wanted to get away from the constant interrogation, which caused her to provide a number of evasive responses that served as the foundation for the case against her. Vince's body, meanwhile, was still unaccounted for. His friends and family were left in limbo, their suffering getting worse every day. His body was not found in the Hudson River, close to the same Bannerman's Island the couple had visited on the day of the tragedy, until the morning of May 23, 2015, over a month after he vanished. Drowning was verified as the cause of death by the autopsy. There were no indications of struggle or foul play. There were traces of alcohol in Vince's blood, but not much, indicating that the severe weather and the cold water temperature had the biggest effect on him. A few days after the body was discovered, Vince's kayak was found. As expected, the paddle had no locking ring, and the drain plug was gone. However, its functionality remained unaffected by the ring's absence. None of these circumstances by themselves could have caused drowning, the defense argued. It was a confluence of factors, including the chilly water, high winds, absence of a life jacket, and drinking. The catastrophe was brought on by this combination rather than anything Angelica did. But the prosecution wasn't going to back down. They concentrated on the contradictions in Angelica's claims, interpreting them as proof that she was responsible for Vince's demise. They had a simple theory. She purposefully damaged the kayak in order to put Vince at danger of dying. But Angelica's attorney maintained that Vince's own carelessness was to blame for the regrettable mishap. Under the influence, he decided to go out on the sea without a life jacket and, in bad weather, he took that gamble even though he knew he had little chance of surviving in the icy water. Even though Angelica insisted she was innocent, the case changed course when the prosecution saw that charging her with willful injury would not stand up. It was insufficient to persuade a jury that breaking a paddle or pulling out a drain stopper were simple crimes. In addition, the defense made strong arguments and experts attested to the possibility that such a disaster might occur in given conditions. The prosecution reached a standstill and made a plea offer to Angelica. She consented when they suggested that she enter a guilty plea to involuntary manslaughter, which would only carry a few years in prison rather than a life sentence. Angelica was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter and given a 4-year prison sentence. She only had a few months left to serve, though, given the time she had previously spent awaiting trial and throughout the legal proceedings. As part of the plea agreement, Angelica spent less than 4 years in jail, 32 months, before being released on parole in December 2017. Although she was given a 4-year sentence, she actually served less than half of that amount because of time served and early release. Therefore, the parole system permitted her to become released earlier in late 2017, even though her term was legally 4 years. Tensions persisted, even after she was freed. The result was too difficult for Vince's family to accept. They were outspoken in their displeasure with the light sentence, believing that Angelica was the cause of their son's death. However, Angelica insisted that the truth was known only to her and to God. She insisted that Vince's death had been a terrible accident and that she was not to blame. She encountered fresh difficulties after being freed. She had trouble finding work and faced deportation. Angelica's guilty plea prevented her from claiming Vince's insurance benefits. She was compelled to return to her own country 16 months later, where she started to reconstruct her life and put the trauma of those incidents behind her. She claimed to be completely recovered from the experience, enrolled in a university, obtained employment, and carried on with her life. People, this is a story with many unanswered questions that may never be resolved. A complicated and intense picture is painted by Vince's passing, Angelica's actions, and the contradictory testimony. In these circumstances, it's simple to be influenced by the narrative of the prosecution or by public opinion, but it's crucial to keep in mind that the truth isn't always clear. In my opinion, the legal system is capable of errors. Particularly in situations such as these, false confessions can result from coercion, psychological weariness, and interrogation techniques. Angelica was in a predicament where she was disadvantaged by both the external factors and her own blunders in speech and behavior. However, was she really to blame for Vince's passing, or was it really a terrible mishap that turned into a nightmare for all those concerned? I want to now address you, the audience. Which do you believe is more significant in this tale, chance or guilt? Has a judge made a mistake in Angelica's case, or is she really involved in Vince's demise? If you were in her shoes, what would you have done? More significantly, can we always rely on judgments based on contradicting evidence? I want to know what you think. Stories like this one make you wonder about the thin line that separates accusation from truth. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp. A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her 2 sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day, but on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Bruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, Hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We are examining the unsettling case of Kim Wall, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. Denmark's capital, Copenhagen, known to the locals as Copenhagen, is situated on the picturesque islands of Amager and Zealand. Denmark is renowned for its excellent architecture and design in general, but Copenhagen in particular is the main draw. In addition to a vibrant food scene, the lush, verdant city has a rich and diverse cultural environment. Copenhagen, home to more than 600,000 people, is considered one of the happiest cities in the world due to its laid-back lifestyle and progressive social views. Even though Denmark is a pleasant country, it did record 54 homicides in 2017, including the August 2017 murder of Kim Wall. On March 23, 1987, Kim Wall was born in Trelleborg, Sweden. Journalists Joachim and Ingrid Wall were her parents. Tom Wall was the only sibling she had. Kim developed into an exceptionally intelligent youngster who never wavered in her commitment to her objectives. She did exceptionally well at the London School of Economics, where she studied international relations. However, it didn't stop there. Kim advanced her education by pursuing a master's degree at Columbia University's School of Journalism, sometimes referred to as the Oxbridge of Journalism. Kim won awards for her year and was at the top of her class among her peers. Kim's approach to her work as a journalist mirrored her deep interest in people and their stories. Kim would do whatever it took to share people's experiences and give them a voice. Kim was a journalist for the South China Morning Post in Hong Kong, the Swedish Embassy in Australia, and a European Union delegation in India. Numerous worldwide publications, including as the BBC, The Guardian, and the New York Times, have published her pieces. Kim lived in Copenhagen with her lover, Ole Stabi, a game and interface designer. Although she alternated between Beijing and New York, the two had big plans together and were incredibly in love. Relocating to Beijing, China was one of their goals. However, life had other ideas. Kim was spending time with her family on August 9, 2017, at her parents' home in Trelleborg, Sweden, so they could take their annual summer photo. Before August 9, 2017, her family had 29 photos since they had taken a family photograph every summer since Kim was a year old. Kim was also excited to get to Copenhagen because she wanted to see Ole. Before departing for China on August 16, 2017, Kim and Ole planned to host their friends at their apartment the next day to bid them farewell. Even though Tom, Kim's brother, was exhausted from working a night shift the day before, Ingrid, Kim's mother, realized that Kim's presence was an opportunity to take the family photo, so she made sure they did so before she left. They had no idea that would be the final photo they would take together. Ole and Kim prepared their house for the house party on August 10, 2017. Friends soon arrived at their flat, but Kim received a call before the celebration could start. Peter Madsen, a Danish submarine inventor, made the call. Kim and Peter had already discussed an interview over the phone. Kim wanted to interview Peter for a story she was writing for Wired magazine. It was intended to be a brief interview to wrap up her report. So, before the celebration began, she asked Ole to excuse her. Before it was too late, Kim wanted to do the work as quickly as possible so she could resume her partying with her pals. Kim left for the interview after apologizing to her friends who had already arrived for the celebration. 3 submarines were built by renowned inventor Peter Madsen. In addition, he had constructed rocket ships and motivated many others with his endeavors. Peter invited Kim to accompany him on a flight aboard his 2008 launch submarine, the UC-3 Nautilus, since the interview was about his inventions. Peter invited Kim to meet him at Copenhagen Harbor, where Kim had a safe journey. Kim arrived at about 7 o'clock. Kim, who was first afraid to board the submarine, gained the strength to do so and carefully walked onto it, where Peter was already waiting for her. She knew it wasn't a huge concern by the time the soft wind blew about her as she stood next to Peter on the submarine's tower. Notably, she contacted Ole at 8 p.m. saying, "I love you, but I'm going down now." She also texted Ole, "I'm still alive." Even though it was Kim's final text, Ole didn't think there was an issue because he expected Kim to concentrate on her work. Shortly after that, Ole received another text from Kim that said, "He bought cookies and coffee though." Ole, however, soon became concerned. Ole was unable to get in touch with Kim, so it started to become later and later. Kim was supposed to return early as promised. He began to fear about 10 o'clock at night. At 1:43 a.m. he called the police after phoning everyone he could think of and informed them that his girlfriend had vanished. After Kim Wall was reported missing, the Danish police started looking for her. Kim was not located despite their hunt for the submarine she boarded prior to her disappearance, the UC-3 Nautilus. Throughout the night, the Danish Emergency Management Agency, DEMA, officers helped the police search the sea. They looked everywhere, trying to find Kim. In addition to utilizing cadaver dogs, the divers explored a huge area of the sea that was dark, traveling in all directions, front, back, right, left, center, and deep into the ocean. Approximately 5:31 a.m., Ole called Kim's mother Ingrid on August 11, 2017, to inform her that Kim had gone missing. Joachim and Ingrid were both in a panic and could only pray that Kim was still alive. Even after a thorough search, the police would not discover anything until approximately 10:30 p.m. The sub was discovered at a depth of 22 feet south of Copenhagen by a rescue aircraft in a harbor southeast of Amager, close to the Dragør lighthouse. Kim was not there, but the police did find Peter Madsen. Peter explained to the reporters who were on the search that a malfunctioning ballast tank was the reason the submarine sank. He added that he swam to a nearby fisherman's boat to get away after spotting it. The cops asked Peter about Kim's location because he never mentioned her in his account. He said that on the evening of August 10, 2017, just before the accident, he left Kim off at a local restaurant. When the police raised the submarine to examine it, they found something fishy. they found that the defective ballast tank had been intentionally tampered with. Additionally, investigators searched the submarine and discovered evidence of Kim's personal possessions and blood. Peter's story evolved once they asked him more questions. He reported to the police that he lost his hold on a large hatch door, which collapsed and struck Kim's head, causing an accident. When he checked, Kim had no pulse, according to Peter, and there was a lot of blood where she landed. The cops were aware right away that they needed to suspect Peter, but why? Nothing material was there to cling to. Since Kim's body had not been discovered, they were unsure of what actually happened to her. On August 21, 2017, 11 days after Kimval vanished, a cyclist made a gory find while crossing the beach south of Copenhagen. The torso of a human washed ashore on the beach. Following a call to the police department, they examined the torso and concluded it belonged to Kimval, the Swedish journalist who had been missing for 11 days. The remainder of the corpse was not connected to the torso, which had been horribly stabbed 14 times. Although Kimval's friends and family were aware that their loved one had passed away, they were still curious about what had happened to her on August 10, 2017. Until October 7, 2017, when divers discovered plastic bags in Kogi Bay, less than a mile from where Kim's torso was discovered, the authorities continued their quest for explanations without finding anything. When the plastic bags were opened, Kim's head and legs were within them. Metal fragments were fastened to the sacks to keep them from floating. Following these revelations, Peter was questioned once more and altered his account once more. This time, he claimed that Kimval passed away on his submarine due to poisonous gases. The cops were aware that Peter was concealing something because of his contradictory accounts. Because he was the last person to see Kim alive, and because he was unable to give precise information about what transpired while they were together, he was also the only suspect in the case. No one was arrested, since Peter never admitted to killing Kim and there was no solid proof to convict anyone. Nevertheless, the police continued their investigation, as they were unable to operate on their presumptions. One of Peter's claims that Kim's head was struck by a hatch was refuted by the autopsy, which found no blunt trauma on her head. Additionally, the autopsy showed that Kim had been stabbed and shackled. Additionally, it revealed that she had asphyxia, indicating that she had either been stabbed in the throat or strangled. The police had grounds to detain Peter for additional interrogation in light of this evidence. When the authorities inspected his phone during the investigation, they discovered that on August 9, 2017, Peter had viewed a video showing a young woman in agony as she was gradually decapitated with a little knife. Additionally, his search history revealed that he looked up how to remove every photo from his iPhone. Investigators also discovered movies of women being killed on Peter's computer, and witnesses testified that Peter was observed practicing asphyxiation and watching videos of decapitation. The inquiry revealed that while Kim's body contained no evidence of Peter's DNA, the underpants, which were taken from Peter Madsen following the arrest, did contain bodily fluid traces. When questioned, Peter denied experiencing pleasure with Kim. Annie and Carl Madsen welcomed Peter into the world on January 12, 1971. His early years were spent in Denmark's Sabi and Hong. Annie had 3 additional boys from 2 prior men and was over 30 years younger than Carl. When Peter was 6 years old, Annie left the marriage with all of her children, allegedly because Carl mistreated his 3 stepsons. Years later, Peter moved back home with his father, who also had a passion for rockets. Peter was really interested in rocket fuel in school. He created his first huge rocket while studying chemistry and physics, and on March 3, 1986, he launched it. He based it on the American ICBM MX Peacekeeper and constructed it at his father's factory. The rocket performed admirably, ascending to a height of 100 meters before falling. Luckily, nobody was harmed. Peter lost his father when he was 18 in 1990, but he continued to explore and contact engineers. Additionally, he joined Copenhagen's Dark Rocket Club, a Danish amateur rocket club, but over time the other members lost interest in him. According to Dark members, he could activate the fire sprinkler system by only speaking his name. Although he never completed formal schooling, he did take engineering and welding classes to gain some knowledge of submarines. His passion paid off as individuals, businesses, and organizations saw his potential and provided financial support for his work and way of life. He constructed the UC-1 Freya, UC-2 Praka, and UC-3 Nautilus submarines. The Nautilus was a 3-year-long privately manufactured midget submarine that was launched on May 3, 2008, in Copenhagen, Denmark. The construction cost was about $200,000. Together with Danish architect Christian von Bengtsen, Peter co-founded Copenhagen Suborbitals on May 1, 2008. He departed the project in June 2014. Peter was in charge of the booster rocket engines, launch pad, and launch systems. Because of his inventions, Peter was already well-liked, and many people became interested in him without realizing that he was a different person on the inside. Only the murder of Kim Wall revealed who he really was. Peter Madsen, 47, was accused on January 26, 2018 with murder, assault from stabbing, and indecent handling of a corpse because of the dissection. On August 10, 2017, Peter was charged by the prosecution with binding, striking, placing, and strangling Kim on his submarine. Throughout the investigation, Peter refused to acknowledge that he had slain Kim. When Peter's trial started on March 8, 2018, he entered a not guilty plea to the allegations. According to the psychiatric evaluation, Peter was not delusional or psychotic, but rather a narcissistic psychopath. Peter was convicted guilty of all charges and given a life sentence on April 25, 2018. In court, Peter reportedly displayed no remorse. Instead, he intimidated people in the courtroom by staring at them from time to time. Because of Peter's behavior, the Wall family was once instructed not to let him pass in the courtroom. Peter insisted throughout the proceedings that Kim's death was an accident, even though he acknowledged that he had dismembered her body. He told the court, "I don't see how that mattered at the time, as she was dead." The family and friends of Kim, who never imagined that she would be murdered so near to her home, found closure in this sentence, even if Peter would not confess. They were all aware that Kim was a fearless journalist who would venture into hazardous areas to obtain the information she needed for her job. If they were ever concerned about Kim, it would be because she traveled far and wide for work, and they were all unaware that she would die suddenly in Copenhagen, where she lived. Following his life sentence, Peter attempted to appeal the decision, but it was denied. After he was caught, his wife, whom he married in 2011, requested that her name be kept secret and filed for divorce. He was hospitalized in August 2018 after being attacked by an 18-year-old prisoner who threatened to keep him there for the rest of his life. By frightening inmates with a phony firearm and fictitious explosives he had manufactured while incarcerated, he managed to break out in October 2020. He was surrounded by police in a residential neighborhood close to his Sylvester prison as they pursued him. However, because they believed he was carrying explosives, the police were unable to approach him. The cops waited for the explosive specialists to come after they were called. The cops detained him and returned him to the prison after the specialists arrived and discovered that everything had been a ruse. He had to appear in court once more for that offense, and on February 9, 2021, a Copenhagen court sentenced him to an extra 21 months in prison for attempting to flee. It appeared that the additional sentence would not impact Peter's jail term, even though he was already serving a life sentence. However, if a probation request were ever submitted, the extra sentence would be relevant. Throughout the case, Peter insisted that the death was an accident. However, the Danish tabloid Ekstra Bladet claims that Peter Madsen confessed during a documentary series in which he was secretly recorded. The show was based on almost 20 hours of telephone talks with Peter while he was incarcerated, which were secretly recorded. During one video, he is asked if he killed Kim, and he answers, "Yes." He also states, "There is only one who is guilty, and that is me." Kim's parents, journalists Joachim and Ingrid, were determined to publish their daughter's tale 3 years after her murder. They decided that the narrative would portray Kim as her family, friends, sources, and readers knew her to be, rather than the events leading up to her passing, since they found telling her tale to be therapeutic. According to Ingrid, the book serves as a means of introducing the world to Kim as a human being, a journalist, and a daughter. The book, A Silenced Voice, is a joyous chronicle of a life well lived amid a family's struggle to deal with a life being extinguished. It is a tapestry of history and present at the same time. It chronicles Kim's journey from London to Cuba, New York to Haiti, Beijing to Sri Lanka, gathering anecdotes from bylines and cherished companions along the way. It also follows the hours, Days and weeks that followed Ingrid and Joachim's awakening to the news of their daughter's disappearance and their discovery on TV that a stranger was facing murder charges. The establishment of the Kimball Memorial Fund, a grant intended to assist female journalists, was another development that provided comfort to the Wall family. The life and death of Kimball are depicted in many TV shows in addition to the narrative penned by Kim's parents. The first is Tobias Lindholm's Danish-language television dramatization, The Investigation, which depicts the case's criminal inquiry. The 6-part series, which stars a variety of professional actors, debuted on September 28, 2020. Those involved in the case investigation were consulted in order to meticulously script the series. The investigation focuses on the research that led to Peter's accusation and conviction, rather than Peter or the actual crime. Into the Deep, the submarine murder case, which was directed by Emma Sullivan, was made available on Netflix in September 2022. The documentary video of Peter Madsen, his friends, and interns was used to chronicle his attempt to launch a rocket ship into space using his submarine as a command center. The film chronicled the occurrence in detail, as well as his life. After his lover passed away, Kim's boyfriend Ole Stabi found it difficult to react. Nevertheless, years later he talked about Kim and underlined what a wonderful person she was. The murder of Kim is an unsettling instance that demonstrates the depth of evil that exists in human nature. It also makes us consider the number of women who have faced danger in their diverse occupations. How did you feel about this particular case? Do you believe Peter Madsen received the justice he was due? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense, and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street, in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermell Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermell's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermell's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jermell was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jermell made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jermell's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jermell's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jermell. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jermell was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jermell was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jermell's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jermell's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jermell's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jermell's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jermell Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jermell after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jermell already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jermell was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jermell started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons, despite his difficult past. His new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jermell tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jermell Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jermel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jermel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermel. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermel's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermel, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermel Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermel was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermel, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermel had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermel would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermel choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermel. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermel. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermel's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather Jermell Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermell's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermell from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death? This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermell. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermell might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or Child Protective Services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann. Wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermell, some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermell Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months, or life. Some of Jermell's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermell's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermell's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the Youth Home Educational Program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermel Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in Tennessee, USA on September 2, 2022, when 34-year-old Eliza Fletcher, a mother of 2 children and kindergarten teacher, left her Memphis home to go for a morning jog. Following police notification of Eliza's disappearance, an investigation was started after she failed to return home, which sparked a significant public outcry. A few days ago, the case was concluded. Born in Memphis, Tennessee, on November 9, 1987, Eliza Welford Fletcher played soccer for the University of Memphis after graduating from Hutchinson School in 2006 and went on to finish her undergraduate studies at Baylor University. After graduating from Belmont University with a master's degree in teaching, she focused her efforts and unending youthful enthusiasm on her students at Promise Academy and then St. Mary's Episcopal School's junior kindergartners. Eliza gave her all to her students, as she did to everything she did. She was a firm believer in the value of personal development and did not hesitate to show vulnerability. As a natural athlete, on the other hand, she welcomed it. From childhood teams to collegiate competition to winning marathons, Eliza's love of sports was evident. As an adult, she loved going for morning runs with her friends. She enthusiastically participated in everything she did by utilizing her competitive nature. Eliza was a skilled runner who qualified for the Boston Marathon, a prestigious event among marathon runners, by finishing the Stone Marathon in Memphis in 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 9 seconds. Eliza loved being a wife and mother more than anything else. Richard James Fletcher, her husband, and she met at the Second Presbyterian Church. On Friday, September 2, 2022, the couple welcomed 2 sons into the world after getting married on March 8, 2014. When Eliza did not return from her jog at the scheduled time, her family became concerned. Her husband Richard reported her missing at 7:45 a.m. after noticing that she had not returned home and was not returning calls or texts. Eliza began her day the same way she began many other days, with a morning run. She left the house at around 4 a.m. Police started looking into it right away. The investigators first spoke with every member of Eliza's family. In addition to ensuring that the family members' testimonies were consistent, they had to piece together the timeline of events preceding her disappearance. Eliza's husband, or any other family member's involvement in the disappearance, was promptly ruled out by authorities. Investigators retraced Eliza's route and started gathering surveillance footage after determining which route she was running. A still photo of Eliza was made public. She weighs 137 pounds, has blonde hair, green eyes, and is 5 feet 6 inches tall. Her hair was in a bun on the day she was last spotted, and she was dressed in a pink jogging top and purple-blue running shorts. Investigators concluded that Eliza had been abducted close to the University of Memphis. Eliza used to frequently jog in the area and had never experienced any personal safety concerns. But this time, police claimed that a man kidnapped her, forced her into his car, and drove off. The suspect was driving west on Central Avenue in a dark SUV. It was discovered that Eliza's cell phone was broken. Near the scene of her kidnapping, a water bottle and a phone were discovered. An image of the SUV was made public, and police urged anyone with information that could aid in the investigation to get in touch with them. Some information regarding the kidnapping was later made public by authorities. What the police report says about it is as follows. A black GMC Terrain was seen driving by and then waiting for the victim to run by on the scene's security footage. The document claims that a man got out of the vehicle, rushed over to Fletcher, and pushed her into the passenger seat. This kidnapping seemed to involve some sort of struggle. This is where the Champion Slide sandals were discovered. Sandals discovered at the scene were sent to a lab where specialists were to test them for a sample of the offender's DNA. The car then sat in the parking lot with the victim inside for about 4 minutes before it drove away. In a statement released on September 3, the day following the kidnapping, Eliza's family offered a $50,000 reward for information leading to Eliza's return. Police were looking for the dark SUV in the meantime. They discovered additional surveillance footage, some of which was subsequently made public. The police statement claims that this video shows the suspect in Eliza Fletcher's kidnapping cleaning the inside of his vehicle. It is clear from the statement that Eliza was no longer in the kidnapper's car at this point, but authorities did find a trash can where the suspect had disposed of the cleaning supplies he had used inside the vehicle. They might be an important piece of proof. The same day, September 3, Memphis police reported that they had found a car of interest and had taken its driver into custody to question him. The DNA sample came from the sandals the criminal misplaced when kidnapping Eliza Fletcher. Upon entering the DNA profile into the database, forensics discovered that the person who kidnapped Eliza was 38-year-old Cleotha Abston. He was released from prison approximately 2 years ago and had a criminal record. Investigators allegedly found that Abston's cell phone was close to the location where Fletcher was coerced into the car. Based on cellular records they were able to obtain, Abston was a teenager when he pleaded guilty to kidnapping Kemper Durand on May 26, 2000, and was previously given a sentence of 24 years in prison. According to court records, Abston forced Durand into a car's trunk after kidnapping him at gunpoint. In a victim impact statement, Durand stated that he felt incredibly fortunate that I was able to escape from the custody of Cletty Abston. He then made Durand take money out of an ATM, from which he managed to escape when he caught the attention of a Memphis Housing Authority guard. He and his co-defendant had taken me from the trunk of my car, where they had kept me for several hours, and forced me to drive to the MAPCO station. I was supposed to get cash for Cleotha Abstain using my ATM card. We were extremely lucky that a Memphis Housing Authority guard in an armed uniform just so happened to enter the MAPCO station. It is very likely that I would have been killed if I hadn't escaped, he wrote in the statement. Durand, a criminal defense attorney who passed away in 2013, stated that he thought Abston had no remorse at all. Additionally, according to court records, Abston had a long criminal history beginning in 1995. The charges included rape, theft, aggravated assault, and evading arrest. Although the kidnapper was apprehended, Eliza Fletcher's whereabouts were unknown due to Abston's silence after his release from the Tennessee Department of Correction in November 2020. Regretfully, evidence discovered in his vehicle showed that Eliza had passed away. Forensics discovered traces of Eliza's blood in his SUV, despite the fact that Abstadt had cleaned the interior thoroughly. Abstin was accused of both evidence tampering and kidnapping. In addition, he was accused of unrelated crimes like credit card fraud, property theft, and identity theft. According to police, the judge set bail at $500,000 at the time of arraignment. A public defender was assigned after Abstin informed the judge that he could not afford an attorney. Police were searching for Eliza in the meantime. On the morning of Friday, September 2, she was kidnapped. Authorities confirmed the worst fears of those concerned about Eliza Fletcher's fate at a press conference on Monday, September 5, 2022. The body of Eliza was discovered in the grass close to this deserted Victor Street home. The driveway contained tire tracks that matched those on Abstin's vehicle. This is how this location appears on news reports, however, indicate that this abandoned house was encircled by tall grass at the time of the crime. The grass was as tall as a man in some places, making it an excellent place to conceal the crime's evidence. Journalists started asking locals if they had seen anything suspicious after Eliza's body was discovered here. According to some of the people the journalists spoke with, even before Eliza's body was discovered, they called City Hall several times to request that the grass be mowed. However, after Eliza's body was discovered, the city authorities did nothing. Abstin was also charged with first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the commission of kidnapping, and the judge revoked the $500,000 bail that had been set when he was first charged. The judge also decided that Henderson would be accepted as the suspect's legal last name. Since his name is listed as Cleotha Abstin in the prosecutor's reports as well, I will use that name going forward. Just to let you know, he is listed as Claretha Henderson in some sources. Following the proceedings, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy sidestepped a reporter's inquiry about the punishment he would seek in the event that Abstin was found guilty. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence, with or without parole, or the death penalty. It is too soon for us to talk about the kind of punishment we will pursue. Outside the courtroom, Mulroy stated that Eliza's family and everyone who knew her were shocked by her untimely death. 5 days after the police announced the body's discovery, on September 10, 2022, hundreds of people attended the funeral service, which took place in the same church where Eliza had been married 8 years prior. Nobody is prepared for the loss of a loved one, but it is a terrible experience to learn that they were murdered after being kidnapped. People's mental health suffers as a result of their inability to accept the devastating reality. It's time to honor those who loved her so much, and to remember and celebrate how unique she was. We are grateful for all of the love and care that we have received. We are incredibly appreciative of the local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies' tireless efforts to locate Eliza and apprehend the perpetrator of this heinous crime. According to Eliza's family, this senseless loss has left us devastated and heartbroken. Family, friends, co-workers, students, parents, members of her Second Presbyterian Church congregation, and everyone else who knew her loved Eliza. According to the statement, the faculty and staff at St. Mary's Episcopal School lit candles in Eliza's honor as the day began in chapel. On September 9, 20th, 2000, 200 people came together to finish the marathon that Eliza had left unfinished, according to a Facebook post from the school. In remembrance of Eliza, who was kidnapped at around the same time, they began running at 4:20 a.m. We're just here today to run in honor of Eliza and to demonstrate that women in this city have the right to run at 4 in the morning or 10 at night, said event organizer Danielle Heineman. Any time of day or night, Eliza's supporters jogged, ran, and walked in her honor while dressed in vibrant hues. They held that women had the freedom to go out whenever they pleased and were not required to completely cover their bodies. The 34-year-old mother of two and teacher passed away from a single gunshot wound to the head, per the autopsy report. 2 semicircular skull defects are consistent with a single gunshot wound to the head, with the bullet moving from right to left, back to front, and posterior to anterior. According to the report, a shell casing was found close to where her body was found, despite the fact that no projectile was recovered from her body. Eliza sustained blunt force injuries, such as fractures to her jaw and bruises on her right thigh, in addition to the gunshot wound. Although there was no overt indication of an actual assault, these injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma. It was discovered that Cleotha Abstin had abused another woman the year prior to his abduction of Eliza, as the authorities readied themselves for the trial. The attack on Eliza Fletcher might have been avoided if Abstin had been taken into custody, but the system failed because of inadequate funding, and Abstin was still at large. The incident in question took place on September 21, 2021. The woman, Alicia Franklin, went to the police and said that she and Abstin had agreed to have dinner after meeting on a dating app in 2021. Alicia Franklin claims that although they had previously talked about trading love for money, they had no intention of having intimate contact that evening. Instead, he put a gun to her neck and dragged her into his car, where he made her comply with his wishes despite her objections. Alicia called the police after Abstin released her. Despite the fact that samples of male DNA were discovered, police reports stated that she had no visible injuries. How much time did it take to analyze these DNA samples, in your opinion? The test results were released on September 5, 2022, nearly a year after the incident, which took place on September 21, 2021. When state leaders and victim advocates learned that Abstin had been arrested for Eliza Fletcher's murder, they became indignant and demanded that officials change the way the state handles assault kits. There is still more to be done, but I am happy that we are able to take this extra step towards clearing this backlog. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee apologized and stated that authorities would expedite additional funds to hire 25 additional staff at the forensic lab to speed up the process of testing samples. According to Senate Speaker Randy McNally, we have to get these violent criminals off the streets and keep them off. Jim Strickland, the mayor of Memphis, has publicly defended the actions of the Memphis Police Department. Strickland responded, "I don't know the details," when asked if MPD blew the investigation. The investigation is ongoing. The mayor shouldn't get involved in the investigation's minutiae. Days after his arrest in connection with Eliza Fletcher's death, Cleotha Abstin was finally charged in the case. Alicia Franklin is suing the city of Memphis, claiming that the Memphis Police Department did not conduct a thorough and appropriate investigation into her ordeal. She claimed to have sustained emotional and physical harm that necessitated continuous medical and psychological care. She is requesting damages that are not specified. Additionally, the lawsuit alleges that when investigators arrived at the crime scene, they failed to collect tangible evidence. The Lakes at Ridgeway were also sued by Alicia Franklin. The woman said that because there was no security at the apartment complex, Abstin was able to take her to an unoccupied apartment and attack her. She claimed that the attack on her was not the first crime to occur in that vacant apartment, and she is suing for $2 million in damages. The apartment that Abstin used to entice the plaintiff to leave her car was unoccupied and available for Abstin to use illegally, the lawsuit said. In the court filing, the woman also claimed that Henderson had made inappropriate and obscene remarks to other women at the complex, but the property managers had done nothing to request that Abstin leave. In the Alicia Franklin case, Cleotha Abstin was found guilty on April 12, 2024. He consented to a maximum sentence of 8 decades in prison on all counts on May 17, 2024, waiving his right to a sentencing hearing. The sentence is divided into 40 years for the 20 years for the kidnapping and 20 years for the gun charge, which will run consecutively. When making a decision, said Judge Lee Coffey, the judge said that Abstin will not be able to appeal his sentence, but he can still appeal the trial and verdict itself in the Franklin case this week. On Monday, October 28, 2024, it was revealed that Cleotha Abstin was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole in the Eliza Fletcher case. He also noted that the sentence would run consecutively for the counts he considered, including his lengthy criminal history and multiple disciplinary incidents while he was in custody, including indecent exposures and possessing drugs and weapons. The man accused of the violent kidnapping and murder of Memphis schoolteacher and mother of 2, Eliza Fletcher, entered a guilty plea to several charges, including first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and tampering with evidence, according to a statement issued today by the District Attorney's Office. The case that has rocked the community was officially ended when Cleotha Abstin was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. With the help of Mrs. Fletcher's family, the resolution was reached. The agreement reached today gives the family closure. In order to avoid years and decades of appeals, the defendant forfeits his right to appeal. The fact that this dangerous individual will never again walk our streets benefits the community as well. In prison, he will perish. Due to the overwhelming evidence against him, Abstin's attorney, Uni Ganguly, told the New York Times that he advised Abstin to accept the plea deal. A jury probably would have given Abstin the death penalty, Ganguly told the Times. A statement from Fletcher's family that was sent directly to Abstin was read by District Attorney Steve Mulroy. "We don't know what happened to you, but whatever it was that made you feel the need to harm people doesn't justify or explain what you did. Nothing will ever be the same because of the permanent change you have brought about in our lives. What you did was wicked. There is no other way to put it. You killed Liza, despite the fact that she did nothing wrong and did not harm you. If you had needed assistance, she would have been the first to offer it." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, they clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder, in which the 2 victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Duane had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Duane passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Duane. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Duane on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Duane. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Duane and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Duane's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Duane and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Duane back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Duane's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the 2 families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Duane and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Duane. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Duane and Patricia's deaths, was another possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Duane murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases. Thanks to this novel technique, they were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Duane on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Duane. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Duane, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952. At the age of 24, began a family and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Duane. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Duane, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Kenneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Duane's loved ones had already died and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Duane and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brigitta Unto was close to passing away when she got to the emergency room. Despite the fact that her vital signs were rapidly declining, doctors were unable to identify any indications of infection or injury. Together, the police, FBI agents, and medical experts were able to solve the medical mystery and unearth a horrifyingly creative crime. The medical staff at a hospital in San Diego, California, waited for Brigitta, a 28-year-old patient, to arrive on March 5, 2018. An ambulance was taking her from the office of her family physician. Brigitta had called her mother Olga that day to complain of feeling ill. Brigitta's legs shook with agonizing pain, and she could hardly breathe, as Olga fought to get her into the car. The family doctor only needed to glance at the once vibrant and healthy young woman to realize that Brigitta was in serious trouble and that there was nothing he could do to help. In order to transport her to the hospital, he called an ambulance. The medics in the emergency room were also concerned, because they thought they might not be able to stabilize her condition, and Brigitta was in excruciating pain, had no feeling in her hands or feet, could hardly see, and could hardly speak. The most perplexing symptom, however, was the clumping of her once beautiful chestnut hair. Immediately after starting their work, the doctors concluded that she had no visible signs of trauma, including no wounds, bruises, or infection. Her illness had an internal cause. According to Brigitta's mother, her daughter had been experiencing severe pain, exhaustion, and unexpected bouts of nausea for a number of months. She would spend days in bed because the symptoms would come on suddenly and without warning. It was difficult for Brigitta to care for herself, much less her husband and young son. She sought advice from several experts, but none of them could figure out what was wrong with her. There was no known illness that matched her symptoms. She was even told by one doctor that her condition was how critical days manifest. Ultimately, the doctors determined that stress was the cause and gave her tranquilizers. But her health deteriorated. The emergency department's medical staff recognized that she was in danger of dying within days if they didn't find out what was wrong with her quickly. Brigitta was raised in California, a short distance from the Mexican border. Her mother looked after their two daughters, Brigitta and her younger sister, Olga, while her father worked at customs between Mexico and the United States. The girls were raised in a loving and supportive household. Brigitta thrived academically while attending a Catholic school with joy. According to her friends, she was the sweetest and most amiable girl they had ever met. Running was Brigitta's passion, and she even represented her school in competitions. She met Race Remington Unto, her future husband, while running. Although Race went to a different school, they met in high school and shared a love of sports. Because Brigitta's daughter had no interest in dating boys, her family initially paid little attention to their friendship. She spent most of her time studying and playing sports, but over time, the young couple began dating and became more involved with one another. Race was able to bring out Brigitta's more daring side, and they quickly became inseparable. Race had a very lofty ambition. He wanted to enroll in the Annapolis-based United States Naval Academy. It was a difficult task because the student acceptance rate was less than 8%. In addition to doing well in school, the candidate had to work on personal growth, play sports, volunteer, be involved in the community, and much more. Remarkably, Race was accepted into the academy and relocated to Maryland to start his studies. The young couple kept up their long-distance romance. Race was eventually diagnosed with a hernia, though, which didn't fully heal. Despite having to leave the academy, he was able to find employment in the Navy as an electrician. Brigida, meanwhile, went after her own goals and became a teacher. Following 7 years of dating, Brigida, 25, and Race, 24, were married in 2014. They welcomed their son shortly after. Brigida thought that everything in her life was going as planned, and she was completely content. She lived a short distance from her parents, had a wonderful child, and a loving, caring husband. She could never have predicted the extraordinary and agonizing turn her life would soon take, though. Dr. Jeff LaPointe, a certified toxicologist, was one of the emergency department doctors at San Diego Hospital. This was unusual. Like a great detective, Dr. LaPointe followed the trail of clues that might help him figure out what was happening to Brigida. He was a true medical detective. Was an autoimmune disease killing her? No, that was not confirmed by blood tests. Is it possible that she has cancer? No. But among all the symptoms, hair loss was the most noticeable. This was a result of treatment rather than the illness. Brigida had been exposed to a toxic chemical, according to all the symptoms. But which one and how? It wasn't cesium, cadmium, or arsenic, because hair loss wouldn't be caused by these heavy metals. But thallium was the one material that could. Thallium was employed as a depilatory agent at the beginning of the 20th century. Additionally, doctors actively used it. For instance, if a child had lice on their head, thallium was applied to the lice, which caused the lice to fall off, along with all the hair. In the years that followed, thallium took center stage in rodent poisons. But by the 1970s, and arsenic had become so widely used as murder weapons that they were outlawed for use and sale. Leg pain, weakness, deteriorating vision, appetite loss, weight loss, and of course hair loss were all signs of thallium poisoning that Brigida was experiencing. Dr. LaPointe's inability to promptly verify his suspicions was the issue. There was no way to test the patient for poisoning on the spot, and no one in the hospital had ever seen a case like this before. The results would be available in 3 days, which Brigida might not have, and the samples needed to be sent to another lab. This was the start of the race against time. In order to get an expedited analysis, Dr. LaPointe began phoning each agency. The antidote would be desperately needed, even if the doctor's suspicions were confirmed and Brigida had thallium poisoning. But getting the antidote, which was aptly named Berlin Blue, proved to be more difficult than he could have imagined. Since Berlin Blue is a blue pigment used in paints, we have all seen it. When creating Starry Night over the Rhone, Vincent van Gogh used it. Additionally, it speeds up the body's removal of heavy metal poisoning by acting as an antidote. Though blue paint is available at the closest art supply store, it is nearly impossible to find medical-grade Berlin. Despite calling every pharmacy, naval medical officer, and clinic, Dr. LaPointe was only able to locate the antidote at one warehouse, a classified warehouse located in Los Angeles. In the event of a dirty bomb explosion, for example, Berlin Blue can also be used as an antidote to radiation exposure. Therefore, until thallium poisoning was verified in the lab, Dr. LaPointe could not rely on receiving the antidote because the government maintains exacting records of every tube of Berlin Blue in the nation. LaPointe's worst fears were validated when the toxicological analysis of Brigida's case was delivered. Brigida's body contained 1,000 times more thallium than was allowed. To transport the antidote to San Diego, a hospital employee drove through the night. But the doctor was concerned that one antidote might not be enough for such severe poisoning. In order to purify the patient's blood, he recommended dialysis. After a long and agonizing process, Brigida's family and the medical staff were left with nothing to do but wait and pray. To keep an eye on their health, Brigida's husband and son were moved to a different hospital wing. They might have been impacted as well if she had been exposed to thallium. Where could she have gotten so much thallium? That was still the key question. FBI agents were looking for the answer to that. Remember, this was all taking place in a state with multiple military installations. Additionally, President Trump's scheduled visit was the backdrop against which these events took place. As a result, FBI agents became very interested in what was going on in the city when Dr. LaPointe began searching for Berlin Blue. It was ultimately delivered so far away from the city that a local scientist for Harvard chemistry began searching for cocaine flu. When Brigida started having an unexplained illness, police and FBI agents found that she had been treated at an alternative medicine clinic in Mexico a few months prior. After looking into this lead, the police decided to ignore it. Because Brigida's school was a former World War II military installation, rodent poisoning may have happened there in the past. Many of the school's teachers became ill that year. This lead, though, also proved to be a dead end. Because Brigida was depressed, investigators could not rule out the possibility that she had used thallium herself as a cry for attention. She loved life, however, and would never desert her son, according to everyone who knew her. Furthermore, rather than the other way around, her depression developed after the emergence of inexplicable symptoms. Regarding the poisoning of his patient, Dr. LaPointe had his own suspicions. After scanning Brigida's internal organs, he was appalled to find a large number of white spots all over her digestive tract. It became clear that food was the entry point for the poison into her body. The ideal crime had been attempted by someone close to her. The patient was placed in total isolation by doctors, but food was the least of her worries at the moment. The antidote helped Brigida regain consciousness a few days later. She was unable to sit or move, and all of her hair had fallen out, but she was still alive. She was unable to identify anyone who would want to hurt her. Nonetheless, the police were aware that poisoning is always a private crime carried out by a close friend or relative. The fact that Brigida's husband and child were unharmed was also intriguing. Her husband, parents, and sister were all willing to assist with the investigation when the police spoke with them. Her husband, Race, complained that he was unable to put himself in his wife's shoes to ease her pain. Investigators sensed that he was lying, even though he said what they wanted to hear. Additionally, the medical staff observed that he asked odd and occasionally inappropriate questions and didn't seem as concerned. When her husband was suspected of being involved, Brigida became enraged and strongly denied it. She maintained that Race had taken care of their son and taken her to the hospital while she was ill, and when she didn't have the strength to get out of bed, he would cook. But what the investigators discovered during their chat with Brigida gave them the chills. Race had a rather peculiar pastime. He liked to gather rare poisonous plant seeds. After Brigida was hospitalized for 16 days, the police became interested in this and gathered enough information to search their house. Race, looking a little agitated, opened the door. He voluntarily turned over all of the family's devices, including laptops and phones, when the detectives asked him to. They were unable to ignore the fact that the device's entire search histories had just been erased. The police discovered 2 books, Criminal Poisoning and The Poisonous Handbook, despite the purportedly erased data on his phone. The Poisonous Handbook claims that thallium allows the poisoner to manipulate the rate at which their victim perishes. As the patient gradually deteriorates for unclear reasons, the poisoning manifests as a medical mystery. Race's vehicle yielded even more fascinating findings. In a tiny compartment in the spare tire, they discovered a packet of exotic seeds and an acetone canister. Additionally, just before the police arrived, their mother saw Race throw away a black garbage bag, which Brigida's sister handed over after retrieving it from the trash can. Receipts for exotic seeds, including cerebrodollar, prayer nuts, and tick seed, as well as a variety of equipment for grinding and filtering them, were found inside. Stated differently, everything required to produce rare poisons. The man had clearly already tried to crush tick seeds to extract ricin, a poison that is poisonous to mice but harmful to people if swallowed or inhaled. Although the detectives' suspicions increased, no thallium was discovered in the car, yard, or house. As a result, Race could not be arrested. They had no choice but to inform Brigida of their suspicions and request that she refrain from going home. Despite her continued incredulity, she did not object to the investigation's continuation. As they dug further, the investigators found a potential motive for the murder. One of Race's lovers thought he was a widower. He misled her by saying he was a Navy SEAL and that he wanted to work in the poisoning division of the FBI. Race led a double life, going so far as to have another affair and confessing to the woman that he was married. He didn't think twice about taking his young son on their dates, and the boy had become so attached to the woman that he called her mom. But in order to avoid having to share custody of their son, he wished that his wife would be struck by a bus. Why the woman wasn't alarmed by this is unknown. Even so, it was obvious that the man wanted to break up with Brigida. However, as a devoted Catholic, she had informed him prior to their marriage that she did not support divorce and that their union would be lifelong. Her unfaithful husband taking this ending so literally was not something she could have predicted. Race was asked to take a polygraph test by the detectives, but he failed horribly. He didn't try to deny the results when the polygraph examiner told him, and he admitted to everything. Race claimed that in August 2017, he placed 3 online orders for thallium. He started by making his wife a sandwich for breakfast in an effort to incorporate it into her meal. He used her weight to determine the thallium content. Brigida felt ill the following day, but it didn't kill her. She began to get better. Race increased the amount of thallium in the soup by a small amount in December of that year. Once more, he failed to get the desired result. He concealed the poison in a sandwich once more, in January, and increased the dosage 5-fold. He planned to murder Brigida in a few days. She started to lose her hair, felt awful, and was in terrible pain, but she persisted in fighting for her life. Race confessed and was taken into custody. He entered a guilty plea to 3 attempts to kill his wife 8 months later. His attorney attempted to claim that Race's judgment was impaired due to a spinal injury he sustained while serving in the Navy. This defense, though, was ineffective. He was given 3 life sentences, ranging from 21 years to life, on March 14, 2019. In October 2033, he might be eligible for parole. He will only be incarcerated for 14 years and be released before turning 42 if he is fortunate enough to be successful in his first attempt at freedom. Brigida finally had the opportunity to speak to her husband directly during the trial. She stated, "I wanted to believe that I knew the man I married 3 years ago, the man I had been dating for nearly 10 years. I wanted to believe that he would never harm me. I am horrified by the thought that he could be responsible for attempting to kill me. How could you do this to the mother of your child? Why do you think you have the right to decide that I am not a worthy mother for your son? How could you decide that the way to end our marriage is by slowly killing your wife, watching her suffer for months? I cared for you, and I loved you." Brigida gets cold sweats every time she thinks about the incident. She was lying in bed feeling ill. Her spouse brought her a peanut butter sandwich. Climbing onto the bed, their young son requested a bite. Race yelled at her to stop giving him any right away. Although Brigida is unsure if the sandwich contained thallium, she thinks her son was at least close to getting seriously poisoned. Brigida eventually got a divorce from Race, even though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She continues to experience nerve damage, leg weakness, and persistent exhaustion. She is slowly getting better, though, and has resumed her job at a special education school. She acknowledges that finding a way to connect with each student is now much simpler for her. Once unable to walk, Brigida is now trying skydiving, running, and living life to the fullest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Susan Walters, formerly known as Susan Kuhnhausen, was employed at Portland Hospital in Oregon's Critical Care and Resuscitation Unit on September 1, 2006. Before going home after her 6th-floor shift, she made the decision to visit a beauty parlor to get a new hairstyle and unwind after a demanding day. She felt revitalized and renewed when she left the salon. Maybe she thought of the proverb that says, "A woman is about to change her life when she changes her hairstyle." Susan had no idea how accurate this statement would prove to be. She came upon a 1-story blue Cape Cod-style home with a gray fence around it. She went through the back door and discovered a note from her husband, Mike, in the hallway by the microwave. He said he had gone to the beach and had to leave. They would meet up on Friday or Saturday, he added. Susan heard the security system and unlocked the kitchen door. After deactivating it by entering the code, she proceeded to the front door and emerged into the front yard. Susan gave herself a minute or two to check the mail outside on this warm, clear September evening. When she finally removed her shoes and went back inside, she saw that the bedroom was unusually dark. She always drew back the curtains in the morning, so this was out of the ordinary. But she brushed it off, assuming she had been rushing and had forgotten, and moved on into the room. Out of nowhere, a man emerged from behind the bedroom door. He was a huge giant that suddenly materialized, standing 180 centimeters tall and weighing about 90 kilograms. He had on a baseball cap pulled down over his eyes and a striped shirt. His long gray hair was pulled back into a ponytail that was concealed beneath the cap, and the rest of his face was entirely covered by a gray beard and mustache that made him appear even more menacing. Susan was most horrified to see that he was wearing yellow rubber gloves and that he had a hammer in one of them. Most people would instinctively run away if they saw a stranger in their bedroom wielding a hammer, but Susan could not be considered a normal individual. She was 51 years old and had spent 30 years working as a nurse in the critical care and intensive care units, so she understood how difficult it was. She had subdued patients who had taken illegal substances, dealt with wounded men who were writhing in agony, and learned how to deal with any of those situations while maintaining composure. She routinely received self-defense training, just like other hospital nurses. They knew how to escape a grip or sidestep a blow. Susan had gained self-confidence through years of training, so she didn't flee when the stranger tried to hit her with the hammer. Rather, she sprang at him. She was aware that if she got close, the hammer's swing would be much weaker. One blow to her temple, however, proved to be very painful. "Who are you? What do you want?" she yelled as loudly as she could, overcoming the pain. But he didn't stop or respond. Susan's knees ached from multiple surgeries, and she was significantly shorter than the man at 164 centimeters, but she weighed more than the stranger. Susan threw her body at him, hoping to take advantage of this. He pushed her back against the wall, but he didn't fall. Then he said the one and only thing he would say that night: "You are strong." Susan felt her body tingle with adrenaline. She suddenly understood that the stranger had come to her house to murder her rather than rob her. His intentions were obvious, and she wasn't going to wait for it to happen, even though she didn't know why or who he was. For the second time, Susan shoved him. She yelled, "Who sent you?" once more. The only answer was silence. Luckily, the woman was able to knock the hammer out of his hand, and then hit him 3 or 4 times in the head. Susan caught him by the throat as he recovered control of the instrument. She interrupted his breathing with her hands and repeated, "Who sent you here?" The stranger's face first turned red, then purplish, and then nearly blue. In a panic, Susan released his throat. She just wanted to get out of there because she was tired and in pain. However, the man caught up to her before she could escape the bedroom and enter the small hallway. Her lip was smashed when he pushed and struck her. Even now, she is plagued by the memory of what transpired next. Susan looked down at the floor and thought she was going to die as he stood over her with the hammer. However, people needed to know that she battled for her life if death was her destiny. She was unable to describe how she did it, but she was able to knock the man down on the floor beside her and began biting him so that, should she die, her killer would be identified by her tooth marks. She rolled with the man on the floor, biting his hand, his thigh, and even ripping his pants zipper to get to his groin. For her, though, even that was insufficient. She felt the man's clothes with her hand in an attempt to find any identification or proof that she could conceal in a closet or beneath the bed for the police to find. For a full 14 minutes, the struggle went on. "Tell me who sent you here and I'll call an ambulance for you," she yelled as she threw her left leg over the intruder, climbed on top and put her left arm around his neck. He remained silent. Rather than letting her off his back, the intruder just growled. Susan pressed her hand more firmly against his throat as she leaned in. The man eventually ceased to move. Susan ran to the neighbor's house, grabbed his hammer, and dialed 911. When Susan's neighbor told the emergency dispatcher that the injured woman may have strangled an unidentified intruder who had broken into her home with the intention of killing her, the dispatcher was shocked. The neighbor clarified that Susan had put the man in a chokehold and repeatedly hit him with a hammer after the operator explained what the injured woman had done. The neighbor, who works as a nurse herself, responded that the man needed the ambulance when asked if the injured woman needed one. The dispatcher reassured the women that the ambulance was already en route and asked them to stop handling the hammer. Susan was taken to the hospital where she worked by the paramedics who arrived. Her worst fears were validated at that point. The man who had attacked her was dead, she found out. The identity of the man was quickly established by investigators. In his back pocket, they discovered an identification card. The police had been keeping an eye on Ed Haffey, a 59-year-old Viet. While Susan was being treated, she began to reflect on her life and try to figure out who could have wanted her dead. Susan had a difficult upbringing. Despite their love for her, her parents were unable to provide personal examples of what a successful marriage looked like. Their lives were very hectic because her father was an Air Force chef and her mother was a stay-at-home mom. The family had to constantly adjust to new homes and schools after moving from Colorado to Arizona, California, and Nevada. When Susan was in the second grade, her parents got divorced. Susan's romantic life took a turn in the early 1980 when she moved to Oregon and began working as a nurse. Susan's mother and friend sponsored a newspaper ad in 1988 announcing that she was prepared for a committed relationship. The ad was written in Susan's usual light-hearted and upbeat style. Mike Kuhnhausen, 39, wrote that he loved nothing more than strolling along the beach at sunset in one of the many responses she received. Mike spent a lot of time talking on the phone. He spoke in a pleasant tone and didn't hesitate to bring up weighty subjects. They threw unsalted peanuts to squirrels and fed ducks on their first date in February 1988 at the Crystal Springs Rhododendron Garden. They were married within a year. However, things weren't always easy in their marriage. The days of taking long walks in the park were over. Although Susan was the primary provider for the family, her husband disapproved of her spending time with friends and insisted on an accounting for every dollar spent. Susan soon discovered that her husband had never been content and didn't think he could make her happy, and they didn't have any kids. Mike eventually got a job at a business that sold adult videos at one of its locations. However, Susan decided she had had enough after 17 years of marriage. Although she no longer wanted to live with her husband, she still cared for him. She desired to experience joy once more. She asked him to leave the house in September 2005. Mike went to live with his father. That being said, they remained friendly, and he frequently came over to visit Susan's cats. As a result, Susan made the grave error of failing to update the locks or the alarm code, which was 1210, the day of their wedding. Susan went home to collect her belongings the very next day following the attack, accompanied by her friend Helen Ballone. A backpack that shouldn't have been in the basement was discovered by Helen. Like any other basement, Susan's was filled with a wide range of items, so the police were unaware of the backpack. Dessert syrup, diabetes medicine, $200 in cash, a journal, and a receipt for a payment made to Ed Haffey were all found inside the backpack. The diary entry, from September 4, 2006, states that Mike was supposed to get a call from the man. Mike's new mobile number was also included. According to the autopsy, Haffey had taken a nearly fatal amount of illegal drugs prior to breaking into Susan's home. Although his family told the police that he was a successful tennis player and came from a wealthy family, the man had recently been living in a trailer. But 15 years ago, Haffey did something horrible. He planned the murder of Georgia Lee Dutton, 39, his ex-girlfriend, in 1991 near Roseburg. In the Umpqua River, her body was discovered. After acknowledging his guilt, Haffey was imprisoned for the next 9 years. He relocated to Portland after being released in November 2003, where he naturally began looking for work. When Mike Kuhnhausen hired him to clean the floors of an adult video store in July 2004, he discovered it. The police learned that Mike had traveled to the coast and stayed at the Lincoln City Inn on the day of Susan's attack. He went back to Portland during the night and bought a Taurus .357 Magnum revolver from a pawn shop the next day. Mike ran away after leaving a parting note at his father's home on September 8 that read, "All I wanted was to be loved, and every time I achieved that, I ruined everything." His arrest warrant was issued by the police. He was arrested on September 13 in the Kaiser Sunnyside Medical Center parking lot, where Mike said he planned to go to the psychiatric clinic for assistance. He expressed to the officers his sense of meaninglessness in life. His claims of innocence were not taken seriously by the police. Mike Kuhnhausen had lost his job a few weeks earlier and was living on the streets. Mike knew that Susan had named her brother as the beneficiary of her insurance policy in case she passed away. But Mike and Susan had paid off the $300,000 mortgage on their home, and if Susan passed away, it would still belong to him. Mike first claimed he didn't even know Haffey, but the detectives had already gotten company records to support their claim. Mike acknowledged that he was acquainted with Ed Haffey, but that did not imply that he had done anything wrong. Other evidence, however, surfaced that suggested the two men were conspiring. Records from the security system indicated that someone had turned off the alarm while Susan was at work, but there were no indications of forced entry into the house. Mike denied allowing Haffey to enter the house, but he did say he had turned it off when he left the note. However, Haffey's former accomplice called the police on September 18 to report that Haffey had asked him to participate in an insurance fraud scheme. He described how he and Haffey met with the town's contractor, Mike Kuhnhausen, who offered the man $5,000 in exchange for helping Haffey murder his wife. Naturally, the man declined. Another witness reported to the police on November 17 that he had escorted Haffey to a parking lot where he met a bald man. After the assault on Susan, he saw the man's picture on the news a few days later. Mike Kuhnhausen was the one. Despite Mike's best efforts to deny it, the evidence against him was growing, and on August 30, 2007, he admitted to ordering the murder of his wife. "You wanted me to share a life with you until death do us part. Turns out, you were hoping the sooner it happened the better. If I believed you deserved to die, I would have had the courage to do it myself," Susan said on the stand during the trial. Mike was sentenced to 7 years in prison. Susan filed a lawsuit for $1 million right after the sentencing to make sure he wouldn't have enough money left for another contract. The scheduled date of Mike's release was September 14, 2014. His former spouse was prepared for it. The new Susan, who had once been lively and daring, became very wary. She sat with her back to the door in restaurants. She started taking a different route to work, and she would circle the block for a while if she thought someone might be pursuing her in an attempt to ward them off. In Portland, she relocated to a new home on a gravel-lined dead-end street where she could hear footsteps if someone came to the window or door. She also practiced shooting in the garage next door. "I'm serving a life sentence for choosing the wrong husband," she quipped. Susan did everything she could to make sure Mike would never be able to harm her, but her ex-husband was never given the opportunity. 92 days prior to his release, he passed away from cancer on Friday, June 13, 2014. The prisoner's letters reveal that he only confessed to the crime in order to avoid a longer sentence and never really admitted his guilt. Mike thought he was the true victim of the incident. Susan acknowledges that she mourns his life, which he could have had if he had only let those who loved him into his heart, rather than his departure. She also laments that he passed away in prison, far from all of his loved ones. Since it is difficult for a victim of crime to get the information they need, Susan looked for information about Mike's release and her rights following his release while he was incarcerated. As a result, in 2017, she and the district attorney's office developed Case Companion, a free website devoted to helping local crime victims. It provides answers to all of the victims' inquiries concerning the legal system. Victims can also follow the defendant's court dates, sentencing information, and the date of the convicted person's release after the district attorney's office files charges. Susan kept up her nursing career until December 2014. Since saving lives was the focus of her work, she was long perplexed as to why her coworkers referred to her as a hero. They called her a hero not because she killed someone, but because they want to believe that if they were in a similar situation, they would also be able to survive, her supervisor explained to her. Susan can't recall what happened without crying, even after all these years. She acknowledges that she thought of Haffey's family right away after learning of his passing. Everyone has someone who loves them. Children, a wife, a mother, a father. The worst part of what happened is not that someone tried to kill me, but that I had to kill someone to survive. But I'm not ashamed because I didn't choose his death. I chose my life. I chose to live. Although what happened was terrible, no one in this family thinks poorly of you. You did what you had to do, and by doing so you protected many from a similar fate. Susan finds comfort in helping others, knowing that they can also survive after an attack. Aunt Ada Duffy wrote her a letter in 2010 after learning about her suffering. "If you can't run and can't hide, you have to fight," she states. "You can't know that you won't survive." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Sometime between 7 and 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, 19-year-old Brittany Wood got ready and left her mother's home in Mobile, Alabama. Everyone thought Brittany was going to see a friend, but that wasn't the case at all. Brittany's real destination was her uncle Donnie Holland's house, but no one around her knew it. But what started out as a routine visit would turn into a terrifying experience for the family and the police. On June 1, 2012, 2 days later, the police discovered something horrifying. A terrifying crime scene was revealed when Donnie, Brittany's uncle, was discovered in his car with a gunshot wound to the back of his head. A layer of mystery was added by the startling and bloody scene, which grew more intense as Brittany Wood mysteriously disappeared. Did Brittany contribute to Donnie's demise, and, if so, what motivated her to act in that way? Or did someone else kidnap Brittany in addition to killing Donnie? Brittany's dream has always been to work as a hairdresser and eventually open her own salon. But the little girl, who was only a teenager, would meet a man named Andy Woods. As their relationship grew, their lovely daughter Peyton was joyfully born in 2009, when Brittany was only 18. At first, Brittany relished the independence of youth, but the arrival of Peyton marked a significant shift in her life. But when Andy and Brittany split up a few months after Peyton was born, her life took an even more dramatic turn. In spite of the split, the couple decided to share custody in order to keep their relationship cordial and beneficial for their daughter's welfare. Following this, Brittany started dating and had a number of short-lived relationships. Spending time with her family, especially her brother Derek, whom she viewed as her protector, brought Brittany joy. When Brittany looks back on her past, she realizes that her turbulent experiences also stemmed from her early years. When she was a baby, her mother, Chessie Wood, and her father, Wallace Hinckley, got divorced. Brittany and her father had a good relationship in spite of the divorce. The primary issue, though, was her relationship with her uncle, Donnie Holland. Donnie was always kind to people around him and seemed like a fun-loving guy, but his story was more complicated than it seemed on the surface. In fact, Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for his alleged involvement in a child abuse ring that involved other family members, including Brittany's household members. Is there a link between Donnie's eventual death and everything that happened in the past and Brittany's disappearance? Around 7:30 p.m. on the evening of May 30, 2012, Brittany left her home, leading her family to believe she was going to see a friend. Later that evening, they tried to get in touch with Brittany but were unsuccessful. At first, the family didn't suspect anything was wrong because they were used to her spending days with her friends. However, they were unaware that this was not one of those evenings because they did not know where Brittany was. 2 days later, on June 3, 2012, Brittany's uncle Donnie Holland was discovered in his car, the engine still running, in a remote location with a view of the Fish River. The family was met with a terrifying discovery. He was shot behind his ear, at the back of his head. After being taken to a nearby hospital, he had already died. After hearing this heartbreaking news, Brittany's family made another effort to get in touch with her and let her know about the tragedy. Sadly, their efforts were unsuccessful because her phone was dead and still unresponsive. The family became increasingly worried when they couldn't find Brittany at her regular hangouts. They quickly made their way to the Mobile County Police Station and reported the missing person. This sparked a number of inquiries that involved Brittany and Donnie. The police searched the crime scene thoroughly in hopes of finding any evidence that would help them solve the case quickly. After a thorough search, they found a phone battery and a small gun inside the vehicle. Chessie, Brittany's mother, said that bags had been placed on Donnie's hands while she was in the hospital, most likely to be tested for gunshot residue. Why these bags were taken out without being tested is still unknown, though. Along with the investigation, the police spoke with Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, and Jennifer Gonzalez Moore, their friend, who found Donnie's body. When they discovered Donnie about a mile from the main road, they said he was still gushing blood. The reason for their search and the details of the interrogation, such as whether Donnie was still alive, are still unknown. There was a strong suspicion, though, that Wendy was somehow involved in this incident. Presuming the gun was the one used to shoot Donnie, the police collected it along with the phone battery, but when Brittany's best friend, Tiffany Bailey, acknowledged that the gun was Brittany's, things took an unexpected turn. Tiffany disclosed that just before she vanished, Brittany had bought the gun for protection. Suspicions were running high, and people started wondering if Brittany or Wendy and her friend were involved. But there was still another way to look at the story. Donnie was being investigated at the time of his death for allegedly being a part of a troubling child abuse ring that involved multiple members of his own family. He died from a gunshot wound while sitting in his car just half an hour before he was supposed to meet with the investigators to talk about these claims. According to former Baldwin County Sheriff's Office Detective Eric Winberg, Donnie probably expected to be arrested and killed himself just before the scheduled police meeting. The search for the truth started amid the assumptions and suspicions. Examining phone records was the first step in the investigation. The battery that was discovered in Donnie's vehicle turned out to be that of Brittany's cell phone. Additionally, it was verified by the call logs that Donnie and Brittany actually met on May 30, 2012, the day she vanished. According to the documents, Donnie had driven Brittany to the house near Styx River after picking her up at her mobile home. Brittany's text logs showed that she was messaging non-stop until 11:30 p.m., when she suddenly stopped. Early on May 31, they arrived back at Mobile, just as her phone died, ending the opportunity to gather any more information. As a result of these disclosures, the police force's investigation into Brittany took extreme action. Volunteers, the search and rescue team, helicopters, dogs, and boats were all mobilized in the ensuing extensive search. The Styx River Basin, the last place Brittany's phone had pinged, was within a 5-mile radius of the operation. The intensive efforts produced no evidence of her whereabouts, even after multiple interviews with her friends and family. Brittany's daughter, meanwhile, yearned to see her mother. But after the search for Brittany was unsuccessful, attention returned to Wendy. Police reported that Wendy was seen removing items from Donnie's phone the day he was found dead, which may indicate an effort to hide something that was first disregarded. When the investigation came to a standstill and the police began to focus again on Wendy, this action took on greater significance. The case came to a standstill after the car's DNA results produced no solid proof. Eventually, there was no more evidence to connect anyone to Donnie Holland's murder. As a result, it was formally declared a suicide, and the case was closed. Many questions and controversy were raised by the decision to close the case as a suicide. Detective Eric Winberg confirmed that the gunshot residue test was not performed because it was a procedure carried out by the Alabama Department of Forensic Sciences. Becca Johnson, a private investigator who was actively involved in the search for Brittany Wood, expressed skepticism, saying, "Generally, it's 4 to 5 hours till unpreserved gunshot residue is gone, and hands in bags, it's being preserved." Cameron Busey, a firearms expert at the time, noted that if Donnie had shot himself, the bone fragments and brain matter would have probably lodged in his hands. To ascertain this aspect as well, no test was carried out. Furthermore, Busey emphasized that it would be extremely uncommon to hold the gun behind one's head. "I don't know of any suicide that was done in that position." Nevertheless, in spite of numerous worries and observations, suicide was officially declared the cause of death, and no hard evidence surfaced to refute this finding. Even though Donnie's case ended in a surprising way, the investigation went further to understand its complexities by looking into the possibility that a family member was involved in the crime. The family had been concealing a troubling past for years, but the investigations revealed it. They discovered that Donnie Holland was the leader of a child abuse ring in which at least 11 other friends or family members participated. For decades, they had been mistreating and taking advantage of children, including their own. Further evidence connecting the family to these allegations was found by the police as they looked through Brittany's Facebook profile. 11 family members were arrested for their roles in the abuse ring, including Donnie's wife Wendy and Brittany's adored brother Derek. The fact that Brittany's mother, Chessie, was charged with child abuse despite claiming innocence only served to heighten the seriousness of the situation. One of the accusations against the mother was that she had assaulted another female relative who was underage. As the investigation went on, details from Brittany's friends, whom she had confided in, came to light. It was revealed that when Brittany was only 9 years old, she had also been abused by Donnie. Brittany's friends claimed that she intended to confront Donnie and report him to the police. An important question was brought up by the revelation. Did Brittany kill Donnie in retaliation? Although the hypothesis had an interesting history, it was only speculative because there was no hard evidence to support it. Given the backstory and her subsequent disappearance, particularly after her gun was discovered, the audience might have assumed in a simpler plot or motive that Brittany was the cause of Donnie's death. However, evidence is crucial in legal proceedings, and no additional inquiry into her involvement was conducted in the absence of adequate proof. In addition to the idea that Brittany was seeking retribution, another theory surfaced. Could a previous victim have killed Donnie in retaliation and then abducted Brittany? Although the reason behind Brittany's abduction was never revealed, her mysterious disappearance raised suspicions that she was still alive. Despite a number of theories, it was indisputable that Brittany's family was about to face legal repercussions. Still, Brittany's mother, Chessie, was upset that her daughter had not yet been found. A young victim testified against Wendy Holland, Donnie's wife, in court on December 9, 2014. The victim's first memories of abuse by adult relatives, including the defendant Wendy Wood Holland, who was 35 at the time, were horrifyingly described in the testimony. The teenage girl testified that the relatives frequently participated in adult group activities, mentioning that Brittany Wood occasionally participated in these activities. During the biggest case in Alabama, which involved the prosecution of 10 people. Teresa Hines, the prosecutor, inquired as to how frequently such incidents happened. The answer was, it happened a bunch, according to testimony from a man who subsequently entered a guilty plea. He once engaged in an inappropriate six-way encounter with a group of relatives, which included Wendy Holland and the girl. Derek Wood, Brittany Wood's 23-year-old brother, entered a guilty plea to the charge of having inappropriate contact with the victim. He claimed to have interacted inappropriately with Wendy Holland too many times to count, beginning when he was about 13 years old. Derek was imprisoned for 3 years after his case was sealed, and he was classified as a juvenile offender. As a defendant in a related case, Brittany's mother, Chessie Wood, who was also charged with child abuse, showed up at court with her son but was denied entry. She also said outright that her relatives were at fault. During his testimony, Dustin Kent, the brother-in-law of Wendy Holland, claimed to have participated in a six-way inappropriate encounter between Wendy, the alleged teen victim, and his wife Wendy Kent, Wendy Holland's twin sister. Dustin Kent, who also entered a guilty plea to sex charges, claimed that in October 2011, he first saw Wendy Holland having inappropriate relations with the alleged victim. Dustin Kent entered a second guilty plea in Mobile County 1 week after the first one, this time for assault and sodomy charges stemming from inappropriate interactions with 2 separate 13-year-old family members in 2008. He received a 17-year prison sentence. After that, Brittany's other uncle, Randall Scott Wood, pled guilty in Mobile County. All of the defendants were found guilty on charges of child abuse in quick succession. Wendy's identical twin sister, Mindy Kent, was also imprisoned after being found guilty by Mobile County jurors of sodomy and child abuse under the age of 12. She received a maximum sentence of 40 years in prison in 2015, with 20 years for each count against her. Wendy Holland was given a startling sentence of 219 years in prison in 2015 after being found guilty of child abuse and child torture. Chessie Wood, Brittany's mother, also acknowledged guilt to a misdemeanor charge of endangering the welfare of her child. There is still debate surrounding the conclusion that Donnie Holland committed suicide. There is still no conclusive answer to the important question of whether Brittany was the criminal. But beneath this mask, one thing is certain. After years of hiding these forbidden activities, Brittany Wood's troubled family finally received the punishment they deserved. In the end, justice had won out. Only one person can now provide us with the truth about the disappearance or the murderous night. But over 10 years have gone by, and she is still elusive, and no one knows where she is. What are your thoughts on this unsettling case, then? What might have occurred the night Donnie died? Was there something more sinister going on? Or was it truly a disappearance leading to suicide? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The second biggest city in Washington, Spokane, is the setting for this tale. The city may be just as dangerous for its citizens as it is for visitors, despite its seeming beauty and allure. Spokane County has the highest crime rate in Washington, at double the state average, according to the state. Thus, today's Cinderella story has a bitter taste within and a lovely appearance. The Holdens were a normal American family who had long resided in Spokane. The house was constantly crowded with youngsters because they loved them. Joshua, an adoptive son, and two girls were the children of Judy and John Holden. The grown daughters had long since moved out and lived independently, but Joshua, their only son, stayed with his parents, big, sad, and always frowning. The young man regretfully stayed at his parents' house because he was unable to start his own family. The Holden family was forced to take more than one, if not two, children from the orphanage because they wanted a steady income in the form of substantial benefits. So one day, Courtney, a charming young child, entered the Holden household. Born on February 28, 1992, Courtney Corrine Holden ended up in an orphanage 2 years later. Youngsters of all ages fervently pleaded to God for a mother and father, and one happy day, the girl's wish was granted. Courtney, who was young, traveled to Spokane. When the doors shut behind her, Courtney moved in with Joshua and a number of other foster kids. The girl's hopes of having a loving and supportive family were merely hopes. Courtney's existence at the Holdens was even more depressing than it had been in the orphanage. It became a true nightmare. She was made to perform a variety of household tasks from an early age. After every dinner, she had to wash the dishes for the entire family and clean the entire house. The Holdens' much better treatment of the other foster children was particularly startling, and nobody could comprehend why they detested this lovely girl. Courtney was the final child they had acquired from the orphanage, and Judy Holden was by that time of a respectable age. Maybe it was why they were so inexplicably angry. Even going outside without permission was prohibited for Courtney. Visitors to their house frequently overheard Judy and Joshua abusing Courtney, referring to her as Cinderella, as though she were a fictional heroine who was actually a prisoner to her evil sisters and stepmother. Courtney was in a similar situation. The girl, however, proved to be quite receptive and grew accustomed to the terrible circumstances after years of living with the Holdens. She lacked a cell phone and other contemporary amenities, was terrified of her foster mother, and was terrified of her brother Joshua just by being around him. He also prohibited her from interacting with her peers. She never left home without permission or necessity. The only way she could get any fresh air was to go outside into the backyard and socialize with the neighbors while the home was deserted. This is exactly the kind of setting in which Courtney was raised. She simply adapted to her life as she grew older. Because she had no idea of a normal home and no other life, she never became resentful and always treated her foster parents with respect. When Joshua moved home with his sister for a considerable period of time because of his parents' irreparable differences, Courtney felt a certain measure of independence. It was the happiest time of Courtney's life. Her long-awaited taste of independence arrived when she was allowed to leave the house, go for walks, and interact with her peers. After a while, Courtney graduated from high school and had her first love. Michael proved to be a worthy companion, and she felt cared for and attended to by a man she had never experienced before. Courtney was constantly ecstatic after every meeting. When they had a son in 2011, their relationship came to an end. In desperation, Michael pleaded with his lover to come live with him and be a part of the family. However, for some reason, the young mother refused to move and kept living in the house with Holden, ending all romantic ties with Michael. The Holden house was deserted by that point. The foster kids had moved out and grown up. Since John Holden, Courtney's foster father, had died, she spent a considerable amount of time living only with her foster mother, Judy Michael, and was only permitted to see his son when Courtney's brother Joshua was away. With Judy's consent, they had a quiet existence with their kid, until Joshua came back after his father passed away in 2014 and started to exert strict control over the family home. In northeast Spokane, on Hero Avenue, a block from Rogers Middle School, he set up several security cameras around their house. The yard was littered with posters that said, "Smile, you're being videotaped," and there were multiple cameras pointing in various directions. Courtney became nervous once more when she saw the security cameras, since she knew that walking outdoors could result in her being reprimanded by Joshua for escaping. Once more, Courtney's life became intolerable. Courtney admitted to a neighbor in 2015 that she was once more prohibited from owning a cell phone, maintaining social media profiles, interacting with people outside of the family drive, and even leaving the house without Joshua's consent. Joshua Holden was so upset about Courtney's son's birth that he had her stop communicating with Michael altogether. Courtney obeyed in silence. When neighbors inquired about the cause of the bruises on Courtney's arms and face, she candidly acknowledged, "Joshua beats me." Concerned neighbors attempted to assist Courtney in any way they could, wondering why she put up with such cruelty. Since the victim never publicly acknowledged that she was being controlled by her brother, the Holdens were able to keep the matter quiet each time they called the police to call attention to Courtney's anguish, since she was not permitted to leave the house during the day. Courtney was eventually deprived of the opportunity to socialize with her neighbors, who have since only seen her outside in the evenings. Once more, Courtney complied in silence. Joshua was a tall, fat man that no one knew, unlike Courtney. He was incredibly strong and never held back while insulting others. According to his pals, Joshua was an aggressive, erratic man with paranoid tendencies. He once boasted in public that he could quickly end a life and dispose of a body with ease. His criminal past was noteworthy. He was accused of assault and harassment in 2005, but he was freed because there was insufficient evidence and the victim refused to assist the authorities. He was also suspected of misbehavior and attacking a woman in 2003, but in 2006 the culprit was unidentified. Joshua was taken into custody for both burglary and abusing his mother. He was compelled to leave his parents' house for a number of years as a result of these experiences. Joshua grew even more irate after his return. In an attempt to exert total control, he put cameras both inside and outside the house. Courtney, the young mother, nearly ceased interacting with friends, claiming she was scared to go anywhere for fear that Joshua would learn and things would worsen. Until Joshua discovered that Courtney had a Facebook account, one person spoke with her every day. "I must go. I must go. Josh is on his way." Nearly 2 years have passed since her previous message. Her account was then disabled indefinitely. According to acquaintances, the Holden family's dynamics are strange. In August 2018, following another argument, Courtney hurriedly packed her belongings into a suitcase and ran outside. An enraged Judy yelled after her, "Come home!" To which Courtney responded, "I'm not staying here anymore." Those familiar with the family have been baffled as to why Courtney's son calls Judy Mom, and Joshua is called only by his first name, while his biological mother is referred to as Dad. Some have even speculated that Joshua may be the boy's father. Shortly after, a furious Joshua, who was more than 6 feet tall and weighed 300 pounds, dragged Courtney back inside the house. Judy slammed the door. The neighbor said she couldn't help herself. Courtney was a young woman who had led an invisible existence, and that was the last time this neighbor, and perhaps the rest of the family, saw her. She remained. Before neighbors and acquaintances started to worry about her disappearance, it had been almost 2 years. Michael and his current girlfriend voiced concerns regarding Courtney Holden's location in October 2019, 1.5 years after she vanished. After nearly 2 years of not seeing Courtney, the father, who is Courtney's son's father, filed a missing persons complaint with the police on October 24 because he was desperate to see his son. When police arrived at the Holden's house with a search warrant in hand, they were shocked to discover that Courtney was indeed not there. Judy and Joshua had no desire to assist the authorities. After letting the investigators inspect Courtney's room, Courtney's stepmother ordered them to leave the house right away. They even brought in search dogs, but to no effect. According to the Holdens, Courtney fled after leaving her son behind. They couldn't say who was utilizing electronic food stamps or who might have kept cashing Social Security funds into her account. But Judy and Joshua took the remaining $600, 0 cents, out of Courtney's bank account when the Holdens' house was searched that same day. Interestingly, an unnamed lady calling the National Crime Information Center of America the following day claimed to be Courtney, saying she was safe and didn't want to be located. The woman was identified by police as one of Courtney's half-sisters after they tracked down the call. Joshua and Judy thereafter shared a variety of contradictory accounts regarding Courtney's disappearance. In one account, they stated she had fled with a truck driver, but in another, they alleged she was hiding a boyfriend from everyone. The Holdens were suspicious because of Courtney's disappearance and the inconsistent statements of her roommates, who obviously had something to conceal. In late October 2019, Joshua and Judy Holden fled Spokane in a hurry, which only led investigators to believe they were responsible for Courtney's abduction. Judy's adopted daughter's house in Texas is where the Holdens were located. They were arrested and placed in a Texas jail in early October after authorities were able to charge them with identity theft and cashing benefits meant for Courtney. The investigation into Courtney's whereabouts by the Spokane Police Department swiftly devolved into a missing persons case, which was then handed over to Major Crimes Detective Randy Lesser. After the search warrants he filed in Spokane County Superior Court were made public, Lesser provided an update on the investigation. Court documents and police interviews serve as the foundation for this story of Courtney's disappearance and the investigation. Officially, Courtney was listed as missing. All states received alerts, and the case was covered by a number of news outlets. When patrol officers and detectives visited the house for different reasons, an aggressive search was initiated. Judy and Joshua Holden declined to assist with the inquiry. Unusual actions in cases of missing persons and welfare inspections. A lady who identified herself contacted Crime Check on the day Courtney was reported missing and said she was fine. The police dispatcher also spoke with the woman who was pretending to be Courtney. As it turned out, it was Courtney's sister who refused to explain to Lester why she was pretending to be her, most likely in an effort to dispel Judy's suspicions and put an end to the hunt. The possibility that she is deceased disturbs me. In an interview, Lester stated that he was especially worried about Joshua's history. Joshua had previously faced assault charges, but the case was dismissed just before the trial because the victims refused to cooperate with the prosecution. In addition to court documents indicating that Holden was a suspect in another assault in 2003, investigators were now gathering DNA evidence. Joshua was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and was reported by family members and neighbors as angry and erratic. According to the neighbors, Judy was terrified of Joshua because he was unemployed. Joshua had also been found guilty of burglary and arrested on counts of unlawful imprisonment. According to family members, Joshua and Judy boasted to them about their knowledge of how to evade authorities, and Joshua discussed how simple it would be to kill someone and conceal their body. Individuals don't simply vanish, particularly if they have a son. According to court documents with fewer notations, Courtney was a devoted mother who would never leave her son alone for a year and a half. After telling neighbors and family that she was traveling with her lover, an unidentified truck driver whom no one knew, Courtney was not spotted outside her house with Joshua and Judy. Rumors occasionally circulated that she and her fiancé had eloped. She was allegedly only at the residence at other times and wasn't available for visits. When Lesser arrived on their house in early October, Judy informed him that Courtney had only been home for a few days. She claims that Courtney and her son walked away. Judy shut the door in Lesser's face when he requested for her phone number, according to court filings. Then, grudgingly, she allowed policemen to enter Courtney's room to inspect it. She was somewhat anxious. According to Lesser, the property was incredibly disorganized, with heaps of possessions occupying every accessible area. In court filings, Lesser noted that the mattress was exposed and that Courtney's room was similarly disorganized. There seemed to be no one living there. Lesser observed that Judy became frightened and lost sight of one of the investigators behind the closed door at one point. When Lester instructed the detectives to look around the remainder of the house for Courtney's son, she told them to get out. Lesser was informed later that day by neighbors that they seen Joshua, Judy, and one of Courtney's sisters departing with the boy in a van. Additionally, Detective Lesser thought it was unusual that Courtney, who had a chronic illness, hadn't seen a doctor since October 2017. Despite the gaps in her medical records, she had been taking medication every month before going missing, and her final prescription was written in July 2018. Courtney's card was used for groceries, and monthly withdrawals from her bank account persisted. The fact that Joshua and Judy were shopping with the youngster was verified by surveillance footage. On the day that Courtney was reported missing in early October, the cameras also saw the pair taking the last of the money out of her bank account. Joshua and Judy had departed their house by October 24. According to Lesser, when police arrived to carry out a search warrant, the family's 6 pets were gone and the DVR from the home security system had been taken out. In mid-November, Joshua and Judy's cell phone numbers were canceled, but on the same day, 2 new numbers with Texas area codes were activated. A neighbor reported activities at the house to the police around a month after the Holdens had left. Judy's husband and one of her daughters had traveled down from Texas to see how things were doing at the house. Judy had retired, they said, and they hadn't seen Courtney in 2 years. Judy's daughter claimed the boy was Courtney's son, despite the man telling authorities that Joshua and Judy had a child together. Lesser went to Texas in the middle of December to look for Judy and Joshua. They were discovered by police at the residence of Judy's daughter and Courtney's son, Joshua. Judy Holden was arrested on suspicion of exploiting Courtney's bank accounts, hiding her son, interfering with custody, and identity theft. The boy was successfully restored to his father after being discovered safe and sound. Other members of the family were not charged. Police used search dogs to look through Judy's Spokane house, but they were unable to locate Courtney. Additionally, a search of a Texas residence turned up no information on Courtney's location. Judy's vehicle and trailer, which were parked in an Oklahoma RV facility, were also searched by officers. Judy, 74, and Joshua, 40, refused to be interrogated by authorities while they were detained in Texas. Police were waiting for the governor to issue a warrant for their return, since they refused to be extradited to Spokane. They were probably released as authorities were unable to establish their involvement in Courtney's disappearance. In addition to the months-long investigation, this is perhaps one of the most comprehensive missing person investigations. I have a variety of information in 4 notebooks. Police think Courtney is probably dead, and Judy and Joshua continued to deny any involvement in her disappearance, but regrettably there is no method to demonstrate it. However, Judy and Joshua have not been charged with anything, in spite of the aforementioned accusations. The belief that they knew what happened to Courtney is still prevalent. Joshua has a reputation for being violent, but he has also claimed that he could kill someone and successfully conceal the body from the authorities. Although they have not yet made any arrests in connection with Courtney's case, they believe she is dead. In summary, Courtney was unfortunate enough to be a member of the Holden family, and this little girl who yearned for love and family lacked the bravery to defend herself. She genuinely thought that these individuals who had screamed at her, humiliated her, and made her labor for them were her family. However, is it really important to protect oneself against one's own relatives? Since Courtney was never seen again after that fateful evening when he forcibly took her into the house, it is extremely regrettable that Joshua Holden's audacious public statements about taking his own life and concealing his body cannot be used as evidence of his involvement in her disappearance. No one knows what she endured during those horrific moments, or the atrocities these monsters who claim to be family were committing behind closed doors. There are innumerable ways to covertly dispose of a body, with different substances that are undetectable to police dogs or professionals. This shows that even although Courtney suffered that night, her soul is still at Holden Manor, where she sought out family but ultimately met her demise. Her boy was removed from the Holden household and given to his father, who still looks after him now. In action, Courtney Holden is still missing. Please get in touch with the Spokane Police Department if you have any information that could help with the investigation. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In December 2010, at St. Malachi's Church in Tyrone, Northern Ireland, it all began exactly where it ended. In front of more than 300 guests, Beauty queen and educator Michaela Hardy and athlete John McArevey exchanged vows. But 3 weeks later, John came back with his young wife's body, buried in her immaculate wedding dress. What caused Michaela to pass away? Who could be so cold-blooded and cunning as to murder a woman who had just recently started to enjoy her wedded life with her beloved? And will international cooperation aid in the investigation of one of the most horrific and unforgettable crimes of the past several years? In 2005, John McArevey, the captain of the Irish football team, and Michaela Hardy, the daughter of one of the nation's best football managers, met in university. The young couple fell in love at first sight and had never been apart since. Michaela gladly accepted John's proposal while on vacation in Paris. On New Year's Eve, which was also Michaela's 27th birthday, they scheduled their wedding. Following the formal wedding, the newlyweds flew out on their 3-week honeymoon. Before the most anticipated portion of their trip, 2 weeks at the 5-star Legends Hotel, situated in the fishing village of Grand Gabe on the northeast coast of Mauritius, began, they spent the first week in Dubai. Michaela thoroughly investigated local hotels before deciding on Mauritius as their idyllic honeymoon destination. They chose the Legends Hotel because it has a lot of good evaluations and is well liked by Irish travelers. They asked the hotel's receptionist if they could be assigned to one of the better rooms when they first arrived. They were told that room 1025 in the premium block was available. On January 10, 2011, after having breakfast together, John opted to play golf while Michaela sunbathed. They had lunch together once more. After lunch, Michaela usually looked forward to tea with something tasty. While she went to the room to get Kit Kat bars with her favorite dark chocolate, which she had bought from Dubai and placed in the refrigerator, she requested her husband to get tea. Although John offered to bring her the snacks, she chose to go alone because the accommodation was only 150 feet from the restaurant. While waiting for his wife to come home, John viewed videos and shot some pictures. After a while, he started to question why Michaela hadn't returned. He made the decision to find her. John knocked on the door but got no answer. He went to the receptionist after forgetting his key in the room and failing to see anything through the window. After guiding him back to the room, the corridor attendant used his key to open the door. However, the corridor attendant heard a man's cries for urgent assistance as soon as he moved a short distance away from the door. John walked into the room and found his wife in the cold water bathtub. Her lips were blue, her skin was cold to the touch, and there were noticeable bruises on her neck. John tried to assist Michaela, supposing she had planned to take a bath because of back problems, but had slid or passed out. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The dreams of a young, contented married couple came to an end when medical authorities declared Michaela dead within an hour. People kept coming and going from the newlyweds' room, and no one tried to protect the crime scene, perhaps since it was initially assumed to be an unfortunate accident. When the police entered the room and saw Michaela's condition and the chaos within, they assumed a murder had occurred, even though they had been told that a tourist had drowned. After being brought to the police station, the distressed spouse was detained for 5 hours while being questioned. Given that most murders are carried out by people who are close to the victims, this was not unusual. The harshness and inappropriateness of the police officer's remarks in John's situation were unusual. John was obviously overcome with grief by Michaela's passing. He found his wife's lifeless body in the bathtub, while only 30 minutes before he had seen her joyfully making her way to their room. But when a policeman noticed that he was crying, he may have tried to comfort him by saying, "Why are you crying? You're still young, you'll find yourself a new wife." If the hotel manager hadn't stepped in, it's unclear how long they would have held John at the station. The management reported to the police that a master key that was taken and fit all the locks had been used to open the door of room 1025. It became clear that a member of the hotel staff was responsible for the murder. Most likely, it was an accidental killing. At 2:42 p.m., a staff member, possibly a security guard with the master key, entered the room. Michaela opened her own door 2 minutes later. The maid's sudden appearance forced the thief, who might have been hiding in a tiny alcove in the toilet, to make a snap decision. Since cleaning rooms is a standard procedure in hotels, he could have just grinned at Michaela and pretended to do his job if it was part of his responsibilities. Nothing would have happened. He was aware that his presence in the room would be difficult to explain, though, if he was a security guard. He then saw no choice but to hide in the bathroom and wait for the woman to just go. However, that did not occur. Michaela chose to seize the chance and went into the restroom as investigators conjectured. She found the robber inside. The thief attacked Michaela in a panic after she fled in fear. He put Michaela in the bathtub after realizing that he had killed her, possibly in an attempt to make it seem like an accident involving the maid. Despite the shock, he may have also imagined that water would wash away any DNA evidence left on his victim. The murderer was still present when John got up from the table at 3:05 p.m. to see why his wife was taking so long. John could have apprehended the murderer at the spot if he had his keycard with him, but by the time he approached the administrator, requested that the door be unlocked, and stepped into the room, it was 3:26 p.m., and the thief, who had inadvertently become a murderer, had disappeared. The cops were under tremendous pressure to release John. It is critical to settle the case as soon as possible when a visitor is slain in a nation that depends significantly on tourism. The local police head claimed that the island had a 100% homicide clearance rate, which gave the impression that the case would be resolved quickly. Given that Michaela was one of 30 persons slain on the island in 2011, and that all cases but Michaela's were resolved by dubious confessions, one might assume he was merely praising the work of his colleagues, but any professional would be cautious. The police once again used admissions to solve every case the following year. The investigators had a perfect crime scene, which may have made up for the police's over-reliance on instinct and intuition, if that's what it is. Surveillance cameras were installed all throughout the hotel, the room was cleaned daily, the security system recorded every entry, and the hotel itself was essentially an invincible fortress with watchful security personnel everywhere. That was not at all the case, as we shall see in a moment. 2 hotel staff members were detained by the police within 2 days after the murder, and 2 of them, Avinash Tribhovan and Sandeep Munia, were charged with the crime. The other staff members obligingly became important prosecution witnesses. Dasan Narayanan, a hotel security guard, was also taken into custody a week later. On the day of the murder, Dasan was on duty. His fingerprints were discovered on a phony key that the robbers used to replace the stolen universal key in the security room, although it was impossible to determine his precise position at the time of the crime. There was nothing Dasan could do to explain how his DNA got onto the room's safe door. He gave a preemptive explanation for why his DNA might be present if it were discovered, acknowledging that he had touched Michele's cheek in his haste to assist John. Nevertheless, the police chose to concentrate their efforts on Avinash and Sandeep and merely charged Dasan with being an accomplice to the thefts, despite his contradictory testimony. In 2012, the trial started on May 22. The police's pattern of obtaining confessions served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Michaela discovered Avinash and Sandeep stealing cash from the safe or her purse when she returned to the hotel that day. In order to save their jobs, the robbers chose to silence Michaela because hotel workers frequently provide the majority of their family's income, not just their close relatives. Their colleague Raj Thikoi also provided testimony during the trial. After being arrested at first, he was granted immunity and turned out to be the most important prosecution witness. Raj claimed that although he was close to the room and heard a woman's anguished cries, he chose not to knock on the door. Rather, he hid and watched as Sandeep and an upset, sweaty Avinash left the newlyweds' room. When he later inquired about what had transpired, they responded, "Nothing happened, just keep quiet. If you say anything, we'll involve you in this matter." Prosecutors mostly relied on the confession that one of the suspects, Avinash Tribhovan, gave, in accordance with standard police procedures, in addition to witness statements. Because of their negligent investigation, it appeared as though the police were being judged alongside Sandeep and Avinash, even though they were the ones who were implicated. The defense lawyers called attention to all of the investigators' obvious flaws, errors, and gaps. First of all, the hotel was not closed when Michaela's death was found, and neither a visitor nor a staff member was questioned. The evidence was compromised since some tests were not carried out and others weren't done until the hotel room was given back to them. Although palm and fingerprints were discovered in the room, their owners were not recognized. However, there was no DNA evidence that Sandeep and Avinash were guilty. Even the paper money, which the authorities said the robbers were interested in, was not scanned for DNA or fingerprint. The court was also informed that numerous significant artifacts were not captured at all, and that all of the photos taken at the crime scene were in black and white. The enigma surrounding the 46 security cameras that recorded the activities within and outside the hotel, however, generated the most controversy. The cops refused to give the defense lawyers the videotapes in spite of repeated requests. As it turned out, they were unable to conceal the footage, not because they wanted to. Due to their inability to control the cameras, the police officers deleted 90% of the videos. Instead of providing a truthful response when asked to explain how the apparatus operates, they merely hit the button, which also happened to be the record button, and when they believed they were playing back the recordings, they were actually erasing them. International media questioned whether the local authorities were purposefully undermining the probe due to the police's obvious incompetence. Lastly, the defendants asserted that they only confessed after the police tortured them. Sandeep, who reportedly handed the keycard, stated that he was forced to make the confession under threat of a firearm. Avinash also refuted his testimony, claiming that he vomited blood after being tortured and subjected to water interrogation by the police. He was also allegedly informed that his wife would be deported and that he would have to move to Ireland to live with John McAvery, who would now require a new wife. Avinash claimed that he only signed the document that was given to him, not even reading his own confession. Even though he and Sandeep were in room 1009 where a VIP customer was scheduled to stay when the murder occurred, another witness said he was coerced into providing false testimony. Sandeep demanded that his subordinate keep the space spotless at all times. He even picked up the mop personally at one point to show how the floors should be cleaned. Telecommunications data also supported Sandeep's assertion that he was speaking on the phone with his sister in Britain at the time of the incident. Lastly, it was verified by the retained security camera film that he was in a separate area of the hotel when the murder occurred. The court case took over 8 weeks to complete, even though it was only supposed to take 2 weeks. This was mostly because the defense lawyers went beyond the bounds of decency and made the trial into a spectacle. They frequently cracked jokes and caused the board, spectators, and law students in the courtroom to erupt in laughter. The defense brought up the possibility of a sexual motive for the crime, implying that Michaela's husband was involved. They implied potential wrongdoing between John and his wife and mentioned an intimate aid they discovered in the hotel room, but it was actually a straightforward insert from Cosmopolitan, a women's magazine Michaela had bought at the airport. Then, using a purportedly verified video, they tried to demonstrate that John and Michaela had a heated argument, but the people in the video weren't Michaela and John. Rather, they were 2 Germans who looked like them. In order to verify that he was the man in the video, John had to reach out to him on Facebook and ask him to give a statement at a German police station. All things considered, the sensationalism surrounding Michaela's murder case caused great distress to her family. Specifically, John was ranked highly on the list of readers' choices in a survey called Who Killed Michaela that was published by a local newspaper. In addition, the police released pictures of Michaela's battered and nude body to the Mauritius newspaper, which caused her family unimaginable distress. But these 8 weeks were over, and the jury members had to decide what to do. After a guilty conviction, Michaela's family thought the accused would have the right to request a review of the case because the judge gave a clear summary of the case and highlighted the suspect's culpability. They were certain that the verdict would be just what they had expected. The court also firmly asked the jurors to make the appropriate choice from their point of view, rather than to think about how this case would affect the nation's reputation. And the jury found Avinash and Sandeep not guilty, after 2 months of trial and just 2 hours of deliberation. After the acquittal verdict, John and Michaela's families were incredibly disappointed. They endured all the agony of the process, inappropriate remarks from attorneys and police, tolerated laughter in the courtroom, and even faced aggressive behavior from the locals because they were confident that the guilty parties would be punished for the murder. They were certain of Avinash and Sandeep's guilt and believed that they were acquitted because the case received global media attention and the jurors did not want the murder case to reflect negatively on Mauritius' image. The Hart and McCarvey families cannot forget that Avinash's lawyer appeared on a local radio station and essentially admitted his client's guilt, mentioning how Avinash cried and apologized to Michaela's family. The interview was supposed to be presented in court, but the lawyer managed to evade his responsibilities. John believes that Avinash told the truth when he confessed to Michaela's murder, He is why when everyone hears about death by strangling, they image the killer suffocating the victim, ripping their neck with 2 hands. But Avinash recalled that when they were in the honeymoon suite, Michaela walked in and spotted him clutching a pocketbook. She asked what he was doing. She couldn't have known that Sandeep was in the bathroom. When the girl tried to prevent Avinash from leaving the room, standing in his path, Sandeep approached her from behind and put one hand around her neck. The truth is, the autopsy report was prepared much later, and it confirmed that everything happened exactly as Avinash claimed. If Avinash wasn't certain, how could he have created such a strangulation technique? Avinash added that when Michaela fell, she struck her head on the ground. That was further supported by a bruise discovered on the back of her skull during the postmortem. Furthermore, in summarizing the case, the judge reminded everyone that Avinash made his confession on January 12 and signed it on the 13th in the presence of his lawyer. Avinash would have been made to sign something else on the 12th if the cops had intended to fake the confession. Furthermore, 3 other doctors evaluated the youngster on separate days, and none of them discovered any evidence of abuse. After the acquittal verdict, a new investigation was launched. The key card that the murderer and thief used to enter the room was the main piece of evidence that the police concentrated on. Even these locks' mechanism, though, is unreliable. It is impossible to pinpoint the precise moment the murderer entered Michaela's room because the 240 locks in the Legends Hotel are not synced, and each one displays its unique time on the security system's dashboard. Because the precise hour of the crime is uncertain, this puts almost every suspect's alibi into doubt. The situation was exacerbated by the discovery of yet another serious weakness in the hotel's guest security. The number of possible suspects could rise from dozens to hundreds as a result of this vulnerability. Mauritian law states that the beach is public property if the hotel owns the guest rooms, dining establishments, bars, golf courses, and other such places. Locals own the island's beaches, and traders and fishermen have always had complete access to the hotel's grounds and the beach. Young boys are used to hanging around on the hotel grounds, and local craftsmen sell their wares to visitors. To put it another way, the hotel cannot guarantee the security of its property, even with cameras, gates, and security guards, and there is no way to confirm who entered the honeymoon room. Consequently, there were no noteworthy discoveries made during the fresh inquiry into the matter. Under international pressure, the Mauritian police examined Michaela's murder many times and even sought the services of a French laboratory for retesting DNA evidence. The discovery of DNA on Michaela's clothing that matched that of one of the suspects was reported as a major breakthrough in 2014, but this finding wasn't enough to justify a new trial. John offered a sizable reward for information regarding the case in 2017, in an effort to bring it back into the public eye. A lawyer called him a few weeks after he got back home to tell him that Sandeep and Avinash would now undoubtedly be arrested. Michaela's family was relieved and thought they would finally receive justice, but the attorney did not name the new evidence that made this possible. But months and weeks went by with no one being taken into custody. The case was formally ended in 2020, but the Mauritius government agreed to revisit it in 2021 after pressure from Irish MPs. A desire to re-examine the matter does not ensure that it will be resolved, which is the problem. It is difficult to investigate any crime after 10 years, not to mention the potential that Mauritius's authorities would not be motivated to track down the murderers. Many investigators have advanced in their careers over the course of 10 years, so if something is disclosed in the case that many would rather keep hidden, heads will roll. Following the trial, the relatives of John and Michaela sued the hotel for $1.6 million. The terms of the out-of-court settlement are not made public, but the funds were donated to a charity set up in Michaela's memory. Both the Legends Hotel, which was renamed the Lux Hotel, and Room 1025, which was renovated and given the new number 1026, are still quite popular. At a memorial luncheon for Michaela in 2013, John, who is now an accountant, met a sweet girl called Kara Brennan. John proposed to Kara, who works as an accountant, in 2015. James McAravey, the couple's first child, was born last year. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Béthune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in Al Asu Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Dabia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Dabia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Dabia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Dabia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Dabia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Dabia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Dabia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Dabia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Dabia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Dabia abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child, and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, She returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbia stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debbia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debbia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debbia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debbia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debbia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debbia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debbia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debbia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debbia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debbia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debbia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend, her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work, which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with two terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup, even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living 2 lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not 1, but 2 deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department, because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming. Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession in my opinion." All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired. Although the spouse's sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how one choice, one accident, and all you knew and loved can suddenly turn life into a nightmare? I'll tell you about a day that began normally but ended in a way that nobody could have foreseen. Consider this. At 3 in the morning, the doorbell rings. You expect to see a neighbor or perhaps a courier who has the wrong address, but instead you see the man you believed was forever gone from your life. The air in the room is suddenly heavy, his hands are clenched into fists, and his eyes are filled with anger. What are you doing? Will you freeze, knowing that this is your final error, or will you scream and flee? Alina Shiket's journey started when she came to the conclusion that love shouldn't be painful. She moved on from everything, but when he returned, everyone who knew her was shocked by what transpired. In 1997, Alina Shiket was born in Russia. When she was 7 years old, she and her family relocated to Pennsylvania in the United States. She was a lively and curious youngster from birth. She picked up English fast and developed an interest in science and the arts in school. She was regarded as a gifted and driven young woman who consistently pursued her objectives. Her responsiveness and friendliness were her defining traits. She frequently assisted her peers and took part in charitable activities. Alina enrolled in the University of Pittsburgh to study biology after graduating from high school. She was motivated to work hard and study because she wanted to become a doctor. Alina was well liked by her classmates and numerous friends, who characterized her as a cheerful individual who was always willing to offer guidance and support. She stood out from her friends because of her kindness and quest for fairness. Alina's pride and support came from her family, particularly from her parents, Ian and Ellie. She was the focal point of their lives as an only child. They had a close relationship and frequently spent time together, traveling and helping her with everything. The Shikets had never experienced such worry as they did in October 2017. 20-year-old Alina's parents, Ian and Ellie, had become used to her incessant texts and phone calls. Their kid was always in contact, particularly when they shared plans. However, the quiet that's surrounding their house on this particular day took on a new, ominous color. Even the morning before they were to be brought together for a significant occasion, the annual charity marathon in which they took part, Alina had just vanished from view. They were passionate about the breast cancer campaign, and Alina was constantly at the center of these gatherings. She had a genuine and profound compassion for people. She seemed to find power in helping others, as though she were attempting to shield her family from the dangers of the outside world. But she didn't arrive that morning. There were no missed calls or messages. Every minute seemed like an unending torment. Unable to control the mounting worry that was coursing through her body, Ellie was always scrolling through her phone. The automobile seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and Jan, who was seated behind the wheel, tried to maintain composure, but his quivering hands and fixated gaze revealed his growing concern. They were on their way to Alina's apartment rental on the University of Pittsburgh campus. Long hours of waiting for something unthinkably awful grew out of what should have been a 30-minute drive. Without even looking back at her husband and their dog, who were silently staying in the car, Ellie hurried to the home. As though it were trying to escape, her heart thumped in her chest. She pressed the doorbell quickly, her hands shaking. The few seconds of waiting seemed to drag on forever. The house was so quiet that it seemed as though the walls were closing in on you. When Ellie and Jan arrived at their daughter's house, the usual warmth and noises of life were vanished, leaving behind the icy silence of unsolved problems. Even the air seemed to have become heavier, as if the whole world had frozen in expectation of something terrible. To make one final call to Alina, Ellie took out her phone once more. The lengthy rings rang in her heart, each one piercing it more deeply like shattered strands of hope. Nobody could have predicted that a seemingly normal morning would become the Chiquette family's greatest nightmare. Ellie had been frantically attempting to contact her daughter just 30 minutes prior. She was now standing in front of Alina's locked door. The dull sound of her fists hitting the wood echoed throughout the house, but there was only quiet in answer. Her voice wavered and erupted into a cry as she called her daughter's name once more, but she received no answer at that very moment. Something inside her broke. Realizing that things had gotten out of hand, they panicked. Ellie called out for Jan. Fear gave him the strength to act, and he rushed into the house. He was aware that time was running out, an excruciating length of empty minutes every second. The sensation of approaching doom intensified with each blow to the door. The door finally gave way, opening with a jarring noise that allowed them to enter a scene they were neither ready for. Alina's neighbor, Zach, had been observing from the stairwell. All of a sudden, he felt alienated from this tragedy that was developing. The only reason he took the automatic step back was to protect himself from the horror that was suddenly leaking out of the still room. Ellie and Jan were met with a quiet that was no longer able to conceal what had transpired as soon as the door opened. Like a scene from a nightmare, the room was covered in dark stains. The walls and floor were marked by something unimaginable, as though the blackness had engulfed the light itself. At first glance, parents were unable to recognize their own daughter because of the horrifying sight of Alina's face. Ellie's voice broke the stillness and echoed through the home, causing the walls to vibrate as she yelled. Unable to comprehend the horror before him, Jan stood next to her, motionless. Nothing seemed to be able to return the world to normal at that point. It looked to have stopped. The dog added to the pandemonium that had taken over the house by barking hysterically when it sensed its owner's worry. It was as if an unbreakable darkness had engulfed the entire area. Jan eventually moved forward, but his legs were trembling as Ellie continued to scream. He was at a loss for what to do. The terror that had infiltrated their home left no one knowing how to handle it. When Zach heard the cries, he summoned up the bravery to go into the room. He hesitated to go through the doorway, knowing that what had transpired would permanently alter the course of this family's life. Alina lay on the floor in front of him. Her body was stretched out as though she had struggled for her life and defended herself until the end. As like something or someone had stolen not just her life but also her identity, half of her face was utterly deformed. With a start, Zach reached for his phone and dialed 911. His fingers were shaking as though the air had grown heavy and thick. The silence of the Saturday morning was soon broken by the sound of sirens. The fictitious quiet of the neighborhood was broken by the sound of sirens that were getting louder in the distance and filling the now empty streets. The paramedics, solemn and determined, hurried to the door as the ambulance screamed to a stop in front of the house. Every second felt hostile as their footsteps reverberated through the strange and chilly house. Ellie, who was still motionless at the entrance, welcomed the paramedics with a face that immediately made them realize that this woman would never be the same. She could hardly guide her trembling hands toward the room. As they passed the paramedics entering the darkened room, Jan, still mute and overcome, watched from the door. The gloomy scene is made even more intense by the draperies, which hardly let any light in. They dropped to their knees next to Elena's body. Everything moved swiftly, almost robotically, as they looked at each other and checked for a pulse. Time seemed to slow down for Jan and Ellie, even if it only took a few seconds. Their entire world fell apart as one of the paramedics shook his head. Ellie lost it, as though attempting to go back in time and bring her daughter back. She collapsed to her knees and let out a scream. Shock nearly paralyzed Jan. He did what he could. Even though he no longer felt like he had a firm foundation beneath him, he tried to keep his wife on the ground by embracing her. For a little while longer, the paramedics stayed in the room, getting ready to declare the death formally. However, that revelation felt like a sentence to Ellie and Jan, a blow from which they would never fully recover. Neighbors turned to watch as the roadway was illuminated by blue and red police lights. A group of people started to assemble, some of them muttering, some looking around anxiously, and some taking out their phones to take pictures. Alina Shiket's home was already surrounded by barriers and cop cars, and curious bystanders gazed at it, as if to protect the world from the terrible reality that awaited them inside the doors of that house. Officers with gloomy expressions were erecting barricades and gradually separating the crime scene from the rest of the city. The investigation was personally led by Police Chief Scott Schubert. He and a group of investigators carefully inspected the scene, taking pictures of me, a broken mirror, an overturned table, and every inch of the room. The haphazardly dispersed victims on the floor all indicated a frantic struggle. Alina died from multiple hits from a blunt object, the medical examiner's report stated. Every detail of this heinous act of aggression shouted rage, terror, and despair. It was not a calm crime of passion. Outside, rumors were circulating quickly. The throng was still expanding, and the conversation was getting louder. While some had heard about her lover and others were aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, nobody could have foreseen how horribly it would end. A crime that would soon dominate conversations around the area had upended the customary tranquility of this suburban neighborhood. Matthew Darby, a young and talented basketball player and Alina's ex-boyfriend, was already a prime suspect in the police's eyes. Matthew's attractiveness with women was as well known as his performances on the collegiate court. He was always surrounded by prosperous, self-assured, and charming people, but beyond that polished facade, particularly with regard to Alina, were deeper, harmful impulses. Beginning at a Greensburg University, their friendship swiftly developed into a passionate romance, but jealousy and control gradually replaced the pleasure. After she moved to a different university, things began to shift. Alina made an effort to put her education first, make a fresh start, and break free from the toxic attachment. She ended the relationship, but Matthew was unable to cope. When Alina was gone from his life, his confidence collapsed, and his fury became overwhelming. On September 20, 2017, he began calling her non-stop and finally went too far. Hands shaking, Alina reported it to the police. Like a scene from a horror film, Matthew had climbed through a second-story window to break into her house. Even in her worst dreams, she couldn't have guessed that it was him. Yet she had heard someone scaling the drainpipe. With rage in his eyes, he stormed into her room and accused her of betraying him, ignoring his calls and leaving him. Roughly pushing her into the bed, his hands clamped down on her shoulders and squeezed her wrists until the bruises lasted for days. Feeling both relieved and afraid, she submitted the report, thinking she could finally stop him and that justice was on her side. She went to court with Jan and Ellie. Although the restraining order against Matthew seemed like a positive move, the courtroom tranquility was all too short. As the judge ordered his arrest, Jan and Ellie clutched her hands tightly. Alina's family believed that the horror that had plagued their daughter in recent months would come to an end when he was arrested for unlawful entry, but their dreams were quickly dashed. Alina was forced to confront her anxieties alone after Darby was released on $10,000 0 bail, a negligible amount in the legal system. Ellie and Jen were unaware that this would be the sign of impending doom. The house where they had sought solace became the scene of a tragedy a few days later. The oppressive feeling of dread that had pervaded the atmosphere for so long came to pass in the most terrible manner. Every action the detectives performed that day was tinged with the knowledge that crucial opportunities had been lost, and that Alina had not received the proper protection. Ellie had stopped crying as she stood behind the police tape. A mask of shock and disbelief froze her face. Jan held her hand as he stood by her. Alina's world never really left Matthew Darby. Every step she took was obscured by his shadow, which seemed to follow her. Zach, Alina's neighbor, subsequently acknowledged that he frequently witnessed Darby loitering outside her home. He felt like he belonged there. Zach recalled that he had been watching the catastrophe unfold without comprehending it, but he realized it too late. As if stalking Alina, he had witnessed Darby lurking in the shadows for hours on end, silently observing through the windows, never letting her leave his gaze. She blocked his number and changed passwords in an attempt to get away from him, but he always managed to get into her life. Once more, Matthew's jealousy was unquenchable, tearing apart anything that didn't comply with his demands like a ferocious animal. Zach once saw Darby yelling at Alina outside her windows in the middle of the night. There was mad jealousy and anger in his words. Every altercation seemed planned, and he became more vicious with each blow. Darby had taken over Alina's virtual world a month before to the catastrophe, hacking her accounts and removing likes she had given to other guys. The virtual world had to be exclusively his. Alina made an effort to establish limits with Virtue, but it wasn't enough, Matthew. Nobody was aware of what was going on behind closed doors on the evening of September 20. A weird sound, as if something had snapped, reached Zach's ears. He didn't give it much thought. In old houses, things break all the time. But then, there was a scream and a smashing bang. It was a terrified, despairing cry that broke through the night's silence. Zach was unsure of what to do. Hoping for a response, he posted a message to the house's group chat, but nothing came up. It felt as though time had stopped. Zach wouldn't find out until much later that Matthew Darby had already broken into the house and started attacking Alina while the neighbors were asleep. Alina's phone records, which had vanished from her residence following the crime, were being examined by police. The data showed that she had been frantically attempting to save herself by phoning for assistance between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Alina's phone was traced to Route 76 close to the village of Irwin, and the most recent contact was placed from Darby's number. It was an unanswered last call for assistance. Police received a statement from a cab driver who became involved in this gruesome case. Around 4:21 a.m., he claimed to have driven Darby to Oakland's Seal Street and Ward Street crossroads. Darby begged him to wait for a few minutes, but that quickly increased to 10, and then 10 more. The driver started to feel nervous, and he continued to experience fear. He eventually departed without his travel companion. Something was horribly off. The police kept reviewing the security footage in the meantime. They discovered video from a camera close to Alina's house that showed a man who looked like Matthew Darby strolling down the street while toting big black suitcases. Like a predator, he looked around warily, looking for a place to cover his tracks. The moment he came to a stop at a manhole cover was caught on camera. As though attempting to get rid of not only the evidence but also a piece of himself, his harshness and guilt, Darby carefully lowered the bags inside after lifting the lid. The case's main detective, Edward Fair, sent his team to the scene right away. There was no room for error on the part of the forensic investigator. After gently removing the manhole cover, they discovered a hammer and 2 knives within, all of which were smeared with dried blood. There were fragments of skin and hair on the hammer. Everyone working on the investigation was profoundly impacted by this revelation, which served as a silent testimonial to the ruthless and untamed aggression. The identification of the material would confirm the worst, and now everything depended on the forensic analysis. The system, which ought to have shielded Alina, failed her with every new fact. Only a trail of agony and misery remained after Matthew Darby had disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The police had enough proof to take action, even though they knew they wouldn't have much time to apprehend him. It was impossible to dispute the evidence gathered at the crime scene. Everything suggested Darby was the culprit, including surveillance footage, traces found at the scene, and the objects dumped in the manhole. An arrest warrant was issued right away, but Darby had already left Pennsylvania and vanished into the wide United States by the time the police began their thorough hunt. The search for Darby became a national manhunt. Although the search was conducted with unwavering resolve, the sense of urgency increased with every hour that went by. In the small South Carolina town of Myrtle Beach, Darby's luck finally ran out after a few days. A bystander alerted the police right away after spotting a suspicious individual trying to enter a property through a window. A man whose look matched the description given by witnesses was discovered by officers as soon as they got on the scene. Darby attempted to flee, his fear showing in every step, but the officers outran him. He provided false identification after being caught, which only made matters worse. His identification was verified by security footage and witness statements after his attempt to pose as a fugitive failed. Darby was charged with giving false information to the police, which added another charge in South Carolina and further compounded his case. He tried to persuade the judge of his innocence, but his request for bail was turned down. Fearing that he would try to escape again, the judge decided to keep him in detention and delayed his request for extradition so that he could speak with his lawyer. Another drama involving Alina's memory and the suffering of her loved ones was taking place in Pennsylvania while Darby was still being held. In Pittsburgh, Alina's friends and classmates organized a protest. To show support for her parents and to promote awareness, hundreds of people gathered outside the courthouse, knowledge of an issue that had been neglected for too long. Signs with the words, "Say no to domestic aggression," and "Love shouldn't kill," in strong letters, were held by people. Many participants donned purple shirts, which are symbolic of the fight against domestic abuse, and the words, "Our Russian Princess," which Alina's friends had given her, were printed on the back. This was a painful and unifying gesture that conveyed their rage at a system that had let their friend get hurt. Along with the demonstration, campaigners and Alina's family worked to have a new bill passed. Domestic abusers would be subject to electronic monitoring under Alina's law. In addition to paying tribute to their daughter, they did this in an effort to stop future tragedies of this kind. Already on the table for consideration, the bill became a symbol of hope that no one else would have to deal with such a harsh reality. Prosecutors were now providing more thorough evidence in the courtroom, all of which pointed to Darby's deliberate acts. Duquesne University security camera footage from the night before the crime was one of the most important pieces of evidence. It was evident from the video that Darby was trembling as he walked across campus and looked over his shoulder. According to a policeman on patrol that evening, Darby appeared anxious, probably even a little drunk. Using the excuse that he needed to charge his phone, he tried to enter the student union building. However, there was something concerning about his actions. The officer had a strong suspicion that Darby was hiding something, since he kept looking around as though he was frightened someone was following him. With each new piece of evidence and every videotaped moment, the court was getting closer to its inevitable conclusion. The name Matthew Darby had come to represent suffering, unfairness, and the pursuit of truth. The time a picture of him in a beer-lagered striped shirt on the campus elevator was revealed in court. His doom was all but certain. When he was arrested, the same clothing was discovered with him. There was not much space for doubt because of the prosecutors. Around 4 in the morning, Darby got a cab and left the university campus to go to Alina's neighborhood. The evidence left at the crime scene, the spooky traces of a fight, and the late-night break-in all made sense. The defenders, however, refused to give up. David Sri, Darby's attorney, attempted to refute every piece of evidence. He maintained that someone else might have called the cab using Darby's account, and that the security camera footage was insufficient to prove his identity. Is there any chance that this will result in an acquittal? Not likely. Soon after, Darby was apprehended while trying to break into a house near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His use of phony identification simply served to bolster the evidence against him and further expose his flight. Darby decided to continue fighting in spite of everything. He went back to court with a new attorney, Joseph Haddock, a year after the conviction. Darby claimed that at his prior trial he had not been given adequate legal representation. According to Haddock, Darby was not completely aware of the trial's possible hazards and consequences. This was a new attempt to overturn the conviction on the grounds that Darby was not given a fair trial because of the lawyer's mistakes. In a prompt response to Darby's appeal, the Allegheny District Attorney's Office asserted that all of Darby's rights had been completely upheld. The concept of coordinating jurisdiction, which basically states that judges from one district shouldn't reverse the rulings of another without good reason, was debated. Nevertheless, the matter might still be reopened for a new hearing in the courtroom. The process might be slowed down but not completely stopped by this procedure. Despite the fact that his life sentence already appeared certain, Darby persisted in fighting for his freedom. His attorney put forth a lot of effort, gathering fresh information and looking for any way to overturn the verdict. Like a dying man clutching at straws, Darby clung to each attempt as if it were another lifeline. The problem is that this story isn't over yet, even though you're undoubtedly eager for the conclusion. Matthew Darby received a life sentence without the chance of release. Although it seemed that justice had been done, a new chapter had begun. He appealed, saying his last attorney had not done everything he could to protect him. Years after the initial sentence, Darby is currently battling for his freedom once more. Any chance to contest the case is being seized by his legal team. Despite her untimely death, Alina left behind more than just memories. She became a source of motivation for reforming a system that had for too long kept women at risk. Her friends and family have taken every possible action. Make sure it wasn't a pointless death. I would like to take a moment to speak to each and every one of you who is listening to this tale. How do we stop disasters like this from happening again? How can we ensure that Alina's parents' experience doesn't happen to any other family? We can't keep quiet. Thousands of women worldwide must deal with the realities of domestic violence. Every aspect of the issue needs to be addressed, from raising family awareness to taking legislative action. We must all realize that love should never be hurtful, and that caring should never become dominating. Together, let's help those who are in need. If we work together, we can make this world a safer place. And even though Alina is no longer with us, her influence endures because of the people she touched. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern, because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5, 10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference. When a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic, even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive. They increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Ben-Ari discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful. His client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Ben-Ari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Bryce Rhodes, 25, is the man you just saw on the screen. He acts in a reprehensible manner and shows no remorse or guilt for his actions. He is charged with the murders of two brothers, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon, whose bodies were found after the authorities were alerted by a disturbing 911 call. Elizabeth Wren, their mother, was devastated by the news, and her entire world fell apart. However, the horrific manner in which her sons were murdered only served to exacerbate the suffering. Before their bodies were burned, they were repeatedly stabbed in the chest. The police had to stop Elizabeth from seeing her sons for the final time because it was so graphic. However, why would anyone commit such a heinous act? Brice claims that the boys were aware of a secret of his that could endanger his life. What might that secret be? And why would it cause two young lives to end so horribly? And why did Brice act so reprehensibly in front of the police? On the 4000 block of River Park Drive in the Shawnee neighborhood of West Louisville, on May 21, 2016, a 22-year-old girl was riding her bike past an old abandoned building. However, that day was different because she noticed something odd. The structure, which had appeared fine the day before, was now completely destroyed by fire. Curious about what had actually transpired there, she made the decision to look into it more. She noticed an odd shape that didn't seem to belong in the ruins of the burned-out building. Her heart raced with terror as she approached and realized it was a dead body. The surprises didn't stop there, though. She discovered another body nearby, both of them severely burned. She immediately called the police for assistance because she was so terrified. Police officers were soon swarming the scene, attempting to determine what enigmatic events had transpired there the previous evening. The police described the crime scene as the most horrific they had ever seen because it was so graphic. Even one of the officers felt so moved and compelled to shake his head in shock as he covered the two dead bodies with a white cloth because it was so unsettling. Pathologists hurried the bodies to the hospital for an autopsy. The remaining officers, meanwhile, remained at the scene and cautiously looked for any additional hints that might aid in their investigation. Following the autopsies, it was discovered that something even more heinous was the cause of death rather than the fire. A document made public by the coroner's office stated that both boys had been stabbed in the chest and had suffered severe blunt force trauma to their heads. The fact that they had already passed away hours before their bodies were burned and abandoned at the scene makes it even more horrifying. The police now had to identify the boys and determine why someone would hurt them in such a horrible way before they could start their murder investigation and collect evidence. The police were fortunate to be able to draw sketches of the boys despite the fact that the bodies were severely burned. The public was given access to these sketches along with an appeal for anyone who might be able to identify them to come forward. However, they went beyond simple sketches. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate any missing persons reports that had been filed a few days prior and that fit the victims' descriptions after searching through their records. Despite Monday coming and going, no one came forward to identify the boys, and days went by. Elizabeth Wren, a worried woman, hurried to the police station the next day, May 23, 2016, when she informed the officers that the sketches they had made public featured her sons, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. She was clearly nervous. When the officers broke the devastating news that her sons' bodies had been discovered fully burned, Elizabeth was taken aback. She was informed by the police that they suspected foul play and thought the murder was a well-planned one rather than a simple accident. The officers had to politely turn down Elizabeth's fervent wish to see her sons one last time. It would not have been suitable for a mother to see the bodies in such a terrible condition. Even though she felt completely powerless, Elizabeth mustered the courage to share an important piece of information. When Elizabeth spoke with the police, she described how her sons had told her that they were going out with some friends she had never liked on the evening of May 21, 2016. In the past, she'd tried to stop her sons from spending time with these friends, but they continued to do so. They went to a party that evening with 3 people, 25-year-old Brice Rhodes, 15-year-old Anjuan Carter, and 17-year-old Ja'Cory Taylor. Elizabeth voiced her worries about Brice, who had a concerning criminal record that included a number of serious crimes, including physical assault, domestic abuse, kidnapping, and even abuse. Elizabeth didn't worry too much because the boys assured her they would return soon, despite the fact that days had gone by with no sign of them. They would frequently go out to parties and not return home for days at a time. Therefore, she assumed it was just another instance of that kind. She had no idea, though, that this time would bring heartbreaking news that would permanently alter her life. The entire group was quickly located by the police. Angelyn Carter was promptly located and taken in for interrogation. They kept looking for Bryce in the meantime, and by Tuesday, May 24, 2016, they had also found him. In a brief period of time, Ja'Cory Taylor, another group member, was also captured that same day. While Bryce and Ja'Cory spoke separately with detectives regarding Larry and Maurice, they were detained by the police for hours. In an attempt to elicit information about the killings, the detectives showed Ja'Cory pictures of the two brothers' crime scenes in an attempt to frighten him. Ja'Cory, however, only claimed to be friends with the brothers and to have had no involvement in their deaths. However, Bryce persisted in telling the police that he didn't know the brothers' whereabouts and ultimately asked for legal assistance. The police changed their strategy after Ja'Cory and Bryce failed to provide any helpful information. They observed a shift in Anjoan's behavior during their individual interviews with him. Anjoan eventually talked about what had actually transpired on the evening of May 21 at that point. He clarified that evening, Bryce had summoned him and Ja'Cory to his apartment. There, Bryce told them his biggest secret, that he was afraid Larry and Maurice might tell the police about something they had seen on May 4, 2016. In order to get Ja'Cory and Anjoan to help him with a plan, Bryce was able to convince them to do something horrible, kill the brothers on the evening of May 21. Telling the brothers that Bryce was taking them to a party, Ja'Cory went to their house and persuaded them to come out. After a period of hesitation, Larry and Maurice consented to go along. They promised their mother, Elizabeth, that they would return later that evening as they left the house. Since his mother was out of town that weekend, the group had driven to Bryce's house, which he shared with her. Like any other party, the boys settled in and started hanging out and having a good time, but Larry and Maurice were unaware that something sinister was simmering in the background. Unexpectedly, a dispute erupted among the group, ruining the enjoyable party atmosphere. Ja'Cory accused the brothers of stealing money from Bryce, according to Anjuan, who told the police. Maurice became enraged when Ja'Cory confronted him about the theft. The whole situation escalated when Maurice felt threatened and sensed danger, reaching for a knife to protect himself and his brother. Ja'Cory lunged in and took the knife away from Maurice when he saw him carrying it, according to Anjuan. After that, they both succeeded in subduing the brothers and belting them. To prevent either brother from defending themselves, they separated Larry and Maurice, leaving Larry in the bathroom while Bryce brought Maurice to his knees in the living room. Bryce insisted that Maurice ask for forgiveness, even though he pleaded for their lives. As Ja'Cory and Anjuan watched Maurice tearfully plead for forgiveness in an attempt to protect himself and his brother from whatever was going to happen next, it was a tense moment. Bryce was unrestrained in his cruelty. He placed a blanket on the floor beneath Maurice, pulled stockings over his head, and stuffed a rag in his mouth. Then, in a startling display of violence, Bryce repeatedly stabbed Maurice in the chest and started beating him viciously. The graphic and horrifying scene in front of them frightened and unsettled the other teenagers who were watching. With his intimidating manner, Bryce intimidated the boys who were watching the horror and coerced Anjuan into giving Maurice a single stab wound to the chest. Anjuan reluctantly followed Bryce's orders and stabbed Maurice out of fear for his wrath. Anjuan went on to tell his terrifying story, revealing that after Maurice died, Bryce dragged Larry from the bathroom into the living room, where his brother's blood was all over the floor. Larry was devastated to learn that his brother was no longer alive. Bryce shifted his focus to Larry, pushing aside Maurice's lifeless body. Anjuan could still clearly recall Larry's agonized voice as he begged Bryce to spare him, but he was unsuccessful. Like his brother, Larry endured the same horrifying treatment. Before Bryce shockingly stabbed Larry 20 times in the chest, Anjuan could still hear his frantic cries. Bryce coerced Ja'Cory into stabbing Larry by threatening him once more. Now that Maurice and Larry were dead, Bryce called a friend to help dispose of them and loaded their bodies into the car. Bryce left Anjuan and Ja'Cory in the apartment to clean up the gory scene while he and his friend drove away with the brothers' lifeless bodies in the back seat. Bryce drove their dead bodies to an abandoned lot and burned them. Anjuan disclosed as he continued his confession. Maurice and Larry's bodies burned that fateful night as the flames consumed them. Fortunately, though, their bodies had not burned to ashes. The police eventually learned the terrible truth about Larry and Maurice's terrible demise after questioning Nguyen, but they still had unanswered questions. What was the brothers' relationship to Bryce, and what was the secret that brought the siblings such a terrible end? Despite being stepbrothers, Larry and Maurice had a close relationship and were just typical teenagers who loved life. However, things changed when they met Bryce in 2015, and they were immediately drawn to his laid-back demeanor. Bryce was a rapper who appeared extremely wealthy and successful in a number of music videos that were posted online. His charisma and way of life captivated Larry and Maurice, who quickly became enmeshed in his world. As they grew closer, Bryce introduced them to Ja'Cory Taylor, a 17-year-old friend. A fourth teen, 14-year-old Anjuan Carter, joined the group as the three boys spent more and more time with Bryce. They all spent a lot of time with Bryce in 2015. He would take them places, buy them food and clothing, and even give them money to spend however they wanted. According to Ja'Cory's police interview, Bryce used to assure them that if they followed in his footsteps, they would become famous. The boys appeared to adopt Bryce's gangster lifestyle more and more over time. They even made an appearance in a few of his music videos, which suggested that they were taking up his mindset. During this time, Elizabeth observed a shift in their conduct. Images of them smoking cigars, flaunting stacks of cash, posing with fictitious weapons, and featuring women began to flood their social media accounts. They also started going to parties frequently, sometimes staying out for days at a time. Late on May 4, 2016, they were making their way back from one of these parties. Maurice was driving Bryce's car at around 12:30 a.m., with Anjuan in a truck following them, Ja'Cory in the passenger seat, and Bryce and Larry in the back. When Maurice noticed a man strolling on the sidewalk in the 800 block of South 43rd Street in Louisville, Kentucky, Bryce abruptly forced Maurice to apply the brakes. He struggled to recall where he had known him, but it quickly became clear that he was Christopher Jones, the 40-year-old man targeted by neighborhood gangs. However, Bryce made a grave error. He mistook Christopher for someone else, attempting to pick up the prize that had been placed on his head. It was such a mistake that it abruptly altered everything. Bryce jerked out his gun in a panic and fired a bullet from the car window into Christopher's chest. All of the teenagers were in disbelief as they saw a murder unfold before their very eyes as Christopher fell. Fearful and pumped with adrenaline, they drove as quickly as they could out of there without even pausing to think. Christopher was taken to emergency surgery after the shooting, but he tragically passed away during the procedure. Larry and Maurice couldn't get over the horror of what they'd witnessed for the next 2 weeks, even after Bryce had driven the boys home and told them not to speak about what had happened that night. They became uncomfortable around Bryce and began to avoid him more and more. Bryce, meanwhile, was experiencing anxiety as well. He was concerned that he would be in big trouble if the brothers told everyone about the shooting. Thus, on the evening of May 21, 2016, he decided to take their lives. Bryce made the terrible choice to kill 3 people in a short amount of time, all in self-defense. The repercussions of his actions, however, are now bearing down on him. Both Ja'Cory and Anjuan confessed to 3 charges of aiding and abetting murder and tampering with evidence after the interrogations. They were sentenced to 10 years in juvenile detention facilities because they were under the age of 18, with the remaining time to be spent in adult prisons after they reached the age of 18. They also had to testify against Bryce at his trial as part of their agreements. Bryce has ruined the court proceedings ever since he was taken into custody. The relatives of the victims believed he did it intentionally. He knew the prosecution wanted the death penalty, so they thought he was trying to stir up trouble. He reasoned that they might not execute him if he caused enough trouble and slowed down the procedure. Bryce did something startling at first. When he discovered that his court-appointed lawyer was friends with the victim's grandfather, he spat on him. Due to a conflict of interest, this created a significant issue and forced the lawyer to withdraw from the case. The court footage even shows the fight that broke out later between Bryce and the lawyer. Bryce even threatened to "see you when I get out." As a result, Bryce was forced to wear a spit mask and be restrained to his chair during subsequent court appearances. However, his behavior did not change despite these actions. He even threatened the judge and her family during one hearing. Bryce's courtroom antics continued after that. He frequently asserted that he didn't trust his lawyer and wouldn't allow them to speak for him. As a result, He even had 3 different state-appointed lawyers. It seemed as though he was adamant about doing things his own way, regardless of what other people thought. Following this court appearance in 2017, Bryce dug a hole in his cell in an attempt to break out of jail. Officers discovered the hole, though, along with a threatening note he had sent to Ja'Cory. "Rats get exposed," the note said. "This demonstrated Bryce's will to control even while incarcerated. Prove to me that you're not a rat." Another shocking incident that was caught on court video showed Bryce acting shamelessly as he was seen blowing kisses at the victim's mother. It was an unsettling demonstration of his lack of regret or shame for what he had done. The trial was repeatedly delayed, and Elizabeth was growing more and more irritated with Bryce's demeanor in the courtroom, as well as the delays. She had to leave the courtroom during one hearing because her emotions got the better of her. She later told reporters that she was still grieving over the loss of her 2 boys to this monster, even though she was attempting to find forgiveness through her faith. Her description of Bryce as ill and a demon made clear how deeply she felt pained and angry with him. Justice was finally done. In 2022, after Bryce's absurd actions and dramatic courtroom proceedings lasted for 6 long years, Bryce Rhodes was found guilty of killing 2 teenage brothers, Maurice Gordon, 16, and Larry Ordway, 14, by stabbing them and setting their bodies on fire. They allegedly saw him shoot and kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones in 2016, which prompted this horrific act. The jury also found Bryce guilty of 2 counts of abuse of a corpse and tampering with physical evidence, in addition to the 3 murder charges. The jury suggested a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the killings. They also proposed a 5-year sentence for evidence tampering and a 1-year sentence for each count of corpse abuse. Although Bryce was not eligible for the death penalty, his sentences will be served concurrently, meaning that unless his defense prevails in an appeal, he will be imprisoned for the remainder of his life. Deborah Wren, the grandmother of the teenage brothers, spoke tearfully about her memories following the verdict. The jury had to consider Bryce Rhodes' mental state during the trial in order to determine the appropriate punishment for him. According to psychologists consulted by the defense, Rhodes had an intellectual disability. They added that he had bipolar disorder and ADHD, but they felt he hadn't gotten the help or instruction he required to cope with these issues. The jury chose to side with the prosecution and the victims in spite of these arguments. How do you feel about the case? How did the teenage boys in the case become more vulnerable as a result of the absence of positive adult role models? What steps can be taken to stop future instances of violence and manipulation among young people who are already at risk? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jansen family appeared to be just another loving, close-knit family, always willing to lend a helping hand to one another. However, everything changed one day. Even their closest friends found it hard to believe that something so shocking had occurred in their home. A string of incidents that rocked the family and left everyone in their wake in complete shock were concealed behind this mystery. Neighbors, friends, and law enforcement all attempted to piece together what exactly happened behind closed doors and what might have led to the dissolution of this seemingly ideal family. Randy Jansen led an apparently ordinary life in the small, sleepy towns with brick storefronts and quaint coffee shops amidst the thick forests of British Columbia. Randy had grown up in Langley, a small town that many people view as a tranquil haven. However, years of arduous work and aspirations that didn't always result in happiness lay behind this calm exterior. Randy had a strong relationship with his father, who was employed at a nearby lumber mill from a young age. Randy learned all he knew about woodworking from his father, and he followed in his footsteps by working at the same mill after high school. Long shifts and a great deal of physical exertion were necessary for the demanding work, but Randy was used to such difficulties. Randy was just one of many people in Langley who believed that the lumber mill was an essential part of the community's economy and way of life. He committed himself to the arduous task of transporting logs and processing wood for more than 10 years. Even though the work was repetitive and draining, it made him feel secure and proud. Even though every day was the same, Randy found meaning in the routine of his work and his role in the neighborhood. If the lumber mill stood for security, then music was Randy's release, a means of expressing feelings that he wasn't always able to articulate. Since his early years, music had been a part of his life, and as time went on, singing and playing the guitar changed from being a pastime to becoming an essential outlet. He often played at a local bar in Langley, where people would congregate to watch live performances and relax after their own exhausting workdays. Randy transformed his typically quiet and reserved manner into a dynamic and captivating presence that enthralled his audience. His genuine and passionate performances were adored by the locals, and they provided Randy with a sense of fulfillment and connection that was often lacking in his daily life. On what appeared to be a typical evening, Randy met Laurel, the woman who would forever alter his life, at that neighborhood bar. Laurel, who worked as a bartender and was 6 years older than Randy, frequently watched his shows from behind the counter. Charming and self-assured, Laurel was adored by customers for her ability to foster a welcoming environment and her honest, approachable manner. What began as informal discussions, initially about music and later about life, swiftly developed into a more profound bond. They became closer because of their love of music and similar aspirations. Even though her life took a different turn, Laurel always wanted to pursue a career in music and played the piano. Together with a sincere interest in one another, this shared dream quickly developed into something far deeper. Randy's life at the lumber mill went on as usual, but Laurel's presence now added color to it. As they started making plans for the future together, their bond grew stronger. Despite his comfort, Langley started to feel too small for their shared dreams. In their ideal world, music would serve as the cornerstone of their future rather than merely a pastime. Randy gained a renewed sense of purpose, love, and hope for the future from his work at the mill, his performances at the bar, and his evenings with Laurel. Randy and Laurel frequently talked about their 1990 wedding day. Only their closest friends and family were present at the modest ceremony, which had a warm, personal feel. Live music, exemplified by a song Randy sang for his bride, signaled the start of a life full of dreams and love. Their world revolved around their daughter Emily, who was born a few years after their wedding. Anyone who knew the family could see how much Randy loved Emily, and he frequently boasted that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Emily's life took a sudden and challenging turn when she was only 8 years old. Her sudden, severe headaches became so incapacitating that she was unable to pursue her musical endeavors any further. Emily had demonstrated exceptional singing ability at an early age, winning prizes in competitions and enthralling her parents with her voice. She had been attending vocal lessons and pursuing her dream of becoming a singer, leading a busy life. Motivated by her achievements, her parents made every effort to encourage her aspiration. Randy and Laurel initially struggled to comprehend what was happening to their daughter. They were unaware of her condition despite multiple medical tests and doctor visits that yielded no conclusive results. Because the bright lights and cacophonous classroom atmosphere caused more severe headaches, Emily was forced to drop out of school and transition to home-based learning. She spent most of her time in her room, which turned into a dimly lit haven. As she suffered, Randy and Laurel took turns taking care of her, doing everything they could to make her feel better. Doctors finally diagnosed migraines after conducting a number of tests. The whole family suffered a terrible blow. Emily's prescribed medications provided only a limited amount of relief, lowering her pain levels but never completely halting the attacks. Her greatest source of happiness, the music she once loved so much, was now out of her grasp. Once a vibrant and active young child, Emily grew more reclusive and spent most of her time in darkness and silence. In a desperate attempt to support their daughter, Randy and Laurel looked everywhere. They looked into alternative therapies, spoke with a lot of specialists, and tried a lot of treatments, but none of them provided the long-term respite they so desperately sought. The medical forecast was bleak. Many people with migraines must live with the pain for the rest of their lives. According to statistics, 34% of people with migraines had trouble finding work, 30% had trouble finishing their education, and roughly 53% were unable to drive because of their symptoms. Even though these figures made Emily's illness medically common, they didn't lessen the pain her parents were feeling as they saw their daughter's vitality wane. For Randy, these were especially difficult years. Once his haven, music, turned into a painful reminder that Emily was no longer able to experience the passion that had made her life so happy. Without Emily's voice to accompany him, his guitar-playing evenings had become meaningless, and he no longer found joy in playing at the neighborhood bar where he had once flourished. He began to spend more time at home, staying near Emily, and doing his best to help. But Randy and Laurel felt more and more powerless as Emily's pain increased. Their once vibrant and determined daughter now spent her days cooped up in her room, shut off from the outside world and light. Randy kept working, but his mind was constantly on Emily, and he woke up every day hoping to find a way to make her pain go away. Emily's health had gotten worse by the time she turned 18. Her migraine attacks increased in frequency and intensity, occasionally lasting several days. She was unable to learn and keep up friendships because of the constant pain. Emily persisted in pursuing her goals in spite of these obstacles. In order to pursue a career in the fine arts and eventually become an opera singer, she enrolled in the arts program at the University of British Columbia. Emily saw going to university as an opportunity to restore her sense of normalcy and get closer to the life she had always dreamed of, not just an academic pursuit. Emily forced herself to remain engaged in spite of her physical tiredness and ongoing pain flare-ups. She studied literature, art history, and music theory in addition to taking voice lessons. She even took part in concerts and student events whenever she could. Her classmates appreciated her perseverance in staying active in university life, despite the obstacles she encountered. Her actions, however, concealed a difficult battle going on behind the scenes. Emily frequently had to skip class and make up lost time on her own. Emily felt weak, sleepy, and exhausted from the strong drugs she was taking to treat her migraines. To reduce her symptoms, she was prescribed triptans, anticonvulsants, and antidepressants, but these medications had serious side effects, including depression, difficulty focusing, and a general deterioration in her physical health. Emily eventually started avoiding medicine as much as she could in order to lessen its effects on her body. Instead, she looked into alternative ways to treat her illness. Emily avoided triggers like bright lights, strong smells, and loud noises, used cold compresses on her head, and resorted to breathing techniques and meditation. Her room turned into a haven where she could go to escape anything that made her suffering worse. Her parents, Randy and Laurel, alternated in taking care of her and doing everything they could to alleviate her agony, but during the worst episodes, she spent whole days in the dark, protected from light and sound. Nevertheless, Emily did her best to keep things normal. Despite not being able to see her friends as frequently as she used to, she maintained contact with them. Her friends never deserted her, even though she occasionally had to postpone plans due to unexpected migraine attacks. To ensure she didn't feel alone, they would pay her a visit at home, spending time with her and providing support. Emily was unable to give up the things she loved, even though her condition limited her options. No matter how challenging the path became, she remained steadfast in her resolve to pursue her music and live life to the fullest. Randy Jansen shocked everyone who knew him with a Facebook post on May 7, 2015. He admitted to doing unimaginable things over the past 10 days in this post. He started off by writing about his daughter Emily, calling her the most ideal daughter anyone could ask for. She was gifted, smart, and compassionate. Emily made their lives so much more joyful by bringing laughter into their home and always lending a helping hand to others, even when she was having difficulties herself. However, she had to let go of the dreams she had fought so hard to realize because her illness had taken so much from her. Migraines had plagued Emily since elementary school. Deep depression resulted from the ongoing pain, and days when it didn't stop for even a second became her reality. Randy explained that while his daughter spent her days in hospitals or in her quiet, dark room, she would observe her classmates going about their daily lives. Emily tried to hope for a better future in spite of everything, but nothing seemed to work. Randy was employed at a lumber mill, but he spent all of his free time with his daughter. He told his friends that he couldn't imagine his life without Emily and that she was everything to him. He was driven to the brink of despair by seeing her suffer and being powerless to stop it. Randy was obviously having a lot of emotional difficulties, as friends remembered when he confided in them about his suffering. Randy made a choice one day that would change everything. He acknowledged taking a gun and killing Emily in a Facebook post, saying he did so to relieve her of the constant agony. He described how he saw her as an angel, free from her agony, floating above the clouds with her long hair blowing in the wind. He continued after that. Randy disclosed that he had also killed his wife, Laurel, because he couldn't imagine her having to deal with the loss of their daughter. He killed his sister Shelley a few days later, claiming he didn't want her to live with the guilt of what he had done. Randy clarified in the post that Emily had made every effort to get better. He talked about how resilient and strong she was, but in the end, the illness had broken her. He talked about how helpless he felt knowing he could do nothing to stop her daily suffering. In the end, Randy felt that this was the only way to help Emily, and he had repeatedly told friends that he would do anything for her. Randy's friends and acquaintances called the police right away after he published the post. They wanted to make sure Randy's family was safe because they were appalled by what they read. Many people were shocked by the post and found it difficult to comprehend the scope of what had transpired. After receiving several calls, including one from Randy's close friend Brian Jones, law enforcement moved swiftly to the scene. To conduct an investigation, officers were sent to Randy's residence. One of Randy's best friends, Brian Jones, read the Facebook post and was overcome with confusion and fear. When he saw the signature at the end, a nickname Randy had used since they were in school, he realized his friend had written those words. At first, he thought it was an error or some cruel joke. Brian realized right away how serious the situation was and that he needed to take quick action. He tried calling Randy on the phone as he made his way to Shelley's house after leaving work early. His worry only grew with each call that went unanswered. There was a pile of undeliverable newspapers on the porch when Brian got to Shelley's house. He thought this was odd because Shelley was dependable and never skipped a duty. The windows were covered with drawn curtains, and her old van was parked in the driveway. There were no signs of activity, and the yard was eerily quiet. Brian repeatedly knocked on the door, but no one answered. The scene was eerily silent and eerie in every way. Following the death of their parents, Shelley had led a solitary life. She didn't have kids, lived alone, and didn't often talk to her neighbors. She was renowned for being reliable and consistent in her work, and her primary duty was delivering newspapers. Brian became alarmed at the sight of the unopened newspapers right away. He made the decision to call the police because he knew something was amiss. He was told that he wasn't the first person to voice concerns about the family when he got to the dispatcher. They had already sent out a patrol unit to see how things were going. Randy wrote at the conclusion of his Facebook post that his family was now pain-free and in a better place. He apologized to everyone he had harmed, accepted full responsibility, and conveyed regret for his actions. Brian experienced a wave of shock and disbelief as he read the post's eerie closing. "Rest in peace, my little family." He had always known Randy to be a good-hearted, loving man who cherished his family. He found it incomprehensible that his friend could have committed such a crime or even had a gun. He remembered Randy's love and devotion when he talked about his family, and he found it hard to comprehend how things could have gone so wrong. Randy Jansen was inside his house when the police arrived, and they tried to get in touch with him. Through a second-story window, officers saw him brandishing a gun. They tried calling Randy on the phone and using loudspeakers, but he did not answer. The officers knew they needed to proceed cautiously to prevent further escalation because they were acutely aware of how tense the situation was. Negotiators surrounded the house and got to work, but Randy didn't show any signs of giving up or wanting to talk. The standoff turned into something much more dangerous after a few hours. Officers saw smoke rising from the upper floor after Randy set the house on fire. There were unsuccessful attempts to enter the house. Access through the windows was cut off as the flames spread too quickly. On the first floor, officers saw a body covered in a sheet, but they couldn't get to it to identify it. The officers were forced to flee as the entire house was engulfed in flames in a matter of minutes. When firefighters got there, the house was completely destroyed by the fire and could not be saved. Even after it was put out, the fire was so severe that it was dangerous to enter the interior for a few days. 3 days after the fire, on May 10, investigators were finally allowed to enter the burned-out remnants of the house to start their investigation. Investigators discovered 3 bodies inside the burned-out house. Emily, 19, was found with her body wrapped in a sheet in her bedroom. Laurel, 50, was discovered in the kitchen, similarly wrapped in a blanket. It was discovered by investigators that both had been shot in the head twice, about 10 days prior to Randy writing his Facebook post. The body of Randy was discovered in a bedroom on the second floor. Before he set the house on fire, he had killed himself with a gun. It was evident from Randy's body's location and the weapon's remnants that he had been in severe emotional pain when he decided to take his own life. Police discovered Shelley's body in the living room when they got to Randy's sister's house. Shelley, whose body was similarly wrapped in a blanket, had also been shot twice in the head. Since there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, investigators deduced that she had passed away 2 days prior to her discovery, indicating that Randy had taken her by surprise. The past year had seen a serious decline in Emily's health. In order to relieve her unbearable pain, doctors had turned to giving her morphine injections. Neighbors frequently witnessed her parents escorting her home following hospital stays, and these injections were a last resort. Emily needed assistance just to walk because she had gotten so weak. Everyone who knew the family found these times to be devastating. Despite all of the difficulties they encountered, Emily's father, Randy Jansen, always did his best to take care of his family. He sought treatment from the family physician a year prior to the tragic events because he was experiencing severe stress and chronic insomnia. He told the physician that he found it hard to watch his daughter suffer. Randy rejected the medication because he thought it wouldn't solve the underlying issue, even though the doctor advised him to try to get more sleep and suggested sedatives. According to Randy's close friend, Brian Jones, Randy had never mentioned having suicidal thoughts or wanting to harm other people. He said Randy was a steady, industrious man who was always willing to help. Randy put his family first, and no one could have predicted that he was capable of such a thing. But Brian pointed out that Randy was at his breaking point. He finally made a terrible choice because he could no longer stand to see his daughter suffer. It was impossible for many neighbors who had known Randy since they were young to reconcile the events with the man they remembered. They said that he had never displayed any signs of cruelty or aggression and was a kind and gentle person. They believed that his acts were motivated by desperation and an inability to handle the suffering and distress that surrounded his family. Randy once told a neighbor that he wouldn't have a reason to live if his daughter ever died. In spite of those statements, Randy spent 10 days living in the house with his wife and daughter's bodies before ending his own life. 4 days before the tragedy, Emily sent out her final tweet, which said, "I complain about the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it. I thank God for the chance to live." It was a reflection of her will to live despite the tremendous suffering she had to endure. She frequently fought to maintain her optimism in her social media posts. She made an effort to remain optimistic despite her illness, even when things appeared dire. Emily was regarded as a good-hearted and sympathetic young lady who made an effort to remain aware of her surroundings. She loved to sing, and when her health permitted it, she did so in the local church. Her performances were remembered with fondness by many Langley residents. Her church attendance decreased as her illness worsened, but she continued to be giving and considerate. On her best days, she would even assist neighborhood children with their homework. She would also bake with her mother and share sweets with neighbors. Emily's mother, Laurel, supported her daughter to the best of her ability. She expressed the anguish and despair she experienced while witnessing her daughter's suffering on Twitter when she wrote, "Emily is back in the hospital, praying to God they can help her. I feel so helpless." Despite being close to emotional exhaustion, Laurel persisted in trying to find ways to improve Emily's condition. Randy's sister Shelley was also unable to predict the tragedy that would occur. None of the family members thought their fates would be determined in such a terrible manner. Randy frequently confided in friends over the past year about the immense stress and strain that Emily's illness had placed on him. Nobody could have foreseen that Randy would eventually become so emotionally unstable that he would choose to murder his family members. As previously stated, Emily kept a Twitter account where she expressed her opinions. She wasn't giving up, as evidenced by her posts. She wrote just prior to the tragedy, "For the first time in 2 years, I've gone 12 hours without pain. I'm so tired of hurting, but I need to keep going." Her words demonstrated her will to fight in spite of the overwhelming obstacles. But Randy was unable to bear the emotional burden any longer. As their daughter's health deteriorated, Laurel was also profoundly impacted. Her distress was reflected in her tweets. The family made an effort to help one another in spite of their desperation, but things kept getting worse, and none of them could predict where it would go. The details have now been revealed, and it is evident how hopelessness Hidden struggles and despair led to an unexpected tragedy. The Jansen family story serves as a sobering reminder that even behind seemingly impenetrable walls, unspeakable suffering can fester beneath the surface and occasionally explode in unexpected ways. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever questioned how well you actually know the neighbors? What's behind their warm grins and informal salutations? Psychologists and investigators concur that people with psychopathic tendencies are more likely to commit violent crimes, but there are no clear rules for spotting potentially dangerous people among your acquaintances. The beginning of this eerie case involves Brian and Beverly Mauck, an apparently ideal couple whose lives appeared to be straight out of a fairy tale. They enjoyed traveling and spending time together, were financially stable, and were incredibly in love. However, when they relocated to a different neighborhood, everything was different. Beverly and Brian were found dead in their house shortly after they had moved in. Investigators were immediately directed to a nearby residence by blood evidence found at the scene. Even the most experienced detectives were taken aback by the motivation behind this heinous act. Brian and Beverly Mauck's love story. At a party hosted by a mutual friend in the spring of 2001, Brian and Beverly first crossed paths. They were both college students at the time, but it was obvious they had discovered something unique as soon as their eyes met. They were inseparable after their initial mutual admiration swiftly developed into a strong bond. The couple visited each other's families in turn that summer, introducing their partners to their parents and being forthright about their sincere intentions. The relationship was immediately approved by both families, who noted how well the two complemented one another. From an early age, Beverly and Brian had been active and daring. They were never satisfied to remain motionless for long and thrived on sports, thrills, and novel experiences. Beverly was a gifted athlete who loved learning new languages, played guitar effortlessly, and was an excellent baseball and track star. She was loved by both her peers and her friends, and her bright smile could light up any space. Sports that were riskier and more unusual had always appealed to Brian. He was passionate about rock climbing, surfing, and diving, and he loved taking risks. A true adventurer at heart, he saw danger not as a threat, but as a challenge he was always ready to face. Every year, he tried to visit a new place and learn a new skill. When Brian and Beverly first saw and spoke to each other, they immediately realized they were on the same wavelength. This became the starting point for their intense and fulfilling relationship. Together, they climbed mountains, skied and snowboarded, went scuba diving, and conquered waves and peaks alike. Despite their whirlwind romance and seemingly perfect relationship, the couple wasn't in a rush to get married. They both wanted to finish their education first. Once they graduated, they focused on saving for a house. Brian began building a career at an industrial company, and Beverly got a job as a hotel administrator, where her language skills were invaluable. On May 15, 2006, the couple officially tied the knot. They held a beautiful ceremony by the ocean, inviting only their closest family and friends. Afterward, they went on a long honeymoon, visiting several countries. When they returned, Brian and Beverly purchased a spacious home in the quiet town of Graham in Clearfield County, Pennsylvania. The house was located in a scenic and sparsely populated area near a forest and a river. It was a perfect place to start their family and enjoy a peaceful life. Brian worked as an engineer at a branch of a large industrial company, while Beverly focused on translation work and decided to pursue a second degree. The couple quickly got to know their neighbors and made friends in their new town. Unfortunately, their happy and carefree life didn't last long. A startling incident in a quiet neighborhood. Around 8 a.m. on Saturday, November 17, 2007, Brian's friend Steven showed up at the couple's home. That morning, the two were going fishing. When Steven knocked on the door, no one answered. Steven knocked more loudly and waited, thinking that Brian had likely overslept, but there was no sound in the house. Steven made the decision to wait in his car for roughly half an hour while making several unsuccessful attempts to call Brian, but his calls were not answered. Frustrated and feeling a bit upset that his friend might have changed plans without telling him, Stephen eventually left to fish on his own, since he had all the necessary gear with him. Later that day, still unable to reach Brian or Beverly, Stephen decided to return to their house once again. There was no answer at the door. This time, Stephen decided to walk around the property and look through the windows. He was starting to feel uneasy. Brian was a responsible and punctual person who wouldn't just disappear without notifying anyone. When Stephen reached the garage, he looked through a small window and saw that the couple's car was parked inside. This made him even more anxious, but he tried to push away any bad thoughts. Moving to the living room window, he attempted to see inside, but as it was already getting dark outside and the house lights were off, it was hard to make anything out. What he could see, however, left him deeply alarmed. The TV was lying face down on the floor, and just beyond it, something large and unmoving was on the ground. Stephen rushed back to his car to grab his fishing flashlight, switched it on, and directed the beam into the living room. What he saw froze him in terror. On the floor lay two bodies, partially covered with a blanket that was soaked through with blood. One bare foot stuck out from one side, and a hand was visible on the other. Horrified, Stephen immediately called emergency services to report what he had seen. He waited for law enforcement to arrive, staying by the house of his friends. When officers arrived, Stephen was the first to be interviewed. He recounted everything he knew about the day and expressed deep regret that he hadn't checked the windows earlier that morning when neither Brian nor Beverly answered his knocks or calls. Examining the crime scene, the front door wasn't locked, nor was it forced open, which immediately raised suspicions. Inside, in the living room, the lifeless bodies of the homeowners were discovered. Both had been dead for at least 12 hours. Based on initial observations, the cause of death was determined to be gunshot wounds inflicted by a large caliber weapon. Each victim had been shot 3 times, leaving no chance of survival. The precision of the attack indicated that the assailant was determined and deliberate. But why? There were no signs of theft. Personal belongings, cell phones, and even cash were untouched, ruling out robbery as a motive. There were no signs of struggle, and apart from the gunshot wounds, the bodies showed no evidence of other injuries or aggression. Investigators were left with the chilling impression that this was either a calculated execution or a deeply personal act of vengeance. However, according to witnesses, the couple had no known enemies or unresolved conflicts. The bodies had been moved after the crime, as evidenced by drag marks smeared with blood across the floor. The perpetrator had clumsily attempted to clean up, leaving smeared blood trails and splatters on the walls and furniture, indicating where the victims had been during the attack. 6 spent shell casings were found at the scene. Surprisingly, the assailant hadn't bothered to collect them. Later, forensics verified that a .22 caliber revolver was used to fire the shots. Investigators came to the conclusion that a single perpetrator most likely shot both victims using the same weapon. The lock remained intact, indicating that the couple had voluntarily allowed the guest inside. Investigators speculated that Brian may have answered the door, identified the guest, and granted them entry. He may have turned toward the living room after inviting the individual inside, but the moment he did, the attacker produced a gun and fired 3 close-range shots into Brian's back. One of the bullets left his body and hit the TV screen, knocking it to the ground. Beverly probably came out of the bedroom because of the noise. She attempted to flee when she noticed her husband lying in a pool of blood and the attacker standing close by. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far before she was killed in the hallway after being hit in the back by 3 bullets. Later, her body was pulled into the living room and set next to Brian's. The fact that both victims were still in their pajamas suggests that the crime was committed while they were asleep in the early hours of the morning. It was still unclear why the attacker had wrapped a blanket over the bodies. The drag marks on the floor were smeared, giving the impression that someone had attempted to clean them but had instead made the situation more chaotic. It appeared as if someone had attempted to sweep away a sizable bloodstain that was close to the body. Investigators discovered a long-handled plastic broom behind the couch, its bristles matted with dried blood. But the reason the broom handle was left at the scene was because the criminal had carefully cleaned it of fingerprints. The reason for the broom's use quickly became apparent. The criminal had been carefully cleaning the floor in an attempt to remove bloody shoe prints. Similarly, palm prints and smudged fingerprints were discovered on door handles, furniture, and walls, making identification impossible. Experienced forensic investigators were aware that the longer a criminal remained at the scene, the more likely it was that they would leave behind something incriminating, even if the attacker made an effort to clean up and hide their tracks. Their intuition was right. They discovered a crucial clue: a partial boot print on the blanket that covered the victims' bodies. Because it wasn't blood-stained, the print wasn't immediately noticeable. Rather, the tread pattern showed on the fabric underneath it, and it was imprinted where there was only a thin layer of blood on the floor. After sending the blanket to a lab, forensic experts determined that the tread belonged to a rare type of heavy-duty work boots with a unique sole design. After more research, it was discovered that a Clearfield County construction company had recently bought multiple pairs of these exact boots. With this lead, investigators started questioning company employees in an effort to reduce the number of possible suspects on their list. Detectives discovered a palm print on one of the surfaces of the house in addition to the shoe print. There was optimism that the case would be resolved in a matter of days, and it appeared to be a breakthrough. Nevertheless, no matches were found when the print was scanned through law enforcement databases. This implied that the offender had no past records and had never had their fingerprints taken by the police. The initial suspect, Stephen, the friend who had found the bodies and alerted the police to the crime, was, of course, the first suspect. Suspicion was aroused by the fact that he had been to the crime scene twice that day, but Stephen clarified that he didn't call the police until later because he had thought earlier in the morning that Brian and Beverly were just sleeping. Stephen was shocked and furious to learn that he was a suspect. He had no alibi because he said he had been fishing by the river by himself for almost the whole day, where no one else had seen him. Nevertheless, his timeline was confirmed by investigators using traffic camera footage. As he had described, the recordings verified that he had traveled to and from the fishing site during the day. Stephen was further exonerated by fingerprint analysis, as tests for gunshot residue on his skin and clothing revealed no evidence, and his prints did not match any recovered from the scene. Furthermore, the boot prints were not the same size as Stephen's shoes, and he had no affiliation with the construction company that had bought the boots. All suspicions against him were abandoned, since there was no proof linking him to the crime. An unexpected observer. In the meantime, detectives interviewed neighbors extensively in an attempt to locate witnesses. They eventually received a promising lead when they knocked on the door of Daniel and Jennifer Tabaris, who lived across the street from the Mocks. When they called, Daniel said he was happy to answer their questions, but that his wife Jennifer was at work. He disclosed that at approximately 5:30 a.m., he now knows that the strange noises he heard from the Mauck's house on the day of the crime were gunshots. Daniel, intrigued but wary, had noticed a white pickup truck parked close to the Mauck's home through his window. He was positive the car was not the couple's. Two men left the Mauck's home a few minutes after the loud noises were heard. The low light just before dawn made it difficult for Daniel Tavares, the witness, to get a clear view of them, but he gave a thorough account of the white pickup truck's driver that was parked close to the house. Daniel reported that the driver was a white man of about 40 years of age, with a sturdy build, long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and a mustache. Additionally, he saw a tattoo on the man's left hand, though he was unable to discern the design. No other neighbors reported seeing anything similar, despite the fact that this information seemed promising. Brian and Beverly's friends, family, and co-workers were unable to name anyone in their social circle who fit this description or had a truck like that. The fact that the car was not visible on any local traffic cameras further suggests that the criminals may have evaded detection by taking a detour through the woods. A county-wide alert was issued for the white pickup truck, but no leads were found. A fresh suspect surfaces. In an interview with detectives, Beverly's mother recalled that a few months prior to the crime, her daughter had brought up Jeremy Flint, a neighbor. Law enforcement had been keeping an eye on Jeremy, a 22-year-old man, for dealing illegal substances. Other neighbors had made disparaging remarks about him, and his home was notorious for being visited by suspicious people on a regular basis. Because of this, investigators began to think about him as a possible suspect in the heinous double crime. Jeremy wasn't home when the police came to visit him. At first, they believed he might have run away after committing the crime. After interviewing more neighbors, it was discovered that Brian and Beverly had thrown a small party at their house just before the tragedy. Jeremy had unexpectedly arrived, uninvited and under the influence of drugs. His actions were characterized as aggressive by witnesses. He incited arguments, insulted visitors, and harassed a few of the women. He eventually had to leave, but not before promising that the couple would come to regret what they had done. A cell phone and a gun with ammunition that had been kept in a pantry drawer were among the things that Brian and Beverly discovered missing from their house the following day. The couple chose to confront Jeremy because they were positive he was to blame. They visited his home and firmly but politely demanded the return of their belongings, threatening to call the police if they weren't given back. It might have been a risky error to make this rash threat against someone connected to illegal activity. Jeremy refused to return the items and denied stealing anything, but inexplicably the missing items turned up in the couple's backyard the next day. Beverly and Brian were certain that Jeremy had left them there overnight. Even though the incident seemed to be over, Beverly was still uncomfortable. She started urging her husband to think about relocating to a different neighborhood because she was afraid of being home alone. The alibi of Jeremy. When Jeremy eventually made it back to town, he was taken into custody by police to be questioned. He returned the day after the crime, but it soon became apparent that he had been out of town for almost a week. He had spent 6 days with his parents after traveling to another state to see them. He had been out drinking with friends the night of the crime, according to surveillance footage from a bar, and his alibi was supported by multiple witnesses. Furthermore, forensic analysis verified that Jeremy's palm prints and fingerprints did not correspond with those discovered at the scene. Jeremy was ruled out as a suspect because there was no evidence linking him to the crime. Recent advances in the case. The only witness in the case, Daniel Tavares, was contacted again in the hopes that he might remember something new after investigators had exhausted all other suspects and leads. Daniel's story abruptly changed during this follow-up visit. In addition to describing one of the men leaving the house with a scar on his cheek, he claimed to recall specifics about the clothing the criminals were wearing. Daniel had previously mentioned that the men's faces were hidden by hoodies, so this was a startling change. Daniel was asked to identify the window he had been looking through at the time of the incident by a detective. Despite the fact that it was daylight, the detective's analysis of the view revealed that it was still challenging to discern the specifics of a person across the street. It seemed unlikely that Daniel could have seen so much, given that the events had occurred in the early morning twilight. This disparity raised the possibility that Daniel had been lying all along. However, why? Was he personally responsible for the crime? Daniel produced a number